Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down, 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 nothing brings us down. We are traveling with our You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new high. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down, 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 nothing brings us down. We are traveling with our
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Taco waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, it's down in the bottom. Prescott rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
get pinballed. That was really good
Yes,
there.
yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Unity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
Here's
it.
Unibroid
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Vilna.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one. But he's gonna take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, boy on to Shiramini. The flash, the triple. Kong beat the scumbag and steal.
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glasc. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glasc, if you value your life.
Renata Glasc climbed her way from rags to chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful chem baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glasc Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glasc's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class town tech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at death's door can take full advantage of Renata Glasc's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glasc fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your value's dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glasc sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glasc's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glasc should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her lane partner win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glasc boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glasc's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glasc. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Criscata rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
get pinballed. That was really good there.
Yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Unity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how Flash is absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lil V as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, I did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay,
But
do
here's
it.
Uniboy
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Vilya.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one. But he's gonna take down
wait.
Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own
1v4.
right now. Oh, Uniboy on to Shiramini. The flash, the triple.
Come
Will
in.
Kong
Don't
beat the
get in the
scumbag
way.
and steal.
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS. My name is Hysterix. I'm joined by Nightstar once again to get this crack-a-lack in here for the final week, or running through at least the final week. A couple more days to go, including today. But starting things off, Nightstar, you got to let me do the honors. We're sponsored by CDBC Bank at Caliper, and we want to thank Carry Live, Garena, and PCS League Operation for their doing in that part. It is good to see you again, my friend. It has been a bit of a while. Haven't been here last week, but I know that PCS has started cementing down some of the top dogs since I've been away.
Absolutely, and our top 5 are looking incredibly strong, and it almost feels like anyone can beat anyone in that top 5. Frank trying to make a case for themselves. We'll see how I mean, they are kind of scaling up here, but we'll need to see if they can finish the season strong, carry that momentum into playoffs.
I mean, you raised an important point. Since coming back, you know, that top 5 hasn't changed too much. It's just the standings and the ties that have sorted themselves out. That top 5's incredible, and again, I think PCS has gotten so much stronger from an outsider's perspective this split. Even yesterday, right, kind of showing that in the results. Yesterday was very straightforward, and I feel like you had games that should have been exactly that, and you got your top teams performing as they should.
Yeah, as far as the results go, pretty clear cut. Although, you know, there were some fun moments, like Hurricane Gaming actually came out pretty strong during the early game. Hopefully that builds momentum for their game today against MFT. Very, very winnable matchup there. So, but at the same time, when you look at all these matchups, we only have 2 days left, and we could have some crazy scenarios. We could have a 4-way tie for second. We could have a 3-way tie for sixth. That would be so much excitement coming in for the bonus day on Sunday.
I mean, that's because teams like Frank Esports are doing exactly what you talked about. Hurricane Gaming building up a storm in the early game, not able to see it through, but the biggest thing for me was that Frank got a win. Trying to catch up to the rest of that top 4 that isn't already locked into the top 2, because yesterday as well, PSG Talent getting their 14th win. They are guaranteed top 2, which means a first-round playoff bye.
Yeah, it will take DCG or J-Team winning out to force a tiebreaker against PSG, and even then PSG would have to lose back-to-back, which is going to be very, very difficult task in that regard. But again, like DCG, J-Team, CDBC, and BYG all within a game of each other, so it could really be a 4-way tie where we would have basically a 4-team bracket for that second seed. That would be incredibly exciting, because no team really wants to be stuck in that 4-5 spot, because you would play another top 5 squad.
Yeah, I mean, you're in such a competitive league, and it's like one of these games, one of these matches, you lose it and you all fall apart, and you're looking at, you know, a first round. It's so important here. Deep Cross Gaming yesterday, again, taking that loss, changes quite a lot up. And as we go into today, There's some really important matches today. I'm glad I'm joining back in for what is going to be another doozy. There's 2 games on the bracket today that I'm going to be highlighting straight away. Nightstar, you know, I'm talking about DCG versus J-Team, dude. Like, that is so important to me considering they are both 12-4, and J-Team especially are on a 3-win streak.
Yeah, J-Team starting to catch a little bit of momentum. You can chalk it up to the past 3 matchups, but at the same time, they are building momentum. And against DCG, who did take a loss yesterday, this is a very intriguing matchup because of the fact DCG are starting to show very clear flaws, especially in that mid lane, whereas on the flip side, Uniboy has really stepped up. So this mid matchup should be incredibly fun to watch.
I mean, I'm excited to see Kongyue getting back into form as well. It feels like for J-Team, it has been a long split coming, but finally in a great position. An important matchup against DCG. Beyond Gaming versus PSG, we have to admit is a pretty good one as well. Like, to finish off the night, Beyond and PSG. PSG might be secured, but Beyond also have the opportunity to jump up there into a top 2 placement. We've got Meta Falcon Team and Hurricane Gaming kicking us off, though. And Nightstar, I was going to ask you a little bit since I've been away. What kind of hits it for you for Meta Falcon Team now that they've secured playoffs, now that they're in a position where this come-together roster, this project, has stepped on the Rift and actually given PCS a bit of a hit?
Right. MFT, coming into this game, it's really about solidifying their playstyle. It feels like if they don't get the Galio pick, they can feel a little bit lost on the map, even when Taco does get his matchups up in the top side. And I really think that it's going to be about this top lane matchup in this particular game, just because of all the different picks both of these top laners can pull out.
I think as well, like, if we look at MFT and we look at some of the best games of this split, I kind of remember Whale popping off, like setting up in a strong 2v2. You talk about when maybe that's part of the condition why, like getting something like a Galio that they've loved. 665 as well has had a really interesting split for me. I remember casting the Lee Sin game where he took over, and he can have those huge jungle impacts. So it's exciting to me that Meta Falcon Team have come this far on, I guess, a very broad roster. And going up against Hurricane Gaming today, I wanted to ask you as well, Nightstar, if this team for you still screams ICU, and their jungle Aliao, who's been quite consistent.
Aliao will be our player to watch for on our stats comparison, comparing to 665, of course. And it's a very different expectations for both of these junglers, right? Yep. Aliao swapped over from the mid lane, so our expectations were pretty tempered in that regard, but 665 really highly regarded in the collegiate scene as this big up-and-coming talent. He's been pretty hit or miss, so it has been very different expectations and also very different results coming in from both these junglers. But yesterday, Aliao on the Volibear looked incredibly good, so I hope we get to see more of that, because he was just hard ganking these lanes, really just without a care in the world about pathing or optimizing his pathing. It was just run at you.
I mean, which is a good sign for Hurricane Gaming, right? They're the team that's out of playoffs. Hurricane Gaming cannot make it. So it is about the development for the next split. And coming back to what you and I were talking about a little bit in the rehearsal, you love the Volibear, as you were just mentioning, putting a bit of speed and momentum onto Hurricane Gaming. When they have such a strong top laner, it is such a good thing to see. So I really hope that Hurricane Gaming want to build tempo into this first game of the night. Welcome back to the PCS, folks. We only have a couple of days left, this included. MFT and Hurricane Gaming are going to open you up. And patch 12.5 here, Nightstar, I'm not on this one just yet. What have you seen change so far on the PCS?
When it comes to bans, it actually hasn't changed a whole lot, although we have started to see a lot more Xayah getting picked up, but at the same time, Xayah was already changed on 12.4, and she was already starting to gain some steam in that regard. But as we take a look at the current picks and bans, Samira, one pick that did get changed in 12.5, got a whole lot of buffs. A lot of damage brought back into her kit, which is good to see. Yep. I would love to see a Beyblade composition. You know, give me a Darius, give me a Garen, give me a Katarina, give me a Samira. Just and just spin all over the place.
I mean, that's wild. Yeah, one day we will. Severa taken out. Diana as well. Fits your Beyblade style. So no more circles getting added to this game. Instead, for MFT, we have things like a Zeri blue side ban. Gwen as well, normally banned on the red side. MFT setting themselves up for what? A Jinx still looking pretty good.
Yeah, Jinx still strong, even with the nerfs, of course, removing a little bit of the range at level 1 or during the early levels on her Q. But it will be a first pick Graves. This is an interesting pick because of the fact that Hurricane Gaming have actually used this pick quite a bit themselves, and they actually value the flex potential of the pick as well. So MFT go ahead, seal it away themselves, and for Hurricane Gaming, they looks like they are hovering this Volibear, which still has that flex potential, but I would much prefer it to be in the jungle.
This is what you wanted to see, right? Aliao picking something aggressive at the early levels as well, with Cha-Cha on the rise. This is a combo I've seen a lot in the LPL. Hit that level 6 point, get early aggression onto one of the side lanes, bring your jungler with you. Great roaming potential here already for Hurricane Gaming.
Yeah, great roaming potential and a lot of pace, but it also leaves up Wen's Galio, and he's only taken one loss on that pick, and that was yesterday. So you know he is very, very comfortable on the pick, and you could say MFT are just a completely different team when they do have the Galio pick versus when they don't.
Yeah, again, a core pick that you said as well. I like that both teams have hit that straight off the bat at the start of this draft. So we have a lot of all-in. We have something that matches the rise. I'm going to be looking towards those side lanes. And again, Nightstar, when we get a lot of this, we start talking about things like the Camille, you know, solo laners that can have a lot of impact up in the top side. We've already got the Graves flex potential, but we'll have to wait till the second ban phase before we get there. Instead, hang on a minute. Ash getting locked in. Hold the horses. I mean, there was a late game buff here with the W and the ult cooldown, but I didn't know it was that much to bring it in.
I mean, Ash was in a pretty solid spot before, just because of the range she brings into a lane phase and the utility she brings with that ultimate. The core issue was the fact that she just didn't scale as hard as some of these other picks, of course, like the Aphelios and like the Jinx, which can hit a lot harder, especially on 2 or 3 items. Ash just doesn't necessarily bring that. But when it comes to just focusing on the lane phase, I think this pick is very, very good, and it matches the rest of the composition, right? You want to hit level 6 and you just want to bring massive amounts of tempo, which is exactly what an Ash can bring you.
I'm really excited to see the global potential here rise. Ash already coming through. Hurricane Gaming want to move early, and straight away here as we go into the second ban phase, let's talk further about what has been picked up. It supports here for Enhao and Renhao. Oh my god, I just realized. I haven't casted these two together before. Nightstar, how do you do it?
Well, it's about the know-how here. So,
hey, that's it, man.
But a lot of support taking off the table. I expect MFT to be looking towards the Tahm Kench, which we've actually had a very high amount of priority here in PCS. I'm not sure if Hurricane Gaming will try and deny it away with this pick here, because of the fact that Tahm Kench Ash doesn't feel like a real lane. Because you want to play a little bit more aggressive, have a little bit more harass damage, but if you throw in the Tahm Kench, it would bring you a lot that added safety for the Ash perhaps at level 6. But again, I don't feel like this is a real lane, Hysterics.
Okay, well, we'll see it in action at the very least. I've seen some of the most aggressive Tahm Kench lanes in LPL. I'm kind of curious to how Enhao plays as the Nautilus support player usually. And with all those support bans taking away Tahm Kench, which has been a big priority in 12-4, 12-5, I wonder what other direction you go, because usually it's just engage. We've already got the Renata banned away, which loves going against the Tahm Kench usually. And we get a Braum. We get something very defensive here in the 2v2.
Yeah, I actually like the Braum pick here because you know there are so many targets just running at you and planning to dive you with the Volibear Rise and the Tahm Kench that it should line up for pretty easy ultimates, and you're going to get a lot of value out of that Braum ult.
Okay, so we get Brom against the aggression. Now, we still need a jungler, depending on whether 665 takes the
Or a
Graves
top lane.
there. And yeah, it is going to be the jungle Graves. So top lane here for Taco. We have a lot of all in the pile-in. Beautiful from MFT. It's now about how Hurricane Gaming chooses to respond.
Yeah, so far, MFT, they locked themselves in a pretty good AoE composition, and there we go! Let's go!
Good stuff, dude. All right, we get an AD top. The Aurelia from ICU, the top-tier player on Hurricane Gaming. The carry, I guess you play towards top side now.
I mean, Irelia carries you. Getting Irelia must mean something, right? And this is a great matchup against the Kennen. Kennen on this patch did get a little bit of buff, has a little bit more damage onto that W, which actually makes him insane lane bully. But Irelia against these ranged champions in that top lane, just an insane threat once you do hit level 6 and even sometimes before. So I will look for this Volibear to try and attack, burn the flash onto the Kennen, and if that flash comes down, that opens a lot of solo potential for this Irelia.
And which is good for me because, and good for, I guess, Hurricane Gaming, because it was something I always wanted to see and something that we talked about extensively on broadcast. Playing towards ICU when he's such a strong top laner. This time around with the Aurelia, giving priority, the early jungler you wanted to see, Nightstar, on the Volibear. And we come through with a lane that can also move through mid. Ryze versus Galio. Who gets up the top first is my biggest question. And more to that, I'll be asking you questions about this comp, Nightstar, because for me, MFT, it looks very cohesive. I want to expand on it as we run into game, but for now, let's just talk a little bit about the stakes, because in the PCS, we've already secured all 8 spots of playoffs. But at this point, it's about the climb. Meta Falcon team is 6-10, and they're looking like a bridge too far from CDBC flying. Only a couple of games left to go. It's going to come down and forward. Look over Frank Esports. Meta Falcon team are that team that have come together off the back with and looked pretty good, I might say. I'm kind of excited to see this one and running into the PCS, the start of the second last day. Nightstar, it is just comps that I'm waiting for everyone to pile in on top of each other.
Yeah, we've got a lot of circle action, right? You've got the
Yeah.
Galio ultimate, you've got the Kennen ultimate, a lot of circles. So Venn diagrams, I know, some of our viewers might not have seen those in a long time, but we're going to see a lot of overlapping circles, whether or not it's, the Ryze ultimate, the Tom Kench W, maybe even the Volibear thundering. So lots to keep track of.
That's right, Nightstar. Now, my computer seems to be completely outdated on this one. You might have to carry me through this. But while we are waiting for me to level up on the PC display, I wanted you to run me through as to how the early game looks again. You talked a lot about Hurricane Gaming attacking top. I want you to run me through if it's just the level 6 Ryze we're looking for, or if it's easier for Aliel in the early levels to burn that Ken and flashy.
I would love to see an early roam up in the top side coming in from Alia. I'm not sure if Cha-Cha is going to be able to keep up in early roams, just because it is that Predator Galio onto Wen. So he's going to be able to look for potentially a lot of early roams himself. But for the side of MFT, I'm looking for them to try and attack bottom lane, because it is that Ashe Tom Kench, and while you've got the range on the Ashe, Tom Kench certainly can be punished, but it will be an early invade coming in from MFT, and this is a really nice approach, because if you go ahead, set up vertical jungling, it means that the Volibear is going to have a very difficult time just hard forcing that top lane play.
Feels like a lot of the time. Hard being down under. The Nightstar, sorry for leaving you hanging. I was listening to what you're saying and kind of looking forward to it. A 65 moves into mid lane. Just walking his way through now. Jungle pathing is meeting up towards the bottom side. I think it's worth mentioning that we haven't talked a little bit about the Ashe bottom lane. You were skeptical on the 2v2 down there, Nightstar. Ashe and Tom Kench, something we haven't seen for a long while.
Yeah, Ash certainly hasn't been played. I don't believe it's been played in the PCS at all, but a lot of extra range, and especially with the Q nerf onto Jinx, it means that you are going to have the ability to trade a little bit better. But now Alia's just sprinting straight up top lane as we expected.
It'll be a quick gank. Tucker with a good evade though, but the flash stun immediately. He burns his own, but ICU catching right on up. Hello, Alia. One more hit, but no, under the turret. He takes two, and Taco survives. Fancy footwork from the cannon to make sure he survives.
Yeah, Alia actually just ignoring the fact that he didn't have any camps up topside and sprinted straight for that top lane. And now it could be a battle for the Scuttle Crab. I don't think he's going to win this.
Oh, hang on a minute. It is Volley Bear. Sky Splitter comes through, but 665 still has his flash available. One's moving as well, but Cha-Cha running out of mana despite burning him down. A nice little trade here. 665 is going to get the Scuttle Crab at the end of the day, but look at what was traded across the board. It's actually an advantage here for Taco as it's summoner for summoner.
Yeah, up in that topside hit, that's actually really nice for MFT because they burn both of the flashes on top jungle, and they only lose their top lane flash. And now,
look at this. I mean, 665 is just getting in his face, abusing that window we just talked about. Now for ICU, look at the size of the wave. 665 still maybe not going to dive this one, but MFT get priority top.
Yeah, and this is the power of the buffed cannon. Has a little, I believe, extra 20 damage on that W early on, which means it's just so much extra harass damage coming down, especially in a melee matchup here against Irelia. But at the same time, we hit all the marks that we wanted to see, right? We got that early gank up to the top side, and the flash is burned on that cannon, which makes him incredibly vulnerable for further plays coming in from the Irelia.
But we'll see if they can catch him, because he now has the boots and Alia without his flash available. That stun down's going to be harder. Nice little flawless duet, but the stun in response comes from ICU. CS about even up in that top side, all things considered though, and just looking at jungle CS for the time being, 665 in such a good position. Clearing towards the bot side for now, Nightstar. Aliel a bit behind, having committed so many resources top.
Right, but at the same time, like, we know Aliao is going to fall behind on this Follow Bear just because he's really focusing on trying to accelerate these lanes. And now we're starting to get to the point, once we hit that level 6 onto the Rise, they could look for just a big power play to try and roam with the Rise and Follow Bear into one of these side lanes.
Yeah, kind of curious to see it. Cha-Cha close to level 6 now. One as well will have that Hero's Entrance, so a bit of counterplay still available. Predator also on the Galio with the tier 2 boots now picked up. So one is one worth watching, especially when for now MFT are heading towards the bottom side. I'm interested in this play. 665 try to get around Vision, but he will be spotted out.
Yeah, actually really creative pathing coming in from 665. And if that was a... Oh, okay, here we go.
What'd you say? Here we go. The Realm Warp immediately. Nightstar, bit of a genius. As ICU gets stunned up,
Not level
Taco
6 yet.
without his ult, but look, the response play is going to be too late under turret. The shield of Duran, a 3-man taught ICU, caught up in the play. A 1-for-1 trade with the mid laner, picking up the kill. And Hurricane Gaming, it ain't going to be even with now the Dragon being taken too.
Yeah, I love that play from Hurricane Gaming. They find that kill. They see that 665 did show himself in that bottom lane, and they instantly move towards that top lane. I love the gank play there. Yes, ICU does go down in that play, but now he has Merc Treads. He has that extra EXP advantage. Taco still not level 6, although he will hit level 6 very shortly. And this should be a play that they're going to look to repeat over and over again.
We'll have a look again. Nice Hero's Entrance here was a quick response, but luckily it was only one.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is the fact that Wen's the one to get that kill instead of Taco. So while Taco still gets assist gold, it's not quite enough really to help even up this matchup. So both of them sitting on tier 2 boots. Of course, move speed is paramount in these range versus melee matchups, but now level 5 still on Alio. Actually, I was gonna say he's level 6, he can instigate the dive once more, but not quite there yet, and now actually going to take a lot of harass damage here.
Yeah, there's a good smoke screen down from 665. Remember, he has
He
the
is
ulti
level 6.
available. His damage is so much with the serrated Dirk under turret, running in. One more, the exhaust comes
Lord.
out. And that just pushes the support back. Look at what happens with bot. Look at what happens with this jungle. Aliao looking to trade up on the top side, but 665 still pushing ahead with CS. We're going to see if that dive comes through, because right now Taco is so far back from the top side turret, respecting the counterplay.
Yeah, they need level 6 here on this bottom lane. I don't think they're going to hit it, so we're going to see a dive come through, and very much a double kill on the table.
Yeah, sticking around, not great here. Enhal's already burnt the exhaust, but MFT have to pull this off. Ultimate from Wild not available either. The shield is ran with the Predator used. Justice punch, it'll just be Enhal for now. Going down in a quick moment, end of the line, couple more autos. He drops, and there's no response from Cha-Cha without the Realm Warp. Bot is open, and topside for now seems to be the same with Herald, so both sides just sacking their sideways to try and get an advantage.
I think we're identifying what each team really wants to do here.
Yeah.
For the side of MFT, it's about using this Gallia ultimate to try and just capitalize, get 2 kills every single time down in that bottom lane. That time they only snagged themselves 1. Bang 2 does hit level 6 in time to use that ultimate to try and slow it down, but I feel like he got a little bit too antsy there. I felt like if they hugged the tower, it was possible for them to try and get more out of it, but at the same time, it was probably just going to be deaths all around in that bottom lane. So at the very least, Hurricane Gaming, they do trade out, and they're really setting themselves up to be able to snowball around ICU on this Irelia, because they do have Rift Herald.
Yep. Yeah, and that Herald topside, it's such a good window when you have only 2 bits of turret plating left up. It's been nicely set up here by ICU. As bottom side, let's pause, because MFT are setting up a brush
Here
gang.
comes the squad.
They're going to come on out. Renhao doesn't need the ulti, but he needs the stun. And he finds it with the Hero's Essence on top. And how about to feel the meaning of death again? Support with a 0-2, and MFT doubling down to try and speed the game up themselves.
Oh, he just respawned and got back to lane. Hysterics. And he just goes straight back into the death chamber. That will be Whale being able to pick up a couple more plates, but at the same time, again, like ICU, he is just building a lead for himself, because, I mean, Taco can't even walk into lane knowing that, hey, my jungler and mid showed in that bottom lane. That means no matter what happens, if they just bring 1 extra member up top side, I'm probably just instantly dead. Even in a 1v1, I could very much well be dead too.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that in LPL, I'd see a lot of Keddon stay under turret thinking they can 2v1, and 50% of the time it works, and 50% of the time, yeah, it doesn't. So respect here for Taco for playing it safe, but first turret blood is auto attack down. Just such an easy feat here from Hurricane Gaming's top laner. They move up by 1,000 gold in this game, and that means Herald can open up another part of the map here, Nightstar. Yeah. It's a nice little touch that Hurricane Gaming can use in front of the next dragon too.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're the side of Hurricane Gaming, you just put Irelia down in that bot side, you move your dual lane to the mid lane, and then you just go ahead, once this dragon like spawns up here, you throw the Rift Herald down in that bottom lane, get the extra gold onto your Irelia. You also get bot lane priority to try and rotate over and get be able to play off of that extra advantage. But Alia just runs straight mid, pops it down. Not quite what I would have liked, but at the same time, you're still getting plate gold, and ICU in a good spot to actually set up a flank early on.
Yeah, at least give them priority in front of Dragon as well. Like, Hurricane Gaming with a 5-man in front of this objective, gonna even it out. And when we talked a lot about draft, about, you know, set up for these ultis, set up for, especially what MFT want to do, making sure that Hurricane Gaming aren't forced into any of these neutrals earlier than they'd like is a big feat. So it feels like Hurricane Gaming have had a really good read on also what you talked about with them, setting up their Aurelia, getting Aliao in a position where he can play the aggressor early on. He's done that. He's sacrificed a bit of CS, but he's definitely done that. Now we have to look at how this transitions Nightstar, because there's an open top side. We have an Aurelia who is quite fed with Blade of the Ruined King, the first completed item in this first game.
Yeah, and we're going to have Hex Rift here, which means Aliao, he can look for these big playmaking moves, especially with the ultimate.
Remember, Renhao has his own available. Spotted on a ward here for now. Cha-Cha going to make it a 4 versus 2, and 665 is nowhere nearby. Hurricane Gaming playing quite cautiously for now. Doesn't seem like they have a read on where the enemy jungle and mid laner is, so 1 and 665 getting a bit of a freebie here. They stay alive. Aliel just goes back to clearing away. For now as well, I want to point out that we do have a Herald in another minute 45, and I guess we got to gear up for that fight coming through soon.
Especially in the PCS, it feels like the second Herald is probably the most important fight that teams tend to opt to. Perhaps maybe a little bit ill-advised, I would say, given that Rift Heralds or second Rift doesn't necessarily break the game, but you can gain a lot of tempo from snowballing that fight, because if you get Herald, you win the fight, all of a sudden the map is just cracked way wide open for you. So potentially the really big breaking point for Hurricane Gaming if they really want to take this tempo composition to its fullest.
As well, like when we see, you know, the Herald being used, when we see MFT getting caught in the side lane, things like the Asher are available. Chacha's ultimate there too. You talk about tempo, there are so many ways to advance it, like here, used on a back, and Renhao already disappeared. He can't save the AD carry. That's what we're talking about here from Bang number 2.
Oh baby, and now we're getting a teleport coming in.
The family's here, a hero's entrance, but late. I'm not sure. Everfrost saves the day, and one is doing work. This Galio almost killing Renhao. 665 survives for now while up in the top side. Here we go again. The Vanguard. It misses from ICU. You don't normally talk about this guy missing, but that sure as hell was.
Oh my lord, if that ult lands, for sure that would have been that solo kill. Being able to get that extra damage coming in would have made the difference, but it comes down to these small margins, and he's gonna miss out on that kill. At the very least, it's not like he loses his life for it, but he does have to burn the flash. We get to see the replays. Just really nice read there. Of course, Aliel right there in the bush. They have vision on that recall, but really nice timing coming in from that ult from the Ashe. And then Rotation Plague. Again, this is why MFT with Galio is just a completely different team, because you can just kind of cheat priority.
Hang on a minute, we're back to a bit of action as we come out of the replay. Cha-Cha joining in though. Here's the arrow once again onto one. Helped out so much with the Everfrost coming through. Bang 2 is in for the ride. Slow with another volley. MFT don't want to be here. It's Hurricane Gaming, yes, Nightstar, on the chase, but on the slaughter against MFT.
And where does it come? It comes at the second Rift Herald. So now Hurricane Gaming, they get themselves 2 kills. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade there, but now they get themselves second Rift Herald, and really this mid lane tower is just open for business. Already chunked into lethal range for Rift Herald. They could even break this without Rift Herald and look for a second in the tier 2, but we'll see. They can also force the dive here, of course, with that point-and-click stun coming in from the Volibear, but we will see the replay. ICU does get picked off, and we'll see how that happens. Oh, he misses the stun, and he's just dead. Yeah, this is really poor pathing.
Yeah, it really is. Again, has been a bit of a rough game, despite he's been set up for success. Counterplay, though, from Hurricane Gaming was gorgeous to watch.
Bang 2 on this Ashe has really shown up, nailing these ultimates so far, and really showing why Ashe can be played and just how she fits into a composition. I think it's a lot more compositionally contingent in just making sure the draft pieces work out, but when you have so much tempo with the power of another engage.
Oh my god, again! And now with a double knock up the hero's entrance, Whale just dead. Bang 2 already my MVP as one is in the middle. MFT, what's going on? Hurricane Gaming are picking apart the pieces. This team that's not even going to playoffs is styling on our 7th place team.
MFT looking a little bit lost, at least trying to keep up with Hurricane Gaming, and we have not called Hurricane Gaming a macro team whatsoever, but so far really playing around the vision game and generating these picks non-stop around Bang 2's Ashe.
I mean, even the Brom here, like, we're struggling to see the kind of combo that comes through when Renhao and Bang 2 are on a tear. Nicely done here from Hurricane Gaming once again. They're 3,000 gold in the lead. They picked up Dragon while we're at the replay. And Bang 2 is just not missing. 3-0-2. He has 5 out of 6 kill participation. I'm just going to double check on that because we come back down. Yep, 5 out of 6. A big feat when Aliel has the exact same. And Hurricane Gaming in this early game have hit what they've wanted to hit. And then more. Bang 2 is in such a great position as this carry Ash, as this utility AD carry on a team that is so far ahead, that has so much priority now in River.
Yeah, and you have to take a look at this MFT composition. It's going to be heavily reliant on 665 and Whale to carry because of the fact that Taco hasn't been able to get a whole lot of gold investment into himself because he's been denied because of the plays coming in from MFT. And then you have a Galio in the mid lane. So the magic damage, not exactly too high here, but they are just 4-man squatting ICU.
I mean, ICU was pinged out. This is kind of bad to die here. So many pings coming through from the rest of Hurricane Gaming, and he gets caught out, even though there was vision there placed for him. Lead for Hurricane Gaming in the meantime. That second Herald is going to be used to push top side. Mid is getting shoved in as well. It's a trade.
Yeah, if they get this mid tower, that would be really, really nice. And I would even say that would be a massive win in that regard. At the moment, it's more of an even trade here. Although that charge onto that top lane, potentially a lot of snowball potential if they can get that early Baron buff. But 665, he's taking on the split push duties as he goes ahead, rams a wave into that bottom lane, does a lot of damage to that bot tower as well.
Yeah, but the problem is for MFT right now, it's looking like it needs to come down to these fights, right? And even though it's 3k gold lead, let's talk a little bit more about how MFT operate. We have Kennen, we have Galio. We know how this team wants to play, giving Whale space, Renhao helping him achieve that. It just feels like Whale needs a couple more items before we start talking about that. Because right now, that all-in's not being given. Hurricane Gaming the pick potential again. Dodging away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is Whale, but this is how Hurricane Gaming want to operate. Keep picking off the pieces.
Yeah, and note that Whale does not have the cleanse going for him. Usually when you do see the Ashe, you do want to take the cleanse, but that's not the case in this game. So if he gets hit by any of these Ashe arrows, he will die. So that's going to be a big point in contention. But at the same time, you look at some of these other carries like 665. If he gets hit by the arrow, he's going to die. Taco will die. And now you're looking at a little bit of extra magic resistance coming in. So I love these more defensive focused builds from Hurricane Gaming because for MFT, it feels like it's a lot about the burst coming in from the big Venn diagram ultimates from MFT. And that then sets up Jinx afterwards for those resets.
Oh no. Okay, well, it's ulti season here for Taco. The response good. ICU, the Flash Vanguard's edge. Yeah, not sure about that one. At least MFT get a kill.
Oh, that's not going to be good to review. Watching that one back is going to hurt there for ICU. Not performing up to par on his trademark champion of all things is a little bit wild, especially given the investment gone into him. And he's actually gone for the Gourd Drinker this game, given that it's a bit of a low range interaction against MFT. I can see where the value is in the fact that if you're team fighting, which I would see this build more geared towards, you're going to get value out of that versus something like a Triforce where you really just want to hit side lane pressure as hard as possible.
I mean, I look at this team and I say, well, you got a couple of fridges in the front line, ICU as well. I'm kind of going the standard build. I've noticed a lot of LPL top laners hitting Aurelia with Gore Drinker has been the standard path, so keeping it simple, but, you know, further to the point of 1 and 4, this top laner who has, as you said, resources invested in him in this game, not doing too well. A bit of a concern, because if we look out to the damage sources, we know it's Bang 2. We know Cha-Cha is going to be a tank. ICU, the other one here. And with that burst from MFT, there's also a bit of range damage from Whale. There's good scaling as well when we talk about 65, when we talk about Whale. So I'm interested to see these full-on fights, because we are coming up to a fourth dragon, the third one here for Hurricane Gaming. Hextech Dragon spawns and TP used from 1. Nightstar, what are we looking for?
It's going to be that flank coming in from Taco. Look for the Venn diagram ultimates to come through.
He's got flash as well. He's got flash as well. This looks pretty easy onto Bank 2. He's eaten up, and Hal's not getting away. But unfortunately, the damage is still there. The burst, and after the fact, running in, Whale has free access. Cha-Cha in the front line, but against his team, I don't know why. Neither Winter's Bite. He's stunned up. Hurricane Gaming had everything until they threw it all away.
Oh, it wasn't even that great of an ultimate coming in from Taka, but it sections off just enough of Hurricane Gaming, and what do you know, it's just in time for the Baron as well. MFT, they'll path towards the Purple Worm, and I mean, it's just Bang 2 and Aliao left remaining. Aliao does have Flash and Smites, but this would be a very hard steal given how much HP he has.
They're going to spot him out in the back as well. Remember that Bang 2 has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's going to be flowing through into the jungler. Aliao has to time it perfectly into the backside. Bang 2 hitting over the wall though, and one is taking it up. A fake there from Aliao. Let's get over the wall. They get a 50-50. He's over. He's got it. And he's got it. Hurricane Gaming have taken the game back in their favor. But the fight after the fact is what's next is Cha-Cha with the follow through, and one wants out of there. A Justice Punch builds the space, but now it's up to Whale and Renhao to do the same. A Winter's Bite's good. Renhao sacrificing his life, and Whale's up next. Hurricane Gaming, just like that, the Smooth Criminals return.
Oh my lord, Hysterics. Hurricane Gaming with the game of their split here. Pulling out all the stops. Aliao gets a fantastic steal, almost briefs himself by clicking the Hextech portal, but flashes over, gets the smite, and with that, because of the low death timers, ICU is able to teleport in, Cha-Cha is able to teleport in, and then the chase is on. They're also going to break that top tower that did get softened up by Shelly early on as well, and we'll get to see the side of Hurricane Gaming mop up these extra 2 kills. This is such a massive advantage here for the side of Hurricane Gaming now. As for the side of MFT, oh, it's getting a little bit tricky, but you look at 665, 4-1-3, 195 CS. He is still a very, very strong player here, and Aliao might get caught adventuring.
Walking into Taco. Now, Taco has a Void Staff, so we are seeing pure teamfight cannon that is ripping up for these ultimates. I like right now that Hurricane Gaming are trying to use the Baron buff, though. On to more important matters there. 3,000 gold up yet again here at this game. A second dragon for MFT, though, worth mentioning is, never mind, maybe this is more worth talking about. Hurricane Gaming moving into enemy vision, but for now, it doesn't look like MFT can do too much. The Baron is overpowering. The topside minions are going to start pushing in, and Hurricane Gaming sitting bot looking for more gold, which is pretty easy to access.
Yeah, for Hurricane Gaming, they could potentially look for a dive right here, but they do need that mid-wave to help get set up. Taco's looking, he has the flash available, so flash ult available on the cannon is going to be massive, and then you have the follow-up coming in from the Galio, so Venn diagram online.
But look at what Cha-Cha's doing in the mid lane. Opening up mid here is 665, thinking he has to take a play. Taco does it though. Right on in, surprised in the hero's entrance only for Enhal. MFT have taken so much damage. Aliao jumping in. It's ICU, in fact, it's Cha-Cha. It's over the wing. The Everfrost there though. One again with a quick double. Bang 2 now to step up to play, but Whale is on Reset City. Cha-Cha the last one, and even though MFT have been blown up, it's Hurricane Gaming's funeral that we're going to tonight.
Hurricane Gaming, they just get blown away. They get the disengage, but ICU just overcommits. He ends up jumping back in, gets stunned up, and when he's the one to fall, that really sets off the rest of the dominoes in that fight. A lot of their damage does fall away in that regard as we get to see the replay. So, I mean, nice flank angles, but like you catch low priority targets with the Kennen ultimate. At this point in time, you just reset the fight, but ICU, he dashes in, gets all the way into the middle of them. They get baited by that. So then Wen just gets an easy taunt on multiple members.
That Everfrost as well, that paid dividends. And I'm finally seeing Renhao and Whale work together. Really nice here from MFT, and as the ace comes through, once again, folks, gold has bounced back to dead even. not a surprise, and we're back to in front of a dragon, the third one for both the teams. And I think we need to kind of take state of the game here and what's going to be available for this next fight, because the third dragon's important. Hurricane Gaming don't have as much priority as they used to. I want to take note of the ult that's not available. It's one tier is, okay, jungle v jungle for now, remembering the global pressure, and Chad across the arrow comes through. Collateral damage to build space. That might be enough to send MFT back as this dragon now spawns.
Yeah, it looks like Hurricane Gaming, they still have control over the bottom half of the map, right? Because they set up all those wards, setting up for that Baron push, and all of them are still up. So it will be a bit of a trade when it comes to side lane pressures, but Hurricane Gaming do trade up in that regard. However, now MFT, this composition starting to scale up as we now look at Hurricane Gaming to really slow down with their scaling. You have an Ashe who is going more for a bit of an on-hit build, so it doesn't scale as hard as something like the crit that's going to come out from Whale. And then you also have, of course, our resident tank Rise, so his damage is going to drop off as well. So this is really the power point for Hurricane Gaming. After 4 items or after 3 items, then it's really just MFT all the way.
I mean, as well, especially with how the fights are set up, I think it's important that the specific fight coming through from MFT, that all-in from Chen and from one on multiple targets, is what finds success. Now, there is going to be a fight in about 4 minutes no matter what. That Dragon Soul available for Hurricane Gaming, but Baron has my curiosity and has piqued my attention as well. 15 seconds till that spawns. Vision for now in favor of MFT, but it is pretty blank. We still have top lane supers pushing in that final wave. Someone has to answer that, so that'll give time for Hurricane Gaming to reset the vision and clear out some of the wards from MFT.
Now it just comes down to a bit of a vision game to try and get control in these areas. MFT, because they have the double AD composition, they can really blow through that Baron if left unattended by Hurricane Gaming with their wards. And on the flip side, again, Alio is out adventuring.
Yeah. Guess sitting near ICU. Close call with the Shield of Duran. Probably going to force that ulti, but he gets away nevertheless. ICU trying to be a side lane threat for the time being too. He's just picked up GA. And worth mentioning here that still strong in the side lane despite being 1 and 6. So Hurricane Gaming grouping up the Spore, and for now, ICU with the teleport trying to put pressure down while they sneak towards the Baron, but haven't started it yet.
Yeah, and their damage is going to be a little bit lower because, again, they have a Rise in the Rise for a mid laner, so damage to objectives not that high, and with an Ashe, on hit Ashe mainly, it's also going to be a bit lower damage. So they're just going to go ahead, push mid, get that tower. Whale, though, kind of chunked down. So
okay, Unbreakable Door goes up. There's an exhaust on 665, but the ulti from one saving the day. Defensive use, but still the Shield of Duran will come in as well. He's chasing up. ICU might get the solo kill and tuck on the solo lane, but Aliel drops down. Jungle v top laner.
Chacha's here.
Chacha wants to do the dance, and how with his timing. Beautiful onto Whale. This support has been so good, but the fight ain't over yet. Bang 2 hitting down one, but Golden is here. A 665 already with a double. Flushes into melee range. Graves put the cigar back in his mouth for that.
Oh, baby. Earning his money right there. Gets a triple kill, collecting those death and taxes as ICU finds the 1v1 at long last. He gets that 1v1 fight that he just has been looking for the entire game, but at the same time, MFT, they're the ones to get big value out of that team fights, while Hurricane Gaming, they really needed to win that fight in a lot more convincing fashion.
Just the rally of things with Gore Drinker, yeah, beautiful to see on 1/3 of his HP, taking it out. Nicely done, Nightstar. This is the rest of the fight where Chacha tried to flank.
This is a good flank coming in from Chacha. They get the kill onto Whale, but I mean, the flash forward coming in from Chacha to finish off a Braum ends up overextending his position and allowing just 665 to just take over this fight. So slight mispositioning there coming in from Chacha at the end. And MFT able to punish that really, really hard. And now you take a look at the state of the game. Gold's still pretty close.
Flash away,
man,
look at 65. The arrow coming through. It's missed though. 65 can chase up. That's so much damage. The 4-item Graves. He picked up 3 in the last fight, Nightstar. He's humongous.
Man, now they're just going to turn their attention over to this Baron buff. Yes, there's a control ward, but what can they do about it for Hurricane Gaming? Can they get one more steal? It's going down way too fast. And Hurricane Gaming, they're just going to try and prioritize getting position on this next dragon. It will be Dragon Soul, possibly.
They can't, because Taco's coming in. He's just going to ult this straight away. Getting chased down. There it is. Cha-Cha, bring it in. But it's about one here with the ulti as well. Justice punch away. 5 members in front of the dragon. Soul point being denied, and they don't have their support. ICU isn't here either. This too is going to drop down. MFT hold the reins of this game now.
I think potentially if ICU had used his teleport to come in on a flank, it was possible to take that fight, but at the same time, you don't want to just toss the game at that point for Hurricane Gaming, so I respect their decision to let that one go, but at the same time, for MFT now, like, this is where your composition gains steam, right? You're at 3.5 towards 4 items, and for Hurricane Gaming, now you're starting to slow down. You need to find that one big fight while ICU still has this GA. They need to do it very soon.
I just like that they're still looking for the pick potential, right? Open things up. There's no objectives up, so you're not going to find too much, but especially with an inhibitor open up in the top side, inhibitor down on the bottom side. Yo.
We have a lot of hourglasses in this game.
True.
Even the Volibear glass.
Yeah. It's rare to see. Haven't seen it in a while. Before the Dead Man's Plate, too. So there's a lot of priority here on buying time in these fights.
It really is all about this last fight, right? Because you want that extra stasis to go in, the extra burst damage as well coming in from the Volibear. The AP ratios are nothing to scoff at, but it all comes down to this next fight. If it happens on this, they miss a big ultimate.
Alial wants to get back to Fountain, though. He's been poked down, and Wern's Hero's entrance still not available, so for MFT, timing crucial. They still open up the mid lane inhibitor. Someone's got to back soon, or they've got to make the commitment towards mid, because look at the bottom lane inhibitor. It is down. The minions are crashing in. Super's into the base. These Baron recalls need to be used now.
And they do have Baron recall, so that means they will be able to get those recalls pretty quickly. As they're looking at chase.
But Everfrost usage, beautiful again. One's been doing this all game.
Just a different beast on that Galio pick, and he's really flexing those Galio muscles here. Really being the, I would say, the hero for most of this game. Yes, 665 did get that massive pop-off in that last team fight in the mid lane, but he also dropped the Baron. So, you know, when doing exactly what the doctor ordered for him on that pick, as we get to see the goal difference, we can see story of the game. Now the scaling starting to kick in. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb for Hurricane Gaming.
Yeah, especially when they're going to face down a team fight no matter what in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. We have that final dragon approaching, and that Hextech Soul up for grabs. Feels like it come down to this, and you already talked about all the Zhonyas in the game. I'm counting 4, but I'm also counting the GAs, the potential GAs coming up as well. One here for ICU. In the bottom side, I see a stopwatch on Renhal too. And I'm expecting we're going to get a GA from Whale at some point in this game. So there's a lot of, again, time to buy space. And buy more time, I guess.
Actually, I'm hoping we see a QSS come out on these MFT carries, because, again, it is that Ashe, and if she lands a key arrow on either the Graves or the Jinx, it could spell doom if Wen isn't fast enough to respond. They're really just over-relying on Wen to bail them out in these situations if they get caught out, being the respond with the hero's entrance. And now we're going to see Bang 2 get his own stopwatch. So we have... Man, we've got like 2 stopwatches, 4 Zhonyas, a GA. We've got a lot of stasis.
We do. Get ready for it as MFT is channeling up mid. They're not even interested in this neutral. Look at this. ICU committing to the split push. MFT committing to barreling mid, but they can't
Stop
do
the
it. There's the
boards!
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The board delivers here as Renhao puts it up, and one is waiting by the wing, ready to ult in. Baron has expired, and as Realm Warp comes through, he's already disappeared. ICU sticks in the top lane, but one is the one who backs. So we stand for now, waiting for another 40 seconds. MFT not sure if they could have ended the game.
Man, that was a really close transgression there, as it almost turned into a bit of a base race, but it all comes down to this fight. Watch for the Venn diagrams. Teleport coming in.
Okay,
Great
this
angle.
flank again. Tucko has it all delivered to him, and Hal eats him up immediately, gets the movement speed, but Tucko still wants to chase up. Tongue Lash slows down, and
ICU
Threat of
caught
Volley
out.
does the same as well, but Aliao actually the one who's caught out himself. ICU behind him with the Vanguard's edge, but Aliao is the smite for the Dragon Soul, and maybe even the pick develops some more. The GA will come through shortly as ICU is getting low and the whole team on top. The arrow does nothing. Resurrection about to happen, but he's going to be waiting with open arms. MFT take it. Dragon, in the meantime, goes down to Whale, and Hurricane Gaming have just been kaput.
Oh man, if Hurricane Gaming were able to get the Dragon, that would have possibly made up for the scaling in their composition, but now MFT, they get themselves all those kills, and they still get themselves, the Hex Soul.
Look at this. I mean, one has a Rabadons, and normally Gallia wouldn't be able to do this, but Cha-Cha is full tank. Get in! You're going nowhere. 1, 7, 2, and 10. Another MVP of this game for Meta Falcon team.
Full tank and also full armor. There's really just no ounce of magic resistance on this full tank Rise, so he just does nothing in a Gallia matchup that usually we don't see the Gallia do a ton of damage, but now it's MFT. They get themselves both of the big buffs. They get themselves Hex Tech Soul and the Baron buff. It really is just writing on the wall.
Yeah, it's hard to see at this point what Hurricane Gaming do. They're against a sold up MFT. They've got an open mid inhibitor as well. And now I guess we just wait for the Baron play to pursue, because we've got 2 minutes 35 of it. We know that this team has pretty good silators at 665 and a lot of DPS coming through from Wales. So Hurricane Gaming trying to push a threat of their own, but for now, MFT are more concerned about the other side of the map.
Hurricane Gaming at this point, they're just trying to use their jungler as a bit of a bait tool. Hopefully someone bites, but with everyone showing mid and top lane, that won't happen. Nalia's just going to crash one more wave, as he's not going to be able to do a whole lot to try and hold these in his. But MFT getting the slow. Oh my!
What can you do but laugh? And Hal didn't see that coming. We didn't see that coming. MFT pulled the trigger, and finally we get in front of the Nexus in 40 minutes. It was a bit of a slug, but Meta Falcon team came to shine. They pulled their all in together, and with a Quadra turning into a Penta. Yes, even post-death, Penta and a Meta Falcon team win in the second last day.
Oh my lord, MFT 665 on this Graves doing work. And Hurricane Gaming, so much growth in this game. They showed so much, but unfortunately couldn't pull it over the finish line. So MFT, they secure themselves a much needed win as they try and make a run for that 6th slot or 6th seed. As Jesus Christ.
Cam, dude. Here we go. I'm surprised 665 even died at the end to pick this up, but this Graves was so fed. And 665 was just farming the whole game. No wonder he was so strong.
Yeah, he was just so damn farmed. And his team was able to buy him enough time. As he just go in, you gotta die for the Penta.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the final ticket end of the line. Nicely done. And for MFT, those team fights we saw in the end, so well played, right? We got the fights around the 3rd dragon where Hurricane Gaming tried to force. And unfortunately, going a bit overzealously into, turret dives, into these pushes. And Meta Falcon team still relying on Cannon, relying on one, on the Galio, who I must say, like you were talking to me about, was the cornerstone of how successful they were. Like, MFT do so much with this pick. It's such a stable pick for this team.
Yeah, and most of it comes from the fact that once you hit level 6, or just because you have Predator on the Galio, you can shore up a lot of your mismanagement of waves. You don't have to care about, hey, I don't have this wave perfectly timed, so I can make this roam. It's really just like, well, I have so much move speed, or I have so much extra gap close that I can kind of just cheat priority all the time. So no matter what the play was from Hurricane Gaming, Wen was able to answer back. And I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that we saw a triple kill into a pentakill coming in from 665, for sure Wen would be the MVP in this manner.
Yeah, he would. He would. Again, Everfrost usage to hit onto your point. There's so much to talk about here with the mid laner, but 665 picks up the penta, and we know competitive esports, it's about the pentakill.
It's the flashy stuff.
That's right, dude. That's what sells. That's what gives over the dollar bills. But 665 still, like, while Alio in the early game on this volley bear was trying to make stuff happen, every single moment was 665 picking up CS, was climbing ahead of his own volition. When we come into the mid fights and it's like, well, this guy's already got a collector. It's a 2-item Graves. He did so much damage, and look at this by the end. 35k.
Jesus.
Just a 665 show.
Yeah, but not too far behind. Also the Galio, right? Yes, it's 11k, but it's still the second most damage in the game, which shows you how much value he was getting out of his ultimates. And surprisingly, the Jinx did the least amount of damage for their team. And Hurricane Gaming, I love the growth coming in, but once more, cracks showed in the mid game where they weren't able to fully accelerate their lead. But again, when it comes to the draft, I love this draft coming in from Hurricane Gaming. They just weren't able to carry it over the line.
You can see how it operated though, and it was nice. But what was also nice was 665 who picks up MVP, 16, 2, and 6, 35% of his team's damage share. And I was talking about this with Lyric yesterday on the LPL. Like, any jungler who gets over 20% is nuts. And 665 getting 35% is just a testament to how nuts he was this game.
Absolutely. And also just the fact that MFT do put a lot of resources into this jungler, and the Galio pick helps shore up any mispositions he does have sometimes depending on the champion. And here it just worked out very, very well. Like, this man was just a beast.
Yeah, it's good to see MFT relying on the solid nature of their jungler. Again, we've seen really pop-off games from this guy, and I'm glad that today was one of them. Also, as well, that we're getting a really good identity of this team moving into playoffs. The Galio's a pick that needs to be banned. Like, one looks so great on something that can facilitate the rest of the map. And this team, when it's able to unlock mid and put him towards the rest, it looks pretty successful. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, PCS continues running up with Frank Esports versus Impunity right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Nightstar here for our second last day of the regular season, at least before we get towards tiebreakers. Remember, CDBC Bank and Caliber are the official sponsors. We also want to thank Riot Games Carry Live and Garena for the league operation and full production of this broadcast as well. Now, we just came off the back, sir, of a pretty long extended win by MFT. We're now going into another middle-of-the-pack battle. Impunity versus Frank Esports, two teams that are pretty close, relatively in the standings, and that matters so much with a win here.
Yeah, it's actually very critical. With a win, Frank Esports would guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker for the 6th seed, whereas on the flip side, for Impunity, even if they win, things aren't necessarily guaranteed for them to climb the ladder, but it would set them up to perhaps force a 3-way tiebreak for that 6th slot.
True, which is a big deal, right? We know that 7th and 8th down in that lower bracket, as well as in that top side, the 4 outside of 1st and 2nd, starting with another chance. Have I got that right, Nightstar? Have I hit the nail on the head for this one? Am I correct?
Yeah, 7th and 8th do start in the lower bracket, which is definitely not where you want to see yourself. It's still possible to make the dream run, right? But you don't get that second life, and that's always going to make things a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it's the, without you playing in the double E-Live, so kind of unfortunate for those teams. So that's why it matters so much coming through here for Impunity. Again, at least the potential to get that tiebreaker. But for Frank Esports, they're coming off the back of a pretty big win. Yesterday against DCG, this team nailed them, and it kind of came off the back of bottom lane. Like, Eminem got so fed on this Xayah. And again, like, this team relying on this 80 carry, who's a bit of a star.
Yeah, and Eminem really showcasing his prowess down in that bottom lane yesterday. And for Impunity, you would have to say their most consistent lane has been Blaze. Pinway's a little bit hit or miss, but you know Blaze will bring the damage that they typically do require from him. So Jinx will certainly be a priority for Blaze, but at the same time, Eminem's shown that he can play the Xayah to great effect. So perhaps maybe a Xayah ban coming in from the first phase.
Yeah, it makes sense after how well, again, he did yesterday. So kind of excited for the 80 carry pool. Running into 12.5, like, options are opening up a little bit. Jinx still there as a priority, as you were saying, with the range discrepancy or the range change, but we're still looking at a larger champion pool because of it. And it feels like for Frank Esports, champion pools never really been an issue. Like, even talking about Pretender for a second, I think this guy's been so consistent. I know it's someone that Clement's really big on, and watching Pretender enhance himself during the split has also been a bit of a lesson for some of these teams.
Yeah, he started out with the Victors. Didn't have great impact on those, but once you got him off of the stationary control mages and got him moving around, that's where he really started to shine. But our highlight matchup will be Eminem and Blaze, two players who have been really the big DPS champions for their squad.
Importantly enough as well, I love that little champion overlay. The champions that have been played at the moment by these guys are very similar. You're talking about things like the Xayah, recently 2-0, 2-0 here for Blaze as well. And we have Aphelios, we have Jinx, like the standard AD carry picks. So nothing out of the ordinary, but it is the carry potential and the attention that Frank Esports put down in this bottom lane. They love camping this guy's lane, and they know that they're going to get a consistent carry here, so it is just about what champion he gets through here, Nightstar. As we run into pick and ban with Frank Esports on blue, Impunity on red. And so far, no AD bans. Instead, we're just getting the OPs out of the way.
Yeah, for Frank Esports, they actually allocate 2 bans up towards that top side. Quiet has played the Gwen and the Tryndamere to great effect. And for Frank Esports, they've really adapted their draft to just be like, hey, Kurt, you're just going to take a blind pick top laner, and hopefully you'll be fine. We're playing weak side top, and we're just going to focus our resources down into that bottom lane. So that's kind of why you see these bans come out from the side of Frank Esports, is that they want to prioritize an AD carry on this first pick. And with the Tahm Kench removed, it can perhaps show that they're not really focused on locking down the Jinx for the first pick, although it is still left available here.
I remember a lot of teams have a lot of availability in what to pair it with, so I wonder if that's really the case here for Frank Esports. K2 getting an early Nautilus instead. Feeling pretty confident with the AD pool available.
Looking to just go straight on to the Nautilus. He looked fantastic yesterday on this pick, really hitting pretty much every single hook. And Impunity, they'll be the ones to go ahead, lock themselves in the Xayah early on. Of course, we have seen the crit version yesterday. I believe Shun played it. So we've seen both versions of Xayah. And for Impunity, they'll go ahead, lock in the Rakan perhaps. But because of the early lock-in of the AD carry and the support, it does mean that most likely you're looking for a jungler here. For the side of Impunity on 3.
Yeah, we still have things like the Hecarim up and available, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao. There's a lot there. Wondering if this is going to be the take. Kai'Sa has been coming through, and I know that you were telling me you guys have actually also played it towards the mid lane.
Yeah, the mid lane Kai'Sa did come out here, but I wouldn't expect the early Kai'Sa pick, just because, again, the Kai'Sa is still really bad in lane. It's really just about getting your core items and hitting, once you hit those item breakpoints, that's when you really start becoming just a completely different champion altogether. But we'll see what they lock in here on 3 as they go ahead, lock in the Gnar, of course. The Gnar has been really Kurt's go-to blind pick top laner, and while he's had mixed results, it is one of those blind pick top laners that you can take and just kind of get through the lane phase and hopefully hit that team fight phase.
It's just such a strange draft so far. We get the Kai'Sa eventually. We get a lot of dive from both angles. Sylas as well would be a very different direction. Jungler's completely foregone. It's not something we normally talk about. Now, the Lee Sin here does bring it back to reality, which means that Impunity have a strong couple of picks to open up this first phase.
I would expect Impunity to go ahead, pinch the jungle pool here. It's going to be very difficult to try and lock down Pretender's pool, unless if you want to take away something like the Vex, but you want to deny the jungle picks from Hollow. The Zin's still left available here. The Hecarim is still left available. They can only take away one of those. And for Frank Esports, you're trying to make sure probably more top laners get taken away from Quiet. So making things as good as possible for Kurt in the top lane, but it does feel bad to kind of blinds pick a top laner and then chuck 4 bans possibly at that top lane matchup.
Yeah, we have to see what the final ban would be. Something like the Jace still open. Now, I know that you guys have shied away from Jace, but has been the go-to against the Gnar more often than not. But you're right on the Impunity train. Double jungle ban here against Hollow. Hecarim left open and available, though, when we see so much dive and so much all-in. I'm kind of curious to see this game because right now the drafts are hitting some similar points. It's about how those side lanes differ up a little bit here. We get the Silas banned away from Faith in the end, so now we're going to see what he wants is a blind mid.
Right now, it seems like they might want to look for something like
Countertop.
a Galio Hecarim combination or a Rise Hecarim combination coming in from Frank Esports, as both of those are left available. Diarelia would be a matchup that can do very well into the Gnar. Also, potentially a flex into the mid lane. I don't expect Faith to be a Irelia player, but if the matchup presents itself, it certainly could go there.
Yeah, we'll have to see for now. At the very least, I have to correct myself. Yeah, the blind top here when Gnar's already on the table makes sense. Get yourself the counter when you find out what's actually going through mid. Hecarim's still left open, but Hollow doesn't want to pick a J4 instead. Just an interesting pick and ban phase, honestly. Like, we know that Hollow plays Hecarim. Jarvan, only a couple of games, 100% win rate worth mentioning, but maybe more about that all-in, that dive ability still continues.
Yeah, I think it's really just about targeting the Xayah pick, right? Because J4 can ult the Xayah, and even if Xayah goes immune with the Featherstorm, you're still stuck in the pit, whereas you can dodge out on the damage coming in from the Hecarim, and you can get yourself into a safer position against the onslaught of Shadow. So I think it's just a little bit more outplay potential, but the Galio's still left available here. This is what I've been talking about. Like, PCS has really gotten onto the Galio train as of late, and it really fits a lot of these mid lane players who aren't necessarily super strong in lane, but it again allows you to cheat priority. Your waves don't have to be perfectly set up for you to make these roams, whether it's with the Predator or with that ultimate.
And so it makes sense with how Impunity are going with their comp direction, right? What we have is we have Galio, Xayah, Rakan, Aurelia, like things that can dive in, make amazing sieges. Like, we have a lot of melee range, but it doesn't matter with the gap flows available. Nightstar feels like for Impunity here, this comp is very synergistic with how it wants to act at the level 6 point especially.
Yeah, I actually like the look of Impunity's composition just a little bit more. And you have a lot more counterpunch capabilities with the Rakan, with the Galio. So you can really turn any errant engage from the side of Frank Esports. But for them, it's really all about the Gnar ultimate into the Cataclysm, or just the synergy between those two. And if those teamfight ultimates land, that's a lot of snowball potential offered to them, but at the same time, it feels like they're very contingent on those, on that particular wombo, because again, their lane phase can be a little bit of a struggle here because you have kill pressure up top lane, you have really good the laning phase coming in from the Xayah Rakan against something like a Kai'Sa who's still weak in lane.
Well, yeah, I'll kind of be interested to see how it goes in the 2v2. We do have Frank Esports who have just come out with something out of left field, I'll say. Impunity, the question's going to be about whether this team can pull it all together as well. Two compositions that have similar aspects, but again, comes down to what we see in mid. Let's see when level 6 hits, what lanes are going to be hit. Welcome to Frank Esports and Impunity, a matchup that is going to be determined by, or at least should be determining, who is going into that upper echelon. Remember, 6th, 7th, and 8th right now kind of being fought for, especially that 6th position. 7th and 8th into the lower bracket, they will not get a second chance. But if you get 6th, where Frank Esports are currently holding, then you're in for such a good shot. Meta Falcon team just picked up a win, but Frank Esports, if they could do that here, they give themselves a bit of leeway in a split that is hitting the end of its dates. We only have today and tomorrow before the PCS finishes up. And then, of course, if any tiebreakers come through. So a couple more days left, and I'm glad we're getting a taster of 12.5 here and how things are actually changing. Things like Zeri going all the way through the draft. Jinx, not touched. Aphelios, not touched. We're looking at mid laners as well, and like, you know, we have truly strived away from the Victors and the Corkies in the past couple of patches. We are getting into a more globalized meta with Rise and Galio especially dominating the PCS. It's nice to see. It'll be nice to see how it comes together here in our second game of the night.
Yeah, and we're going to see lethality Isaiah come through with the Airy picked up here for Blaze, and I'm interested to see what Eminem goes for with his build. Could be an AD Kaisa, but also could be an AP version.
Good little dredge line here. Taco might have to flash
Doesn't
away.
have the
Ignite.
escape.
Oh, my God. Well, there goes Impunity's early game.
I didn't see that. What happened?
Unfortunately, we all did. Taco decided it was time to flash a wall. Well, which Taco's better? People have been asking the question all split long. We might have our answer.
Taco not off to a good start here on the Lee Sin. Of course, he took Q start off. You definitely don't take W in most cases, and ends up taking a loss there. That's a really nice start for Hollow as he gets himself that extra 400, and Pretender off to a great start here against the Galio, trying to zone away as much as possible. It is Predator, and Pretender also going for the Conqueror on the Rise. We've seen him play this once before. He went for the Seraph's second item, of course, adds a little bit extra damage and sustainability, and it's really just trying to capitalize on those two synergies to last as long as possible in these fights. However, he doesn't have mobility coming in from a phase rush.
I want to come back to Taco for a second. Just to the Lee Sins we've seen commonly, W is an option to take at level 1. The sustain's there. You often start solo camps as well. Yeah. And, Taco taking Q as the lane's already started. This is why you don't level up your abilities that early on. So really unfortunate. And we have to kind of look at what happens to his jungle camps, what happens to the game. Hollow picked up First Blood, picked up a bit of an experience lead. He's level 3. Taco the same, but as he tries to gank mid, look at what's happening. A deep ward placed by Quiet, but Hollow's already on the other side of the map, taking away the solo buff, and Pretender's playing towards this side of the map.
Oh, good flash.
Good response. Good response here. It's flash for flash in the mid lane. Taco now spotted out.
They don't know where Hollow is.
They're trying to think about whether they start the Raptor camp, though.
Oh, okay. Now they're going to get information here, and it's going to be a fight for Raptors that Hollow just goes ahead, smites away. So it will mean Taco, of course, has his own flash for when Scuttle, or not flash, but smite for Scuttle if he wants to try and contest that.
Yeah, definitely not flash.
But
he ain't getting that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see the level 1.
Well, unfortunately, I have to use my eyes here, and I got to let everyone know I saw it because Taco, as he clears up towards the top side, that flashless Lee Sin, we'll see if anything can come of it because Hollow just picked up topside Scuttle, clearing down for now. Spotted on vision, but still going to have a bit of tempo lead here. Double Scuttle as an opportunity, depending on where Taco goes next. And he wants to gank mid once more. Pretender's flash burned. Trying to use that as an ample opportunity, but just comes through, adds a bit of influence, and heads to bot to trade off.
Yeah, and you are free to burn your flash like that if you are the Galio, because again, you are running the Predator, so that can make up some of that distance and trying to gap close onto a Rise and set up for ganks. And so as of now, it's really just that first blood gold being the difference maker. As we do see bot lane is getting shoved in. It probably won't be a dive since it is Rakan early on, and he is a bit of a squishier support to try and pull dice off with.
Yeah, especially with Hollow nearby as well. Just going to get the remnants of his Krugs as Taco finally gets something back in this game. Nice dredge line here with Jungler nearby. And Pinway takes a second skin to the full proc. M&M just holding off. Hollow still moving in. They know he's down here. This is greedy from Impunity. Their bottom lane burns one flash. Pinway here, the dredge line again. They should not be dying. Hollow was just spotted out. What was that?
That is what I believe is called a head scratcher.
Yep. Unfortunate. Maybe thinking that, okay, Frank Esports, no, Taco's also down here, but he hopped on over the wall And he really wasn't going to retrace his steps on that one. So, yeah, definitely a head-scratcher, nicely said. And now Eminem picks up a kill in the lane that we were questioning a lot about. A 1K gold lead for Frank Esports this early on.
Yeah, and while Blaze is still able to go back, get the serrated Dirk spike along with the tier combination, at the very least, Eminem will have somewhat matching items in that regard. Also has the bonus long sword. Still, advantage goes to Blaze at the moment, but Xayah, when you play her the lethality style, you have to get so much out of the lane phase. It is about snowballing that lane phase into the mid game rather than playing to scale up here. And while there is some decent dive that you can kind of play around for the Xayah, if this ends up being AP Kaisa, once this Kaisa hits 3 items, it's so annoying to play against.
Ooh, little stun coming
Level
through.
6.
Quite in the top lane. He doesn't have 6 though. The Aurelia is down and definitely out. Gets a kill. Taco comes in late. And Frank Esports 3-0 to the party when impunity with a team that we were waiting for action to happen.
Yeah, if you look at these compositions, it's really about the mid-game spike coming in from the Wombo with these ultimates from Impunity. And right now, Frank Esports, like, if this continues, they can just continue to flex their individual laning muscles because they've got ways to attack these side lanes now that you have an advantage up into that top side, you have an advantage down in that bottom side. Pretender, his roams are going to be that much better than Face.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, since the laning phase is going back in Pretender's favor, Frank Esports are using that opportunity to threaten bot. Pinway and Blaze have to pay the respect. That gives more space to Eminem and K2 once again. Hollow spotted out bot side, so now Taco waits for his play through mid. Flash timing, really nice here from the Impunity jungler, but Pretender has another 15 seconds to play with, and the wave is in an awkward spot.
Pretender walking up there. If he gets past that minion, maybe they look to try and aggress upon him. But it will get turned off, and now they're turning their attention to a dive top lane. So Kurt's probably dead here.
Well, it depends. Mega Gnar is up and available. He doesn't have the flash available. We're looking at the dredge line in the bottom lane. The Kaisa coming through. We do get AD here with the lethality already picked up, and straight away, Eminem is having a better laning phase. Topside dive is negated. It's Herald started here from Impunity as... Oh, wait. Pause. Okay. Taco has become one with the wall. Yes, that's an obvious pause. What the heck? What League of Legends? What was that?
That was fantastic. I've never seen that. But that's for sure going to be a... Well, not a remake, but it would be a Chrono Break.
It's
I believe that's...
It's definitely not continuing. I don't know how he gets out of the wall. What?
If that happens in a regular League of Legends game, do you just die?
I don't
You're
know.
just stuck there until you die.
You rage quit. You probably alt F4, and then Riot sends you a notice saying, "Don't leave games again," and you go, "Oh my god!
Oh my lord!"
That's
actually really entertaining. But no doubt it's going to be a bit of an extended break. So guys, you guys are just stuck with the Hysterics Night Star podcast.
Yeah, it's going to be going on for a while. That's an obvious one. It's rare that you see something like this on stream. Like, that is crazy. Kind of, you know, I wish we could replay this. Kind of worth another look, but I didn't even know that was a thing. There's a lot of bugs. If anyone doesn't know, we get a list of bugs as casters. I don't remember that being one. I do not remember that being one, dude.
You cannot play Lee Sin when walls exist.
Yeah.
It's just... Unfortunately, you can't do it anymore. So, I mean, there are a couple fun ones in the bugs list, but certainly Taco bugged out on that one.
Yeah.
So
that's a nice way to say it. He definitely hoping to get more damage down than he did. So he got stuck midway. We'll find out what a solution is to that for you guys. Just a crazy situation. I love how even the observer zoomed in on it and was like, hang on a minute.
What's going on here?
Hang on a minute. Yeah, we'll find out what's going on, but you know, honestly, let's be real. We won't comment on whether it's a Chrono Break or anything for now, but there needs to be something done.
I
Needs
mean,
to be something done.
Hysterics is just a classic jungler situation, right? You have your side lanes are losing hard, and you're just trying to bash your head into a wall. So what do? Your head got stuck in the wall now.
Yeah, huge question mark. So what we do know is that the Frank Esports in this game, they've completely taken over due to a couple of mistakes coming through. Like, it was early first blood, the failed flash from Taco, and like, what else do we get? We got flash burnt by mid by Taco, top side as well, the gank coming through on top of Quiet. Like, all lanes were falling down. Even in the bottom lane, a gank from Hollow went
through vision.
Yeah, through vision. They saw him at Crux, and that's just kind of the weird thing here from Impunity. Like, mistakes that shouldn't be made.
Yeah, and we've seen this a number of times coming in from Impunity in the fact that they can make some nice macro plays, but when it comes to some of these smaller movements, they can fumble pretty hard, and they've been really damning mistakes as well.
Again, showing why they're the 8th place team at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we are going to have a break. While this gets deliberated on, Hysterics Nightstar with you. We'll be back with you when we come back from this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Taco waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Cruscata rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was really good there. But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Impunity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze. Doesn't even need his support. And how flashes. Absolutely massive. Allows them to know the exact timing of people coming down the ramp here, but they're not able to hold it, and the fight starts.
Engage from Kaiwing. Oh, that's huge burst right now. Do they have enough damage? Enzo is going to go into stasis. Driver, though, dropped Lilvi as well. Massive damage as Unified. Don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just
and
healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, he did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
Here's
it.
Unibroy
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes one. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Vilna.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one, but he's gonna take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, Unibroy on to Shiramania. The flash, the triple. Will Kongyan beat the scumbag and steal?
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out.
the difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now. Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glasc. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glasc, if you value your life.
Renata Glasc climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glasc Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glasc's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class Chemtech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at death's door can take full advantage of Renata Glasc's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glasc fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your values dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glasc sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glasc's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glasc should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her business, lane partner, win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glasc boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glasc's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glasc. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Waiting to try and get a gank off down in, or up at the top. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Criscata rarely left on his own, but he might still be able to get a 1v2. Look at Blaze already going down on the last hit after the Moonlight Vigil. This Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
get pinballed. That was really good there.
Yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash.
Over to Impunity. Forces ICU here, and Bank 2. Whoa, flash over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game. We're here with Impunity and Frank Esports. If you're wondering what just happened, Taco got stuck in a wall during Rift Herald. And I've never seen anything like Nightstar here with me. I had to tweet it out, of course. It was just crazy, him becoming one with the wall. And more importantly, what we saw was a little bit of a chrono break to get him out of the wall. So Nightstar, we are back in the game. Normality has hit us, and we carry on.
Yeah, we're back in. And for Frank Esports, they will go ahead trade the Dragon for that first Rift Herald.
Yep.
And I'm really keen to see where they put this first Rift Herald because of the fact that both side lanes are in a bit of a deficit, and now it looks like they're going to try and take advantage of this missing jungler to try and get a kill onto Kurt and hopefully crack that first tower.
Okay, we'll see, but he's in Mega Knight, sort of worried about before the Vanguard Edge comes through, the kickback as well against the wall, but Kurt can't move. Nicely done from Impunity as we head back into this game.
Yeah, and the big thing is it only ends up being a kill, right? Because they weren't able to get any of the plates afterwards. They weren't able to put down the Rift Herald because of how fast the response was coming in from Frank Esports. So all in all, Kurt really, he ends up dying there, but that's really the only consequence. And the kill goes on to a Galio who is down 20 CS. So the Galio, it's not like he's getting propelled ahead all of a sudden, because that kill only makes up for the difference in the CS he's been missing, and that also doesn't make up the EXP gap still.
Yeah, the early game, that before we saw that little chrono break come through, that Impunity was struggling to hold on to, and it was by their doing, right? Taco with the face, I was gonna say fake flash, no, the bad
Fail
flash. The failed flash was the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Nightstar. You know, Blaze and Pinway getting caught out on vision when Hollow was, you know, very obvious. And there were mistakes in this early game that Impunity made themselves. Trying to rectify that here is with the Rift Herald. Taco wants to elevate the game back to where it maybe should have been.
And they're going to have Faith hovering down in the spot side as well. So a lot of pressure being applied down in this bottom lane. And that's going to help Impunity start evening things out again. As the big power point, of course, is going to be that Irelia up in the top side, up 40 CS. So definitely a big power point, given the fact that Kurt has had to give away a lot of CS in just either staying alive on the first dive threaten, or just being 2 waves when he did die.
Yeah, I mean, like, Kurt being down 30 CS, further to your point, it's kind of massive. Like, for Impunity, a wave to play through, a lane to play through, I should say. What we saw in last game, where Hurricane Gaming had the Aurelia top, was that the Aurelia really failed after opening up the first turret to too much. Here for Quiet, a lot more options, it feels like, as he forces the flash from Kurt. Impunity, nowhere to place their cards and continue hovering top.
And it's 4 people up in this top side too. If Hollow goes over the wall, like, he's in for a bad time. So I like them tempering, playing a little bit more tempered here from the side of Frank Esports, and it looks like we're gonna have a 5v5 top side.
I mean, everything's just been left in the bottom lane. Mid's been pushed. Eminem's gonna match that. Herald opens up top, but Frank, what the response play? And yeah, I guess we're either going to fight or we're going to walk away. Quiet gets a stun down, but Impunity is still here as a 4-stack. Like, the commitment to make sure they're ready.
It looked like we were getting ready for a bit of an ARAM play, but now it looks like we're going to have a little bit more macro getting played around here. A bit of a ring around the rosy from the side of Frank Esports. They get themselves 2 plates in that mid lane and go ahead back off. And Impunity back towards this Irelia, which is what we didn't get to see in the previous game, where ICU, yes, he got ahead, but it really became about everyone else in that game rather than the Irelia. And he also mis-executed in the first couple of team fights. So that will be the key point to watch from Quiet when he enters that first team fight.
But it's going to be about how they can elevate it further. Now the inner turret, Taco wants to make this a dive. Faith is coming in to Hero's entrance once again. No Mega Naba, Impunity. Their game plan is so slick this time around. Frank Esports still haven't picked up their first turret in response.
Yeah, they're actually going to get this tier 2 top lane tower, which is really, really nice coming in from Impunity, being able to just get extra gold investment. Pinway
not dead.
Final tick just survives. And Eminem, he will get solo right before the plate gold falls off. So actually a really nice secure coming in from Eminem, and Frank Esports, they also will get the second dragon, easy peasy. And for the side of Impunity, what do you do now? That's the real question, because you've broken 2 towers up in that top side. It's very hard to just have your Irelia continue to just hard push that top side now because of how long that lane is going to be. But Hex Gates could potentially make it easier just because of how fast you can rotate to help cover.
True. I mean, get a bit of mobility, but for now, Impunity are committing 4 members again to the top lane in front of Herald. Kurt's going to get the shove out, but nothing more, and still scared to be anywhere near River on this map. But you can see the rest of the map for Frank Esports are doing work with it. So while Quiet is picking up individual gold, while the Herald offers another avenue here for Taco as he wants to double down on top of Kurt, Pretender and Eminem are getting so far ahead. And that's why gold's still even here. There's a double dragon. And so it's really going to come down to whether Quiet can carry this game, or if the 50 CS advantage rises in the mid lane or the 10 CS with now Manamune close to getting his second item, M&M, will be enough to balance the favor back to Frank Esports' way.
Yeah, and with the build path coming in from M&M, it looks like we're going to see the Manamune into the Nashers, and then either into a Crown or a Ludens. Really depends how he wants to take it. The Crown would give him a little bit more survivability against something like the Irelia Galio composition. They don't exactly have a whole lot of range to proc the Crown onto him as well. Or if he just thinks he's going to be safe enough by himself, he can just maximize his damage output by going for the Ludens poke build here. And then the Dirk is just kind of sitting there. Eventually it will get exchanged out for something else. But that is going to be the build path for those unfamiliar with AP Kai'Sa.
We'll engage. Dredge line comes through from K2. We're trying to play around mid here for Frank Esports. Dragon is not up and available, so I guess they're just hovering for now. Further to your little chat about build pathing, in the LPL, we've seen a couple of Kaisers go Blade of the Ruined King. It's super rare. It's very niche. Taco, wait.
Go.
Okie dokie. Yeah, just playing with fire. But further to the point, I mean, Blade of the Ruined King is still there as an option, however unlikely for the Kaisers of the PCS. Just thought I'd worth mentioning here with the comp he's going up against, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, I want to talk about Taco's Rift Herald here, Nightstar, because he came bot for a reason.
Yeah, he wants to go ahead, toss it down. I was actually thinking that they would try and throw it up in that top side. If they find one more dive onto Kerr, they could essentially just break an inhib at 18 or 19 minutes into the game, which would set themselves up really nicely to just apply a whole lot of minion pressure to then go and look for a Baron at 20 minutes. But that doesn't look to be their play here, as they'll just put both of their solo laners that are very, very behind up in that top lane to recoup whatever they can get. And I think, honestly, Faith is the one that's going to end up coming out ahead, because Kurt, even though it's the weak link in the Galio, he's doing magic damage, and the amount of stats that Kurt has invested into is just armor, which is not magic resistance.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to be able to deal with him, you're right. So Faith's going to have a good time in the 1v1, at least for now. But I'm more curious to see what happens around the next couple of Dragons, the Baron as well, that'll be spawning in a couple of minutes, because we have those ultimates that still haven't been used. Faith has hit it down on Kurt one time in the top side, but Pretender hasn't Realm Warp. We haven't seen these semi-global plays looking to find picks for both teams.
Yeah, and even though Frank Esports have 2 dragons to their name, almost thought there was going to be something happening there, because you don't have your power spike onto your Kai'Sa, you might be a little bit more reserved when it comes to approaching these next couple of fights. K2 is just out in no man's land.
Yeah, by himself. Not sure why he's here. The flash Everfrost, the flash shield of Duran, but the knock-up. Faith not too deep, in fact, right where he wants to be. Herald put down mid while Tucker wants to go all in and quickly goes against it, opening up the mid lane. Now the priority for Impunity as this game takes a turn. 1,000 plus going to be the lead with mid turret going down, and after that pause, Impunity have just come back with fire.
That extra free time to reconsider what's going on seems to have helped them quite a bit, and Impunity have made the proper mental reset and come out swinging in this post Chrono Break part of the game. They will also get themselves this next dragon, as kind of expected when you do lose mid, and you also aren't hitting your item breakpoints on your really biggest carry here in the AP Kai'Sa. Now has the Nashers completed though, so that will help her efforts out quite a bit, but we need to see the third item. Once the Mythic comes online, that's when things get real interactive for Impunity.
Yeah, waiting for that Mythic you talked about before. Kurt could be in trouble, but luckily he's going to back away in time. Otherwise, Impunity were ready to kill him again. Yeah, so Strikebreaker picked up, and with everyone jumping onto him, I guess it makes a hell of a lot of sense this game.
Yeah, not opting for the Hullbreaker, which we've still seen, even though it is the nerfed version. Gnar, still one of those champions that can use it even in mini Gnar. It's still pretty good stats, and you get full value out of it once you do turn Mega. But given how far behind he is, he's opted to just go straight for the Mythic Rush instead. And we'll see how it ends up playing out. The extra move speed on the Mythic passive is going to help out just a little bit as well.
Yeah, I feel like at the very least, maybe with that item, he feels a bit more comfortable in this game. But Quiet now with 2, the most fed part of Impunity. We've got a team that is still fighting to hit tiebreakers, to hit a decent position, not be in that lower bracket. And for Impunity, this is a really good sign. Again, the early game was botched, but they've got a lot more direction now as we kind of get towards that solid mid-game state with another turret going down 4-2 here, still in favor of Impunity.
Yeah, and we're going to see a different approach coming in from Quiet, actually going in for the shield bow instead of the Gore Drinker. Of course, there are a lot more ranged champions on the side of Frank Esports, so it does make a little bit more sense, and also a better 1v1 build against the Gnar, having that extra sustain here. And, okay.
2 level difference here in the 1v1. Everfrost has already come through, but Pretender's still feeling comfortable.
Here's the squad.
Until Pinway comes over the wall with the quickness, and Blaze will be there too. This is easily done. Realm Warp not in time, and 3 versus 1 takes the job down as Tucker gets hit on the other side, but Eminem not willing to follow up.
Yeah, perhaps would have looked for an opening there if he landed that second W. But unfortunately, he doesn't land it. And Pretender just gets caught out essentially for free. Over pushes and gets caught out, gets punished for it. And for the side of Frank Esports, again, this composition is really waiting for its items. Once you get that Frozen Heart online for Pretender, he's going to get a lot of value in this game. And once you get that 3rd item built up onto the Kaisa, that's when she really starts playing the game as well. For the side of Impunity, this is very much a power point for them, and they're going to try and push that advantage as much as they can. But I would say a 2k gold advantage, while it's okay at 23 minutes, it's not quite there to really be able to snowball an advantage.
Especially when we know that there's pretty game-defining moments here that can come through from carries of both teams. Quiet is huge. Blaze is in a decent position despite losing a lot of CS. Eminem is still the core carry, right? Like every game of Frank Esports, it feels like I'm repeating the same story. They play towards this AD. They play towards this man who's on the Kaisa this time around. He's keeping track in items. In fact, almost beating here as he gets towards his 3rd. And Eminem in a team that is going to be looking towards Kurt to hit ultimates, Cataclysm from Hollow, a Pretender for Roots. There is a lot that he can do if he's able to position right.
Yeah, and the double Frozen Heart is going to be a massive power spike here for the side of Frank Esports, given how there's a lot of physical damage and a couple of champions that do like to use that extra attack speed. Getting the extra energy from that Lee Sin passive really helpful in order to get those extra. That's a W without the extra AP coming in from the Mythic. So starting to already hurt with, of course, the Man Immune passive or the Mermana passive. So that'll be something to watch out coming into this next fight. Just the siege power.
Now keep an eye on Kurt's Mega Narbar as well as he's in the back line. He has an angle if Impunity over push mid, but right now it is mid contention that they're fighting for as Quiet with the flourish again. Wants to make his way in. That Force Duet down. And now walking in, base setting the engage. Everfrost, the flash burn immediately. Pinway only finds one, but it's a good one on Hollow who buys time. The hero's entrance in. The shield grab, a Kurt with his ulti into the back line. May have set it up, but Eminem is by himself.
Oh, no.
No one there to help him out. He survives for now. Somehow Pinway goes down, but Impunity still got their litter of the fight. 2 versus 1 in the kill score, and Impunity forget Dragon rather. They're not forgetting Baron.
Yeah, and it looks like for the side of Frank Esports, they're going to try and secure this Dragon while it's all going on, but Quiet
Yeah, he can 1v3 this, of course he can. Kurt means nothing in mini, nah. Here with a shield bow. Quiet sets it up, and Faith spikes it down. Kurt's about to go Mega Nah, but doesn't matter when Quiet's on the Rift. Impunity in this game showing their true colors.
Oh my lord, Quiet just popping off in that 2v3 moment around that dragon, and it will be Baron also secured by the side of Impunity. This is the breaking point for this composition. They found that one big fight. They're also going to be to secure this dragon, which is insanely important as well, to delay that Dragon Soul coming in from Frank Esports. And now Frank Esports, like, you've hit your item breakpoints now, but is it enough to overcome the gold deficit? That's really hard to say as we get to see the replay. Hollow does a good job with his stopwatch, being able to dodge out on a decent chunk of the wombo, and Kurt gets a great ultimate, but you can see the carries are split. Like, Pretender, he's playing in a very different direction than Eminem, so they just immediately collapse onto Eminem, and now we get to see this a 1 or 2v3, kind of 1v3 display. Faith does come in to help out a little bit, but you can see the amount of healing that you get from Shield Bolt and Blade and Rune King. It's why, like, if you're able to get auto attacks in these fights, it's just a better build for the most part, as long as you're able to get auto attacks off.
Yeah, I mean, Quiet, like, no doubt that he's easily taken a 1v3 there. His confidence is beautiful. Now's a stopwatch, and he has a Death Dance outright, you're right. And I was noticing in that last fight, it's so unfortunate that Eminem was in the backline by himself. This Kai'Sa, who sold the Serrated Dirk to get an earlier Luden's Echo, it just didn't quite hit it. And just for anyone out there wondering, quite common to see the Serrated Dirk never upgraded, as Kai'Sas want that early Q upgrade, picked up earlier in the game as well. The full AP build coming into fruition. You asked whether it was going to be the Crown or the Ludens. We get a bit more explosive burst damage. As Quiet's ulted back into the turret, Frank Esports want to continue this play, but Pinway is set up with the Grand Entrance once again. Hollow caught out, and Frank Esports, it seems to be the last 15 minutes of them just getting caught with fights they don't want to take.
Yeah, and this is the issue with playing Kai'Sa in that bottom lane, is the fact that you don't get the levels, and it looks like they're just trying to end here for Impunity.
And they're running forward. They got a Baron buff. They're feeling strong, and White is a level 16 Aurelia. Of course they want to charge on in, but they've broken the inhibitor. Bottom lane is completely destroyed.
Can they chase?
Frank Esports at that as well. An 8k gold lead. Eminem's going in. He tries on Taco, but Taco's got a lot of shit.
They're going to hurt.
Blaze takes the next one, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Blaze has ulti and heal and flash. It doesn't matter. Frank Esports can't catch up to this, and there's nothing they can do to find a pick on the back end.
They were able to get that last boulder, perhaps they could just continue to poke them down while Impunity tried to retreat, but unable to snag anything on the back end. And yeah, now you've hit your item breakpoints for the side of Frank Esports, but it feels like the game's just gotten a little bit too far away from you, and that's really the drawback of playing the Kai'Sa down in that bot lane, even in the mid lane, is that you just lose a lot of resources. Like, you don't get to fight around a lot of these earlier mid-game fights because your Kai'Sa hasn't come online. And she's not really a real champion until she hits 3 items. And like, it's great if you're able to get there. And she really hurts. But does she hurt enough? I don't know.
Not at this point, not unless she gets a bit of time, and Eminem, look, hasn't had time in these fights. Faith has been pretty strict here in this game too, and we know that Impunity, this has just been a game of bullying down Kurt, making him non-existent, getting quite to a great position, but he's caught out even in front of 4 people as he buys time. It's going to require a lot. Hero's entrance from Faith, it's on cooldown. A big shutdown, you're right, it is massive to delay the game. Plays with a good dodge, but K2, the dredge line into the wall. Unfortunate here. He goes golden as Kurt's about to go Mega Nah. Impunity still have the damage to win the wall, finish it off. Wait for the killer instinct from Eminem, but into the backside. Blaze hits up with the Feather Storm. Pinway getting burst down. The support low, but the Blade Caller good. But finally, Kurt gets the ult of his dreams. The hero's entrance in, as it's only Taco and Faith. Frank Esport with the numbers advantage, and M&M is still alive. That's all it takes. The minions might be at the base, but Frank Esports have won a fight.
Hysterics, I was talking about, is it going to be enough, and does he hurt enough? And I think we got our answer there. I believe it was a quadra kill for M&M there, and this is why AP Kai'Sa is such a terror, right? You hit a couple of those W's, and all of a sudden they have no choice but to run. And Impunity unable to disengage fully, and it was just such a great fight coming in from Frank Esports. I can't wait to see the replay. As here we go. K2 missing this hook seems a little bit silly there, but able to buy a lot of time, right? For the side of Impunity, they're interested in trying to secure that kill, so they overstay their welcome. And Pinway, like, that's a lot of damage coming in from a long range, and a great Mega Gnar from Kurt. While he's been put very far behind on this champion, when he's given the opportunity to land Mega Gnar ultimates, he's done them to great effect.
God, Tucker's next to nothing in that fight. God, watching the Lee Sin decide when to go on in. And the ace coming through means that Frank Esports catch back up on some of that gold. It was about a 10k gold lead before. Impunity were crashing into the base. Top wave was next, but Quiet got caught out. Then Impunity doubled down. It all came together, and look at M&M's items. I know that's what you got to be looking at here.
Yeah.
It's a Shadow Flame picked up. It's a needlessly large.
He just spiked,
turning into a void stuff.
He spiked from 3 items and a large rod to a full build.
Yep.
That
just
is
like
an
that.
outrageous amount of gold he just got himself. Now, he also has the ability to kind of check these bushes for his team because of the W, but they are starting out the Baron a little bit lower damage.
He's got Mega Gnar, he's got a TP in here. I'm kind of worried here because the Mega, as it comes through, it's all about the timing here, but Baron's going down, W hits it.
Oh!
The steal from Hollow. Frank Esports still in this one as Kurt will threaten them.
We gotta get out.
Press through. Taco here against the wall. Ult used to disengage. The
run.
Realm Warp as well. M&M's in, and now he disappears. Faith with the Predator. Wants
Pinway.
K2, but look at that. M&M hitting these W's. Faith is up next. Why is he going in front of a Kai'Sa? He's turned golden, but M&M right next to him again, trying to kite this one out. Next up is Pinway. Frank Esports, the Vanguard's edge on the 80 carry, the Hero's Entrance as well. They're onto him. He's got no defensive items. It all plays out. Impunity play the long con.
Oh, and that's 3 down. Yes, you've got Baron buff, but you still lose out on quite a bit. Kurt, why are you pushing out like this?
Okay, he wants the minion wave, not to crash into the base. This is a good play from Kurt. He's delaying Impunity with the push with such long death timers. I think Kurt's actually probably just saved the game.
You still have Baron minions, so Baron minions are going to help cull this wave, and they're not going to have enough. Taco's trying to tank up what he can, but they only have 1 minion left in that wave. So actually, Kurt brings a really key clutch play to save that minion wave and allow these respawn timers to come back up here. And once we get to see the replay, you do see M&M ends up getting a little bit too tantalized by the amount of kills that he could have possibly gotten, and overstays his welcome. It seems like overstaying for kills has been kind of the name of the game in this particular game.
Oh, it has. There's been a lot of back and forth in that regard. And just kind of surprised to see Frank Esports sitting where they're sitting, where it was Impunity controlling tempo for the past 20 minutes. And then it all comes down to one flip play, and once again, we're back on the other side of things. And, you know, we kind of got to look at what the comps do at this point, because there's a lot of all-in potential we've seen. Kurt starting to make work here with the ultimate, but we haven't seen it all set up in, you know, a pure 5v5, right? It's been Impunity pushing in the side lane, then caught out. It's been Frank Esports running for their lives and the huge chase from Impunity that catches them. It's never been a 5v5 in front of the objective, which is just plain and simple.
Yeah, and if it's a slow approach to the 5v5, I definitely think that Frank Esports have the advantage because of the one champion that has range in this game is the AP Kai'Sa. So she can do so much work in that regard. But if the fight happens really quickly, Impunity certainly have the advantage when it comes to those kinds of fights, just because you're not going to build up Narbar fast enough in those situations, and the Kaisa needs to have a couple of those W's land before the all-in does occur. So it really just comes to the speed of the fight. Does it start quickly, or does it play out a little bit slower? But Hysterix, back-to-back games, we've had Baron steals.
True. It's been a doozy today. Like, our Baron steal from Hollow keeps the game going. Despite the almost near ace there afterwards, it keeps it so if Frank Esports are able to defend their base, wait until this inhibitor respawns, and Impunity still haven't found a way in. But what's important right now is that Dragon's spawning shortly, and Impunity are on Soul Point. You already talked about it. Frank Esports need to land some of the poke from Eminem. If Impunity get on top of him, then it's all over. He has no defensive items. He might have his flash, but Impunity have so much gap close here on this composition. I'd be scared as Frank Esports are running in, even with a Mega Gnar. Still have to be wary as Dragon spawns.
Oh, they might have found a catch-up.
Well, Pinway might go down, but Dragon's already done. There's Soul, thank you so much, but Pinway's out.
They're stuck
He's out
over
the
the wall.
Hero's Entrance right in the pit. The Cataclysm from Hollow into the backline. Eminem gets a resurrection here onto the jungler, but immediately Frank Esports are playing with range once again. Faith blocking up, and that's the Soul. Nice and dandy, with Impunity only losing support.
Impunity secure themselves the Soul, and really nicely played coming in from Taco. Jumping over the wall, kicks Eminem essentially out of the fight, unable to put more damage over that dragon wall, and Impunity are able to fully disengage. Unfortunately, they don't trade the kill out onto Hollow, but we get to see the replay. Everyone's going into the Baron pit, but you can see the carries on the side of Frank Esports. They're really split from this fight, and Taco, he makes his final play by kicking Eminem and getting back to his team. So ends up being a Dragon for support trade, and if you're deciding Impunity, you really need this Dragon Soul to give you that extra bit of scaling edge.
I think you need to kind of ask yourself, like, how do Frank Esports now deal with a Hextech Soul on champions like Aurelia, Galio as well? Like, think about the ability haste that we get, the slow as well on attack when this comp wants to chase you down. Impunity have a Soul that benefit them so much.
Yeah, and if Eminem ever gets tagged by the Hextech charge, then he's pretty much a dead man, because the slow is going to be absolutely lethal for him. And now he's actually swapped out the Shadow Flame for the Death Cap. So he's still upgrading his items. This is pretty much going to be peak, unless if he goes ahead swaps. I don't even know if you can swap the boots out, because you need something that gives you attack speed. Otherwise, you're going to unupgrade your attack speed or your E in that regard.
That's true. You know, the E evolve, you made a valiant point, pretty important. So for Eminem, let's just see where he goes. For now, though, his W's landing is everything for the resets. Remember, it's 2 seconds if he lands W like that every time. Here we go again. Buddha Blaze again. 3 for 3. Blaze, get out of the way.
The issue is you can't even block that ability, because if you block the ability, if you're a tank, then you just get it. You give Eminem another opportunity to just fire another missile anyway. So that's the issue playing against the AP Kaisa, is like you can't even block skill shots, because it means that she gets to chuck more skill shots, and these start hurting tanks as well because of the extra proc on the passive. Like, it is just ridiculous how much damage we're going to see come out from him in the damage charts at the end of the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, already you can see, like, it forces out laners. If it hits Blaze twice, he almost dies. If it hits Pinway, I guarantee you those 2 shots would kill him.
Yes.
So we're at a point where Impunity are paying a lot of respect to the Frank Esports AD carry, but it is all about them hitting, and we know that that's one very specific condition. But now Impunity are confident enough in front of the Baron with the Soul in their back pocket. They've cleared away some of the vision as well. Frank Esports having to walk towards them, kind of like a dream for this team.
Yeah, and it's so the other thing is the AP Kaisa really makes a lot of the itemization kind of irrelevant coming in from the side of Impunity, but they're going to start out the Baron. They have to force a play quickly because it benefits their composition.
But Hollow needs a steal. Can he do it once again? 3K to the back of beat. Needs to get them to kick immediately. Nice from Taco. The hero's entrance here from the mid lane of Faith has done it for the M4 there. Kurt needs to go Mega Gnar though. Hits 2 into the wall. Hollow again with the Cataclysm on the back line. Getting low. Eminem from a flank, but he needs to start hitting more abilities onto Faith. He does exactly that. Buying time as Eminem goes to the back line. Kaisa wants to carry. I'm pasting the M&Ms in this game. Frank Esports need to carry. Flushes into them though. Oh no, I could sense it, but Impunity deny it.
Oh, it was so close, but again, the fight just happened way too fast for the AP Kaisa, and Impunity will find themselves with the win at 41 minutes, and that keeps their dreams of the 6th seed alive.
Oh, if they can get to a tiebreaker from this, they'd be cheering, because this was a hard-fought win. Impunity come back, and even though the early game was botched, the rest of it was beautiful.
Very back and forth, but unfortunately for the side of Frank Esports, I mean, you drafted a lot of scaling, but again, Kurt on this Gnar pick just not working out. You'd love to see something that scales a lot better, something like a Gangplank that you know you're still going to be playing weak side top lane, but at least you contribute a lot more to these fights than essentially an itemless Mega Gnar.
God, while we're talking a little bit about Frank Esports and the detriments of this game, as we look at the final fight here, K2 just had a horrible game on Nautilus. The amount of missed stretch lines we saw, he literally just flashed stretch lined a wall in this fight. Really unfortunate when we could see how Frank Esports were winning. Came down to Eminem, and K2, this is not the Nautilus game that we've seen in the past. It was pretty shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, we saw him perform very, very well in the Nautilus game yesterday, and this was also a first pick Nautilus, remember, as well. So they invested a lot of draft resources to get him this champion, and it really fell flat. So when it comes to Frank Esports, it's always going to be a very critical eye on the support because they have Rebirth. Rebirth has looked good on Nautilus too. So you have these two players that essentially have the same champion pool. You're going to start whoever's going to be, the hot hand.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it puts an argument in for Rebirth after this game. It's unfortunate, because what we saw was bottom lane get ahead wildly from Eminem's perspective, but we have to give props to Impunity in this game, because Impunity committed to the top side over and over. And even when they didn't make the dive, Kurt was zoned out. Kurt was threatened. Vision control was maintained by Impunity up top. It was really nice to see such a coordinated assault from Taco, Faith, and Quiet, and just doubling down. Even if Blaze and Pinway moved up there, they knew that it all came down to Quiet on the Aurelia, and he did carry. It was a big threat that Frank Esports needed committed 3+ members to take down.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Frank Esports, like, weak side Gnar is just really not it. You need some resources into him, or you just need a really, really good lane phase. He got neither of those. So you always consider when you lose this hard on the Gnar that you could have gone for Ornn, you could have gone for Scion, you could have gone for Gangplank. All these champions that you can sort of blind pick as well.
Yep. And
you're just going to provide a lot more utility.
Look, it's unfortunate for Kurt, but for Frank Esports, I think overall, this win for Impunity might actually hurt Frank. Now remember, they're 7-10. Our Meta Falcon team are contesting with them for that spot. Impunity now in a good position to do exactly that. Frank Esports with this loss may have lost their security in their window to build a bridge, holding 6. It's that double elimination, that extra chance that you get with 6. And for Frank Esports, this was a desperate win that they needed.
Yeah, and their last game of the split is going to be against CFO. That's the final game of tomorrow.
A hard one.
So it's going to be a lot of pressure on them.
Sure.
Things might feel a little bit better for them after the first game, which will be Impunity taking on J-Team. And then at the very least, they'll have the picture clearer for them if they need to win that last game. But Impunity, it gives them the chance. Yes, it's against J-Team. It's going to be a very tall task to get the win against J-Team. But, I mean, this is a good look for them.
It is. It really is. Closing towards the end of the season. Impunity, impressive with this game. And Blaze getting MVP here. You know, here on the Xayah, a bit of a quiet achiever considering that Taco came back from the game and put everything into jumpstart mode. I'm surprised as well, quiet on the Aurelia not picking it up, but I guess the solid player, when we talked about AD versus AD, the Xayah in these team fights, just as impactful as Eminem.
Yeah. I mean, surprisingly, he finishes the game 600 gold behind, but I mean, it's no surprise given how monstrous Eminem was on that AP Kaisa. But Blaze had a very solid game, and this is what Xayah can do for you in these team fights. When they're all rushing in onto you, you are able to get great impact out of that Feather Storm. You get multiple targets with the Blade Caller. You just do so much damage with the lethality build as well.
You do. It was a priority pick for a reason, right? Both these 80 carries recently have been looking at Xayah, 2-0 on each, and I'm glad that Blaze had a better game, considering that when I started casting PCS near the start of this split, I remember Blaze and Pinway being a great 2v2 lane, but one that was very viable, or liable, I should say, to mistakes. I think Blaze has improved quite a lot so far in this split. Pinway as well. Seeing him on Rakam, which is already a favorite without the Xayah, is nice again to get a bit of a rendition. So I feel like he was crucial to that game too, a bit of another quiet achiever. And for Impunity, they've got a lot of parts that I think are, developmental, right? We're looking at this team. We're looking at people like Faith as well, who has been quite solid as the split's gone on. Quiet, who's had some pretty pop-off games too. That bottom lane is great. I think there's a lot to be proud of if you're an Impunity fan. And there's a lot to look forward to, not only as they go towards playoffs, but towards the summer split as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot of things to try and build and improve upon here for the side of Impunity. And I just love Quiet in his champion pool, really showing up as a big carry here.
Yeah, agreed. Like, Quiet's champion pool is a lot of fun to watch. I was looking at Frank Esports, their champion pool in comparison to Impunity before, and Impunity have pulled out some pretty interesting ones. But seeing him on the Aurelia, that can't be beaten. Is kind of just waiting to roll forward here, because I feel like Impunity, I also realize, I know what the problem is. Our lovely producer in our ears, Nightstar. I had a problem with my setup before, and I couldn't hear him, and he's messaging me saying we could take a break. It was my fault, guys. I apologize. Game 2 done and dusted. We're going to be right back after this short break, running into J-Team versus DCG. You don't want to miss that one.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest falling won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
deepest waters won't take me. The highest falling won't break me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS. We round into game number 3 of the night out of 5, by the way. My name's Hysterix, and I am joined by the one and only Nightstar. Before we get into this one, CDBC Bank and Caliber are our proud sponsors. And remember, thank Riot Games, Carry Live Co. and Garena for the league operation and this full operation of the English production. And as we run into this one, all I have to say, Nightstar, is this is one of my favorite games of the night. DCG versus J-Team. We have two titans in the PCS at the moment. Two people that are sitting just under PSG talent, tied second in the league.
Yeah, and both of these teams are vying for that second bye slot here.
That's it.
Basically, if you win out, you're able to just lock it in yourself, as there will be really no one else to contest you. But if you go 1-1, it does leave the door open for a tiebreak scenario, as we have J-Team up on our screen first. Driver, Konya, Uniboy, Lovi, Enzo. I would say Uniboy is going to be the highlight here against Nesty because of the fact that, well, Uniboy, yes, he's been given some softer matchups, but he's brought a lot more diversity in his champion pool, maybe because of the matchups, but at the very least showcasing that he has them in his champion pool.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is that Uniboy is a player I've tracked a lot. I've cast a lot of Uniboy through his small amount of time in the LPL. And last year when he was there, Uniboy was one of the weakest mid laners in the league. And as he came back on J-Team into the PCS, the start of the split was a little bit slow, but he's really ramped up into a great mid laner once again, and one of the top tiers in the league. I'm glad you want to focus on him because on the other side, when they're going up against Deep Cross Gaming, when we know that Deep Cross rely on Nesty, it's such an easy mid for mid matchup because I feel like DCG, their mid laner as well, despite changing from his smite antics, is still a decently strong laner too.
Yeah, for Nesty, it's less so about the lane phase itself and more about getting out of the lane and just attacking the side lanes as aggressively as possible. But we've seen in recent games that DCG are really struggling when it comes to Nesty put on a non-sort of primary engaged champion where he's not on a champ that can just make the first move and start out the fights for them. And when it's come to relying on Woody or Hana to be the primary engage, they've fallen a little bit flat.
I mean, that's why his champion pool's so weird, right? To correct myself before, you're right. It is about how he moves. The Bards before, we got the patch coming through with the Smite, but still things like Rise, Twisted Fate, a Vega as well, probably the most lane-focused, Zillion, Galio, Ivan mid, which he's obviously taken one out of the Fudge Factor, and we have Seraphine as well. So Nesty is just a strange player. But even more so, I think DCG, this split, their story has been about how strange they're drafting. You look at their drafts, and especially their last one, we had a Rumble top, Seraphine, with a Hecarim, and it was like, hey, this comp wants to go fast. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, yesterday against Frankie Sports, they had a very strong mid-game composition, but they really fell flat during the mid-game. Again, like, you're with the Seraphine, you're very reliant on your front line to start the fights and being able to then follow up and coordinate with them to generate those longer range ultimates, and they just wasn't able to coordinate well enough with Woody and with Hana. As we get to see the comparison, it will be Kongra against Hana. Also, you know, part of that mid-jungle duo for J-Team, it's been a lot more explosive. For DCG, it's been more about impacting, again, these side lanes. Try and generate 4-man bot lane dives or 3-man plays up topside to invest gold into their young players of Leaky and Cascada.
Yeah, I mean, they've been great, right? Chris Carter especially, a player that's coming through with his debut and was meant to be the weak link, but I think Deep Cross Gaming has started relying on this AD, and he's getting better and better. I've been saying that about a lot of players here today, but I feel like it's really true with Chris Carter. As we jump into pick and ban, J-Team on blue, DCG on red, and these are the teams fighting for that spot underneath PSG Talon. I mean, hell, at this point, even fighting to tie first place, PSG Talon still have a couple of games to go as well. This matchup will push them up there and kind of tell us who could potentially be sharing a spot with the bird in the sky. Now, Nightstar, what do you want to look here? Because you're so focused on mid. I know we just talked about a little bit about jungle, but it does feel like already we've got some focus, especially on Uniboy with the Zoe ban.
Yeah, the Zoe banned off is pretty much a must ban against J-Team now, and it will be DCG removing away the Tom Kench, which leaves the Jinx still left available for first pick. You could also look at the Zeri. However, Livy not really one of those players that really capitalizes off of large gold investment into him as much. He kind of plays it more of a safe lane, but will be that locked in as DCG. You could lock in the Jinx if you wanted on this rotation, but you don't need to. You could save it for third pick. And the Galio left available makes a lot of sense here.
Again, we talked about Deep Cross Gaming, their mid laner wanting to play outside the lane. Galio does that well, and today has just been huge. So we get another Galio for Nesty, but it's about how DCG diversify their comp. You already mentioned something like the Jinx that could be picked up, but I'm more curious about priority jungle here for Hana. DCG say, hell about it. We'll find out what we're versing first.
Yeah, and I think it's because they're really comfortable with both the Hecarim and the J4 to combine with the Galio here, because if you throw in the J4, you're going to be able to really just try and lock down the Zeri as much as possible. You can also go for a Volibear if you want to try and dive, but J-Team, they recognize that there could be a lot of dive attempts happening onto a Zeri. That's really been how teams deal with this champion, and Alistar is a great counter dive tool.
Nice. But, you know, Ari as well, I could say the same thing. So third game here for Uniboy to pick up this champion. They actually forego jungle, and that's something we've seen today too. That's something I've been noticing in 12.4 and 12.5. Teams are starting to forego jungle a little bit more, leave it to the wayside for some of these strong mid lane picks. And I like that when we heavily talked about Uniboy being a core carry on this composition, they put his Ari front row and center.
Yeah, for DCG, they will go ahead, lock in the Hecarim. I fully expect a J4 to come off the table from the side of DCG, just because against a Jinx, the Jarvan can get a whole lot of value, especially if you combine it with something like a Camille in this case, although J-Team might also want to remove that off the table themselves. And it will be first the Viego, of course, Kongya, a very prominent Viego player, and that's one of his core carries. And J-Team, they will be the ones to take off the Camille.
Okay, so with that jungle Jarvan you talked about, that's an option to take away as well. Xin Zhao there too. Strong 2v2 to pair up with Uniboy, because Kongyu and Uniboy, they're that duo that we always talk about, that in the past we've always talked about, that mad duo that I've been pretty excited to see and cast on. The Volibear would have worked nicely, so that's a pretty smart ban here from DCG.
Yeah, the Volibear also gives them dive possibilities, right, with the Alistar. They could force dives onto the Jinx, which also has a lot of value, and J-Team, they will remove the Nautilus. So for DCG, you could go for something like a Braum, or if you want to try and amplify the dives, you could go for something like a Leona. But instead, they're actually going to hold their support pick for last, which signals to me it could possibly be a support Galio that they're looking at. But at the same time, what would be the mid pick is really the interesting part. Maybe they go back towards the Ivern, just to add a supportive element to protect this Jinx pick. And for J-Team, they're adding a little bit more range. Hovering currently the Jace, which you mentioned has been the answer in LPL against the Gnar. And now to find out what this jungler pick will be, Diana's still left available, interesting enough, which has been one of the picks he's really loved to go back to for just pure carry purposes, but I feel like they have a lot of damage already, which is why he's looking at the J4.
I mean, this is what you talked about before. So the Jarvan locked in, nice little pickup there, Nightstar. I think importantly enough, PCS top laners aren't willing to play the Jace, and it's a fun point to mention that Driver, this is now his most played champion. He's been a top laner that I've really loved watching this split outside of the rest, outside of, you know, Hanabi as well. With Driver getting something comfortable, now it's down to the support for DCG. You wanted to find out where everything's going. You mentioned something like the Galio as a potential flex, but Renata, okay, it's left open. There is a lot of pile-in, a lot that they can do if that Fear and that ulti comes through at the same time.
I'm not super sure about this Renata pick because of the fact that there is a lot of range coming in from J-Team. Yes, in certain all-in situations, it's possible if Driver goes into hammer form that you could capitalize and get a massive ultimate with the takeover. But I feel like this is purely just trying to capitalize on the lane phase against an Alistar, right? Where Ali, level 1, you can get a lot of lane presence against an Alistar level 1 because he's not a champion. So I'm looking for the side of DCG to play super aggressively, level 1, and perhaps being able to snowball off of that. But all in all, like J-Team, they've given themselves a great opportunity to get yet another win against DCG. This would be massive, as DCG trying to slow down their slippage here, because they started out really well. Had a hiccup against CFO. I mean, CFO really strong mechanically, but since then, after climbing all the way up, now starting to slide.
Yeah, it's exciting though, right? Both teams are 12-4, and at the very start of the split, J-Team versus DCG ended up in a DCG win. They were the most surprising team with the way they drafted, and now they sit in the upper echelon alongside J-Team, where neck and neck these teams are currently tied, but J-Team are the ones on a win streak. Deep Cross Gaming, you're right, a little bit shaky coming through with a loss from Frank Esports, one from PSG Talon, and recently as well, PSG smacked them a couple of times. For J-Team, this would be everything. For DCG, the same story goes. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, and welcome to a game that is going to be very interesting to watch out, because we do have the range you talked about from J-Team, especially from Driver on this Jace, Uniboy on the Ahri. Lane matchups that Kongyue can really influence.
Yeah, a lot of shoving lanes here for the side of J-Team, so it's going to be kind of just a lot of possibilities offered to Kongyue as far as where he could gank, or at the very least, just try and pressure this Hecarim in his jungle.
Yep.
And for Nesty, like he gets his Galio, he goes Predator. Again, we PCS really liking this Predator Galio just to have early impact on the map and also be able to play around the jungler. And it's going to be about the speed here, because you've got Predator and you've got Ghost on your jungler.
I mean, you're not the only ones. Predator, Galio, and LPL every single game pretty much. So, yeah, it's about influence. I love that you brought that up, because it is a boot start from Nesty. Now, a lot of the time we see a pretty standard start from the Galio mids, but boot start is not always taken. So I'm kind of more interested to see what he can do in the first couple of levels. I've seen some crazy level 3s from Galio as well. I mean, look at this. Just goes and smacks Uniboy down for a quick trade. Remembering that Predator isn't the longest cooldown in the world, so nice little opening here. But I want to ask you, Nightstar, a little bit about jungle pathing here. When we know how strong the lanes look from J-Team, what Hana can do in the early impact of this game.
Yeah, for Hana, he really just wants to... Okay, I think we're going to have to put that on the back burner real quick.
Yeah, because Kongyue wants a level 2 Jarvan gank as easy as they come. Hop not taken, the knock up there into the wall. He gets sent back by Driver. It's a flash burn as he about to go Mega Gnar. Driver won't let him. Kongyue with the big brain for first blood.
I mean, it's such a great knockup coming in from a Driver to boot him back. Leaky, unfortunately, also burns the flash. That's going to be a clear target of interest for J-Team coming up in these next 5 minutes. And When you were talking about pathing, I think for J-Team, we figured out where they're going to be pathing because you have that missing flash. But for the side of DCG, we'll see the replay here. Driver places himself behind Leaky, so he tries to get the hop, but it's not good enough because Driver just positioned so perfectly well in that instance, and now he's going to have a big advantage. But going back to what Hana wants to do, he wants to make sure this Renata is able to get off the ground, is able to scale up here. So he's going to be trying to focus around bot side as much as possible.
For now, the wave pushing in, so Hana just still going about his clear. Driver clearing away a ward, but they still don't know Hana's up here. I want to come back as well to what that first blood meant, because we already talked about Driver in this lane having a good time. That first blood, that damage output that he will be given when he makes his back will be a big deal as Driver with the knockback again.
No mana.
But Leaky has the slow down. You pull out the mana, and Hana's on the way through to run him down. Driver into the turret, but it is the Ghost versus the Flash as Driver will be sent packing.
Yeah, and because of what happened earlier on in that lane, that's why Hana is also turning his attention up topside before things get any worse for his Gnar. Gnar, of course, one of those champions that, while people play him a lot for his weak side capabilities, you really need to make sure his lane phase goes all right. And at the very least, Hana trying to mend that before it goes any worse and gets out of control.
So, with the response there, we'll see if he pays an appearance to the top side once again, because there's no summoners whatsoever on Driver or Leaky. But lethality was picked up in Driver's back there as he's forced to go back. And now has the serrated Dirk, the tear up as well. Driver in a great position, and you can see already the trading hurts.
Yeah, and Leaky has pretty much no items, as he died early on, so he teleported back into lane and only got a refillable. So he's at a massive item deficit, and if he takes another death before level 6 hits, that could just be lane over.
Yeah, what were you saying? Because this is a good time to mention that before level 6, Kongyue on the outskirts of vision is in the right place at the right time. Mega Gnar will be going down.
This wave is
waiting for it to expire, at least getting towards the end. The crunch being used, but Kongyue still in a good sidestep from Leaky. No, Leaky stepped forward. It was a nice little sidestep, and Kongyue won't be able to get the kill.
Oh, the side of J-Team, they just got way too impatient on that play. You already know the wave's starting to push towards you. You don't have to force that play right then and there. You could have waited for that wave to come out and force him in a trickier position, but they end up overplaying their hand, and Leaky able to get out of that is, like, he's still in a bad spot, right? Because Driver is still up a lot of CS, gets himself that tower plate, but at the very least, you don't lose more by dying in that situation.
No, you don't. Good little stop at the back here from Leaky as well. But he had to walk to lane, missed a couple of minions at the turret. Turret plating went over to Driver too. So at the very least, we're going to see what this Jace turns that item into. It won't be eclipsed this early on, but the component's there. And the Vampiric Scepter comes through nice and early. So again, the lane continues to be nice here for J-Team's top laner Driver. And as we look across the board, we could say the same about mid too. Uniboy having a good time against Nesty, now that they've hit level 6 as well.
So now things will kind of get evened up as far as pressure goes, right? Because you are able to turn your attention towards bot lane with either Hana or Nesty. So whichever way, so options now open up a little bit more for Hana on this Hecarim. He doesn't have to babysit Leaky, but it does mean that Nesty will have to really cover whichever lane that Hana is turning his attention towards.
And he will have level 6 now as well, so it becomes easier to make that play work. Onslaught of Shadows, Hero's Entrance, even if it comes towards bot, which you were talking about being a focus for DCG. Woody's ultimate, that massive hostile takeover, it all layers down with what DCG have to offer with their other ultimates too. So I'm kind of excited to see them pile up and pull off I guess, the execution here when we have a Dragon available, when we have a Herald soon too, both up and available for a response opportunity for DCG.
Now Hana's up in the top side. The wave is coming towards him.
Okay, Leaky with the ultimate, but a good knockback here from Driver. The flash crunch immediately on top.
Okay.
Leaky, that was sick, and Hana is the cleanup crew in the rest of the play.
I thought maybe it was once more just an opportunity, perhaps rushed a little bit too hard, but Woody possibly going to get picked off.
Yeah, Uniboy's trying to bait this one out. Woody walking in would be certain death with the charm, but Uniboy now on top of a ward. DCG still here. Look at the numbers advantage. Spirit Rush will have to be used, but Taunted instead. That's so greedy. Uniboy late to pull the trigger, and he pays for it with his life. Kongyue here as well.
Wait,
J-Team, what are you doing? Cataclysm, he gets the steal, but hostile takeover for the zone. DCG not going to start the fight. I take it back. Kongyue with a huge brain, and Driver helps Lil V get the kill. Now with the ulti out and the Super Mega Death Rocket as response. J-Team heading forward. Woody the next target. It's a double kill. Kongyue thinking into the future with that follow-up play.
Oh yeah, it's just ahead of the play. And now also level 6 onto the Alistar. They cannot walk up to defend this tower. This tower will go down with that extra Herald. And J-Team, they just managed to pretty much blow this game wide open. For the side of DCG, like, we're going to see the replay, but wow. Korea just big brain that all the way.
I mean, it looked impossible. He's in front of 4 people. The ult, the stealing of Rift Herald, and suddenly DCG are down 2,000 gold. After what was such a brilliant topside gank from Leaky and Hana, I just can't believe that DCG lost control after this replay we're about to see here.
Yeah, Uniboy, he gets picked off. They use the Predator.
That's so greedy.
I mean, that's just the strength of Predator Galio right there. But they know that bot lane is making their roam, and you have the extra 80 carry advantage along with a Jace that just bought items. So they dodge out on the hostile takeover, and this is why I wasn't too keen on it. But now the turn comes because they have Driver here now, and fresh off a back, he's got a lot more damage than anyone else on DCG.
He does. And clean up here from Lil V, a good news story as well after the play. We come back to a J team that are now in control. They've lost the first Dragon, but it doesn't matter. There's a Zeri down here with 2 kills to a name, and a Trinity Force well and truly on the way. Lil V in a great position. Uniboy the same even after dying, and Driver still having control within the lane. So at this point, DCG gonna be looking for this next objective, and you know, coming back to what we've been talking about, the setup here for these ultis. We're gonna have to wait and see if DCG can pull it out again.
Enzo has the ultimate, so that's what he was looking for, to try and look for a dive attempt in that point in time. But Nesty doesn't have the ultimate himself, so he can't answer with his own. And yeah, coming into the mid game, J-Team with a big advantage right now. Once these mythics come online, it's a massive power spike, right? Eclipse, the extra lethality, the Triforce is the biggest one item power spike you could possibly get in bottom lane. And Cascada, like, he's nowhere close to his own mythic here. So a large AD carry gap at the moment for this next fight, which might happen around the Dragon that's coming up in 3 minutes.
Yeah, Cloud Dragon second. A lot of competitive teams will fight over this, considering that they know the Dragon Soul is going to be something very valuable this game. So we'll see what happens here. Another 3 minutes to wait it out. But for the time being, that Trinity Force now picked up those mythics you were just talking about, completed in a couple of seconds we were talking here. Uniboy with the Everfrost 2. 4 versus none for the time being. And J-Team know they're strong. Just kind of moving this game into a more successful point. Like, what more could you want right now as DCG play catch-up?
Yeah, and we're not going to see those extra mythics come in for DCG at the moment because of the fact that they are going for the upgraded boots choices, right? So the only one with the mythic is going to be Cascada, and he's gone for the Gale Force in this instance, knowing that he needs a way to get out of the Cataclysm. Once that Jarvan ult gets tossed onto him, if he doesn't have Gale Force, he is just stuck unless if he burns that flash. So he's trying to give him extra outs at the moment, and he will also cash in on that call.
Even with champions like Hecarim, Galio as well, getting outside the range, getting outside the range of Arya, I was trying to say, Zeri, the Alistar, same team, but listen to what I'm saying. The core of it is, it's going to have multiple uses, but you're right. It's going to be hard to get out of any of those abilities because once that's down, Flash as well, Chris Carter's still going to dodge quite a lot. So we'll see how this Jinx goes in the fights, especially with a minute 30 till the dragon spawns. Enzo waiting off to the wing, hoping that Chris Carter walks in, but a nice little control ward spots him out, and Chris Carter will be able to safely push out with Hana at his wing. We are just lolling about until this objective. And note as well that it could be either of the objectives traded off because Herald will be spawning around the same time.
Again, for you're going to have a bit of a stronger team fight at the moment. Although Mythics are being matched, and Lil V getting his backstop could be critical, as he will be just there for the dragon. But
yep.
DCG not looking to take advantage of that timing.
Yeah, more about the setup, I guess. Mid gets pushed out, DCG clearing vision towards top side. And Enzo's getting deep bot. So as Chris Carter pushes out the bottom side wave, JT moving up. Enzo's de-warding by himself. Oh. Nesty with the slow, but DCG not committing. Look where Woody is. Everfrost comes through, but the charm does not. Spirit Rush out. Enzo has to ult. The support making a crucial mistake, de-warding by himself. And DCG, no one's going to get caught out with the response play.
Right, but it's going to be Woody that suffers the consequences as he takes a larger chunk. Still has the Guardian, of course. That's going to provide that little bit of shield, and now Leaky's on the chase.
Flash for Flash. Leaky pulls out the pressure play. Dragon now started. Kongyo won't have that, but the Flag and Drag and Cataclysm are available. But Driver's angle is big, and I'm glad you pulled that out, Nightstar. Leaky's Meganar with the ulti as well is going to be down. So DCG playing with the numbers advantage. Enzo. They're all in. Enzo forced the flash. A hostile takeover on the backside, though. Won't matter a deal because Driver's here doing the rest. Hana can't get the reset with the bailout, and DCG are bailed out themselves. It's J-Team with the big dragon play, the big team fight win, and the gold continuing to skyrocket in their favor.
J-Team, I mean, they just find such a brilliant team fight execution on that play coming in from Enzo. He comes over with the flash, finds a multi-man knockup, and with that, it's just all DCG really just all over the place right after the engage comes through. We're going to see Enzo come over with the flash, and he's going to find Leaky and Frescata with that. And, like, Frescata has a great flash in that instance, but I mean, the job was pretty much already done. Forcing out that flash right there, and after the Mega Gnar goes down, along with the Gnar ultimate, you just have no right to stick around for that fight.
And I mean, after that, like, we can see how fickle DCG's comp can be. How ult-reliant, how important the setup is around these fights. And you're right, when one tool's down, the DCG just looks so hard, and J-Team collapse. They corrupt the minds of DCG, and we've got a pretty big gold gap now brewing. The second Herald going down as well. You talked about J-Team being able to look at both objectives, where they're in pocket for now. We have an Infernal Soul spawning this game. And this turret's about to go down up in top side. It's all coming up, J-Team, in this game of today.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh my god. Kongyo wants to go in. Why wouldn't you? I mean, Driver just does so much damage with 2 items.
Yeah, and now here's the issue. Even the Rift is playing against you, right? Because with Infernal Soul, if it opens up the map a little bit more, that means it's even harder to find that Mega Gnar ult onto multiple members into a stun, right? You could still find it on multiple members, but getting the stun off is a whole nother issue. They'll be able to crack this tier 1 in that mid lane, and now all of a sudden J-Team And gaining a lot of momentum here, almost to a 4K gold lead.
In the battle for second, J-Team coming out strong. We're 18 minutes into the game, moving into a very strong mid-game for them where we're getting those 2 items too. Little V's almost towards the Titanic Hydra. We've almost got 2 items on a Zeri that's going to be clearing waves like no tomorrow. Driver, he'll have upgraded boots and then head on to his 3rd item as well. I love that Hana thinking that there's more in the brush, but he'll won't find anyone. And this has kind of been a game where J-Team have flexed through the laning phase itself. We've seen Driver just do so well, and Kongyue's level 2 gank has meant so much for J-Team.
Yeah, Kongyue ganking up that top side very early on, and Leaky expending the flash for that gank and still dying. Large repercussions afterwards. And now, like, J-Team are in a really great spot for DCG. It's not quite over, because when you have these Wombo comps, you can always just find that one perfect fight where everything lines up. But whenever you have a Galio in the mid lane, there's always that clock.
Yeah, definitely is. Finesse hasn't done too much here with the hero's entrance. And to be fair as well, like, we haven't seen that Wombo come through with the Gnar ultimate. It has been one after the other. You know, Woody's ultimate as well. The Renata's ulti hasn't come through in succession with everything else. And kind of makes you wonder here for DCG as they've drafted together a comp that needs to line up. And it's not lining up. So we've got 55 seconds till the next dragon. We'll see if they fight over that, because at this point, look at how strong J-Team are. 2 items now complete in front of this neutral. The only second item for DCG that's completed is Chris Carter's, and that's going to build his range, but not going to be able to deal with the burst that Uniboy has with the Void Star. Okay, Kongyue walking in, but is he dead? The answer, no for now. But he's in front of Dragon, and it is the jungler. Enzo just gets baited in with a blast cone, and luckily he'll get out.
Yeah, it does take a big chunk, so he'll need to find something to heal off of. Otherwise, it's going to be starting out... Oh, well, actually, he does have red buff, so he will get some sustain coming out. But DCG, they need to find this fight. Uniboy out on the flank. They need to find someone to mark him. And Cascada, he's already chunked out.
But Nesty's there waiting for him. Shielded around, but Spirit Rush immediately backwards.
Oh,
But
good
they're
top!
on to Uniboy, and down he goes. But Hunter into the backline. The play not great as look at Kongyue's setup. The hero's entrance after the back, but Little V is
still alive.
firing, and Driver kites back. It doesn't matter. DCG right now need this Jinx with a mana bar, but she's run on out, and Lil V is skirting around. Flash forward, another one bites the dust, and Lil V versus Chris Carter. I know the hero. It's J-Team in the battle for second.
And it's the electric AD carry that comes out on top. Lil V just taking over that fight after a fantastic setup coming in from Kongyue to lock down 3 members of DCG after that initial pick coming in from Nesty. It started out well, right? Because they were able to pick off Uniboy before the fight starts, essentially. But Hana, a very baffling move, just dives straight into the back line, and again, like, this was not a Renata angle. This was not a Renata angle, as the ult just completely whiffs, and J-Team, they just have more health bars to play around with, and unfortunately for DCG, their only win condition has no mana. Cascada pretty much out of mana in this instance, and just unable to get that next reset to get the proc of Presence of Mind to try and snowball the rest of that fight.
That's why you put Lil V on Zeri. I mean, this guy has been a focus. Like, I remember talking to Clement about the strengths of this team, and it was towards the start of the split, where Kongyue and Uniboy, it wasn't their greatest form. It was about Lil V and how this team played, but now they've got so many different dimensions. Driver has come into a league of his own. Kongyue has returned to, I'd even say, mad form at this point. Kongyue is one of my favorite junglers from the LMS, and I'm glad that we're seeing him in top tier caliber, especially in this game, as good charm comes through. Looks like we want to fight again as J-Team are pushing their advantage. Nightstar, it's an 8k gold lead. They got the last dragon. J-Team right now, look at the side lane pressure that they've controlled all game long. Uniboy and Driver have always been split pushing this game, and that's why we're up to inhibitor turrets in top and bottom.
Yeah, the waves are crashing in on the sides, and I mean, look at this Lil V build, right? He knows he's 5-0-4. He has a very large gold bounty. He just expended his cleanse. So, I mean, it is coming up, but if a fight were to break out, he now has a QSS. So, there is a lot of safety. He understands that going this defensive build, while might not work out on even footing, they're so far ahead that it's about protecting the lead rather than trying to win a team fight.
And look at how many damage sources they have as well. Driver and Uniboy are still going to be fleshing it out, so many different angles to play through. Lil V just looking to survive while we have a 2.5 item Ari. Despite getting caught in the last play, is still a threat. A Driver as well, his angles are great, and even J-Team here fighting from the back. Hana ulti's in on the Driver, but it might not matter because, again, Little V in the backside untouched. J-Team 4 versus 5, but you have to deal with Little V. Hitting them down for now. J-Team running for the hills. They're split up, and now it definitely matters. DCG have picked them apart, and J-Team with an innovative play, but just pad execution coming through. DCG will find big picks, and J-Team for now are halted in their aggression.
Man, J-Team were creative in the wrong ways.
Yep.
On that engage angle. Now it's going to be Baron started up. We'll see if they can stop it.
Well, the problem is still Lil
V.
He's firing away. They're running into him. Uniboy gets the kill. DCG might have to pull off this. I'm not sure, even without a jungler.
They're all dead.
Look at this behind the Baron pit. Lil V firing through, but Leaky's ulti brings it right back. He'll get the bailout for now as Driver jumps on in. Never mind, in with Baron going down. So many members dying. Leaky does get bailed out, but his time is at an end. J-Team burn themselves, but the Baron remains only on Woody.
It is certainly debatable as far as if that was a good play for the side of DCG, but I think they needed to force that Baron play, and they still get everything they came for. They get the objective bounty, they get themselves a Baron buff still alive, and it's a lot of gold back into their hands. Like, they also got the shutdown onto Lil V, so it's a lot of gold back into them, which helps even out the playing field, but it doesn't change the fact that this was ugly. But a great bailout, honestly, is the only saving grace here from this Renata. I think that's the only positive Renata play we've seen.
It helps Leaky get a 1k gold shutdown as well for what it's worth, but you're right, that's the only time this game we've seen Woody come into clutch, so nice here from DCG. They do have one Baron, and grouping up with the rest of the team, it'll help push down the mid lane, but look at top, look at bot, the wave's building up. J-Team right now grouping themselves with Dragon available. They have side lane priority, and they have River for theirs for now.
A lot of control in this bottom half of the map for the side of J-Team. And, I mean, DCG, they probably just have to let this one go. Oh no.
Okay, he wants to steal. He definitely wants to steal. The ult goes in the back line, but Lil V not going to be hit. Leaky goes into Mega Gnar, but look at him run forward. Driver as well with the burst damage. Kiting front to back. Lil V aggressing forward. They force him off the Dragon. They move to Soul Point. J-Team 7,000 gold ahead. DCG trying to get into these fights, Nightstar, but it looks so difficult to manage.
Yeah, and it's really hard for them to play out these fights because of Leaky is really the only main tank, and yeah.
Look at Lil V. Look at Lil V step up. There goes the QSS, but
that's one cooldown at least.
At least. But everyone's going to be down for a little bit. J-Team is still going to aggress forward against the Baron of Woody. They cannot.
Yeah, it is the saving grace that they were able to save a Baron buff, and even if it's on the support, although, you know, the support doesn't exactly eat poke very well, and because it is the Shurelias and not the Moonstone, not going to have a lot of staying power when it comes to these siege situations.
Well, as he resets, Woody's going to run out of the Baron, though, in about 1 second. So down it goes. And for DCG, this turret getting aggressed on. It comes down to a Mega Gnar performance, but Leaky is out of range of J-Team. They buy that space once again. And it will just come down to the wave clear. So now we wait 2.5 minutes until the Baron just about Dragon Soul for J-Team with an Infernal for a Jace for an Ahri. Just one that you got to be cheering about in 3.5 minutes too. Everything under J-Team's control, and DCG trying to force a pick. There's actually a Ghost being burnt by Hana. Driver's by himself. Enzo can't help this out. He cancels his back, but Driver doing a lot of damage. There's the onslaught of shadows from Hana. Leaky jumps in though, and half HP he gets to. No one can save him. DCG with the pick, and it's a shutdown at that.
Very nice shutdown there on to Driver, really slowing down that absolute menace he's been. However, at the same time, for the side of J-Team, not too concerned about that pick because DCG, they can't get anything off of that. There's no Dragon, no Baron up available, so a Driver will still be respawned in time for those objectives, and it's really just a nice little sack of gold for the side of DCG at the moment. But yeah, it's a tough game to play because all your gold is into this Gnar, and unless if he gets a god tier ult, which again a lot harder on Infernal Rift because there's a lot more space to play around. It also makes it more difficult for Galio to land a multi-mana ultimate. So everything is stacked against DCG.
It is, and that's why we've been talking a lot about J-Team's success in this game. Although it has been somewhat back and forth despite the gold lead, J-Team have been in control for the majority. A little pick here, but nice flag from Kongyue into DCG. Is spotted out, have to back away. It's a minute in front of the Baron, and there's enough spacing here between the two objectives that JT can force this one first, look for DCG, and then move to Soul if they choose.
Yeah, and for DCG, yes, all the gold is onto the Gnar, and we have to pay attention to that Mega Gnar ultimate, but really all eyes are on Cascada, on this Jinx to carry the fight. He needs that first reset. He has the items that try and do it, right? He's hit that triple crit mark, doesn't quite have the IE yet, so he's not that strong, but very powerful.
Okay. Wants a flank here. Kongyue is knocked back into Leaky. He's about to go Mega Gnar, but Hana was really trying for an angle on Lil V on Driver. Not going to be obtained. J-Team still having priority over this Baron. 10 seconds till it spawns, and look at the vision control. Look at top wave once again. Nightstar, everything in their favor to catch DCG by surprise.
Yeah, it's just full vision controlled by the side of J-Team at the moment, with Dragon coming up, with Baron already up. It's all about this next Dragon, but at the same time, J-Team could try and force something around the Baron right before and see if DCG are looking to flip before the more important objective.
I hope so, because that would be fun. We've had a lot of flips here today in a 24 kill game. That's what I expect. Is Kongyue almost caught out, but the TP saving the life here. Uniboy has come on in, and the charm's a shallow bit short. Leaky moving forward, no Mega Gnar bar. J-Team right now want to contest here for the Soul Point. Instead of going for that Baron, everyone's here for the party.
Dragon now spawning. Keep track of these flanks as Enzo, he is going the long way around.
He is, but he's spotted out. Hana doing the same thing on the back of the pit. Not only would this be a steal from the Soul, it would be an objective bounty for DCG. Uniboy in a great angle as Driver misses the Shock Blast combination, but Leaky's Mega Gnar bar. That's what I'm worried about. Dragon hasn't reset here until about now, but it's
a good
halted.
window for DCG.
Aggression there. J-Team needs to steal, and he gets it. Kongyue secures as Hana goes down as well. Now to 5 versus 4. Leaky with a one-man ulti. The hero's entrance hits no one. DCG get nothing as the bailout will only buy time for Chris Carter. But it's J-Team's story here today in their battle for second.
J-Team, they just completely own that fight. DCG, they just have no steam left in their composition. They don't have any protection for this Jinx, and it's all about the dive. And what do you know? There's just no damage in the dive. Hana, he is going full tank, and so is that Gnar. So now with Gnar getting his back stalled out, that's just going to be the end.
Yeah, Lil V's here, make it a bit quicker. J-Team versus DCG. No longer will this be a tie. It's J-Team who move up to second in the penultimate day of the PCS Spring.
J-Team put themselves in prime position to secure the second seed. DCG holding on to the second seed the entire time, and Kongya knows how important this game was.
Yep.
And man, it's definitely been a very stark contrast for DCG. They had such a strong opening to the split, and these last couple of weeks really looking flat.
Yeah, it is. And look, for DCG, you know, now 12-5, they can be caught up to as well. Beyond Gaming, CDVC Flying Oyster. They're in range to sneak one out from DCG, and you're right, like DCG, the split started so nicely. They've taken a couple of influential losses here. But against J-Team, that was a really hard ask when that early game from Kongyue, I think alone deserves MVP, because we look here again, Kongyue was the king of thieves in this game.
Yeah, and it looked like it was such a great timing to try and fight, right? Because you have Mega Gnar about to come up here. You also have them zoned off. But again, like, the ultimates just didn't synergize well at all. And when you're forced to use the hostile takeover in an attempt to try and follow up on an engage, then like, how are you supposed to protect this Jinx? Your comp only has Jinx for the damage, and you're all just leaving her behind.
I think as well, like when we talked a lot about the Renata that goes with it. Globally, Renata and Jinx, you know, some of the strongest 2v2 bottom lanes, especially with the Renata comps. But this time around, the Renata didn't have value. We never saw, as you said, everything piled together, everything go nicely. The Renata looked pretty useless here for Woody. And it was a shame because we could see what DCG wanted to do, but from early on, you know, the Gnar falling behind, Uniboy in a great position in his lane, Lil V and Enzo didn't really lose anything in their 2v2. J-Team's lanes were just steadily going along, and Kongyue was getting such an advantage. Props to this jungler, that level 2 gank, ingenious, and I think, again, we're seeing the strengths of Kongyue towards the later end of this split.
Yeah, Kongyue really starting to show up now that he doesn't have to go onto these hard carry champions like the Gwen, like the Diana, where he has to sort of play a 1v9 playstyle. Now it feels like he's found his comfort zone. He trusts the players, the rest of the players in his team, that they can also carry, whereas it felt like before is like, I have to do the job myself, otherwise it's just doomed. So here we get to see the damage charts. Like, Driver, what a man.
Yeah, not a surprise, right? Early landing phase had a great time, and Driver was one of the first to pick up that Mythic. And as he did, he just kept poking backline. It was him and Uniboy. Such a threat from these angles. And is it a surprise that the King of Thieves in this game picks up MVP? I don't think so. Kongyue from level 2 onwards was in charge of the jungle matchup.
Kongyue was just absolutely king in the jungle, looking like Tarzan.
Well, look, he's looking better than Tarzan, because Tarzan's not looking too great towards the end of this split. So
they're looking like DCG.
Yeah, they are. They are. I think Kongyue, again, there was a time where this guy was the representative for the LMS/PCS. Kongyue still has that experience behind him. He's got a mid laner he's very familiar with. It's coming up really nicely, and J-Team towards the later end of the split now on a 4-win streak. Like, this team has been a big surprise to me. I'm so happy that we have PSG and J-Team neck and neck for first and second at the moment. It feels just like...
Yeah, and especially when you're talking about the big ticket names left in the PCS, those two are the premier names. So it's great to see that these really treasured names are rising all the way to the top, and it makes for great storylines, and even also just brand recognition when we move on to possibly seeing them on the international stage.
Well, that's right. I mean, especially towards the end of spring, only one spot for MSI, but it's going to be a dangerous spot with the competition here in the PCS. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 more games to go. We get Sem9 and CFO right after this break to see if CFO can move up to a very similar angle.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to our nighttime. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue light. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a really good life and we are touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a really good life and we
Ladies and gentlemen, you stumbled upon the PCS, which is one of the bloodiest leagues in the world, but also, I've noticed, after casting many different leagues, one of the most fun to watch. My name is Hysterix, and I'm joined by Nightstar, who's been taking me through tonight. 2 more games to go, good sir, and quickly, as we get into this, remember, CDBC Bank and Caliber are our proud sponsors, and we also want to thank Riot Games and Garena for the league operations and the full production. Now, sir, that we've moved through, DCG vs J-Team was one of the highlights of the night. I think CFO vs Sem9 is a highlight in a different way because Sem9 still need their first win, and I'm just wondering if they're going to get it.
I don't know if it's going to come against CFO, but
Good point.
their remaining schedule is not kind to them. So,
Yep.
It's, yeah, Sem9 might just be...
You sound so optimistic. It's rough, it's hard, it's difficult, and 0-16. It's no surprise, right? Going up against CDBC Flying Oyster, we can start with the positives here, Nightstar, because I think this team has had the most dangerous solo lanes, and while they've been a little bit back and forth against DCG, J-Team, PSG, this is still a roster that I'm kind of scared of and has had some banger performances.
Yeah, when it comes to taking on Flying Oysters, it's about the mechanical prowess, right? And the mechanical powers that they have in both mid and top is just really, really insane. Even Gemini is probably one of the better mechanical junglers in our league.
Yep.
And then it really just comes down to this bottom lane. In this game in particular, they've put Atlan back in, so maybe they're looking for a more top-side focused approach. I'm not sure, because Shun, honestly, in his 3 games, he's looked really, really good, and they've performed very, very well when it comes to getting bot lane leads and snowballing around the Xayah.
Yeah, it's surprising, right? They started with Atlan and, recently seeing Shun, there must be something going back to, the basics here for CDBC Flying Oyster. Again, this team, though, hasn't always really been about the bottom side. Koala's great, Atlan's great, but it has been about the top 3. Whereas in Sem9, I'm not sure what it's been about. I think Arashi's had moments. Lazar, when he's gotten through the laning phase, has been great. But this team is still lacking direction and kind of lacking that strength in any one specific role in comparison to the rest of the PCS.
Yeah, I think you mentioned when Lazar's gotten out of lane, he's been okay. And that's been the issue, is getting out of the lane phase. As we get to see our comparison, it will be Atlan and ClayX. ClayX, I feel like he's had he's had the opportunity to perform, but at the same time, because they end up using so many resources on making sure Lazar gets out of lane in a all right manner, he's not given the opportunity to actually carry, because he's not given the resources to carry.
Yeah, that's rough in that sense. I like that we are, it would have been hard to find a head-to-head in this matchup. Like, I like that we're looking at bot at the very least. I think ClayX has somewhat been, I can't use words like reliable, but okay, I'm going to use words like reliable. Some kind of reliable source. It's hard, right? It's really hard talking about this team because it's kind of like how I saw V5 in LPL in previous years. It's funny that they're the top team at the moment, but V5 went 0-16 in 2 different splits, and it was really hard because they didn't have an identity. They struggled to find winning lanes. Sem9, I see in a very similar light as they go up against CFO here. We have to just see if they can play towards Lazar, if they can get him, again, out of the laning phase as we go to Big Ben.
Yeah, that will be a difficult task up against what a lot of fans call PCS Chovy in Mission, because he just CS gaps you every single time. It's such a tall order here for Sem9. As we get to see the bans Zeri, Syndra, and Tryndamere taken away by Sem9. Interestingly enough, they do direct the ban towards Mission Syndra. Of course, that is a champion that can get early cryo, can also just one-shot you in lane. But at the same time, CFO have played a lot of Galio themselves for Mission, and I almost expect to see the same this time around too.
But it kind of makes sense to me that they would first pick the Lee Sin here in the draft, right? When you and I have been going through games where it's been 80 carry, a weird Nautilus first pick, against Arashi, banning away Hecker and banning away Diana. This guy is, other than that, played things like the Xin Zhao, the Viego, putting him on the back burner while Gemini's Lee Sin has also been his most played. It's just a nice takeaway from CFO to start us off.
Yeah, it looks like it will be the Ahri and Jinx locked in. I mean, as far as backline goes, that's pretty nice for the side of Sam9. And I mean, CFO looks like they're currently hovering the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa mid is, from what I've heard, it's actually being played against Ahri because Ahri can't punish you hard enough. So it's very possible they could lock in the Kai'Sa still later on, and that might be something Sam9 have to take care of in the ban phase. But CFO, they'll go ahead, lock in the Xayah pick. I was kind of looking at the Xayah and saying, hey, maybe Shun is in because Atlan's just not comfortable on the Xayah. Well, now we'll get to see if that is the case as he gets the Xayah in his hands.
I mean, I just love the fact that Xayah is being played. One of the most fun champions to watch through team fighting, and ClayX's second most played, so it's takeaways after takeaways. Of course, opting into the Jinx here for the matchup will be fun to watch here in the 2v2 as we get Arashi back on that Viego. So at least some kind of comfort here for Sam9, where we're going to see what goes into the other solo lane and what Felia picks up for his support.
Yeah, for Sam9, it's all about the resets, right? After that first kill, you get ult reset on both Arashi and Lazar on the Ahri and the Viego, and it's about playing off of those and the Jinx excitement. So we'll see what they pair things up. They are lacking a little bit of a front line if they want to play around the Jinx, right? So maybe we end up seeing a Sion or a Gragas up in the top lane for Shiromine. And for support, I mean, I guess we're back to stock standard Leona and Nautilus if possible.
Well, I don't like that you said that, but you're right. It's stock standard probably going to be there, so... The Rakan ban away, also hurting Felia, noting that this guy, when I have casted him, Rakan's been his most played, and yeah, it's actually aligned with the Leona, so we'll see if we go that direction, but Leona is the final ban. So we've taken away quite a lot of supports here. Now it's going to be about those options left up. A support counterpick would be interesting, getting a strong Kennen top, and I don't know if you've been seeing a lot of Kennen in the PCS. We've been seeing hardly any in LPL apart from 369. It's not even going to be that. Instead, we just get a pure Malphite from Shiromine.
I like the Malphite pick here. You already see triple AD threats. Yes, most likely Mission is going to go onto some sort of AP mid laner, perhaps something like a Orianna. But if it is an Orianna, it's another immobile backline mage, so you're perfectly fine playing this Malphite pick, and it's going to be a different immobile backline mage in the Victor. So I actually love this Malphite pick for Shiromine. Again, the issue is going to be the lane phase, but we can talk more about that once we get into that. And for Sam9, I mean, you're saving counter pick for a support, so it must be them looking at the Renata. But actually, this is a better Renata angle than before because there is less range on CFO than what we saw in the previous game. It's just a matter of, yeah, there we go.
I was going to say, like, you mentioned range in the last game, and you're right. Like, this time around, the range, less so, and more setup, more reliable setup, I'd say, with the Malphite ultimate. So we'll see how it plays out this time for Felia, because for Sam9, chasing that win is, it's just everything for them. They've got 2 games left, including this. It's CFO, then DCG. And I don't know where they do it, but God, you got to believe in it somewhere, folks. CFO, if you're wondering what's on the table for them, all I can tell you is that CFO are also chasing away the top 2. If they get a win here and then they find a win against, what's their last series? Frank Esports is the final series of the regular season. They then move to 13. And 13 has the potential to hit top 2, depending if all others lose, like DCG to Sem9, J-Team as well to Impunity. There's a lot there that can make CDBC tie up, but it is a hard ask. At the very least, Nightstar, I think you're looking for top 4 here, and that's what a win can accomplish.
Yeah, at the very least, if you get top 4, it gets you side selection for the first round. So that's small advantages, you know. But man, if we turn off nameplates, this Sem9 comp is looking real good. But we can't. We have to factor in the nameplate. So CFO.
We have to. You're right. God. You're being very straightforward about Sem9 Nightstar, and I'm all about it. A 0-16. How do they go at the bottom of the PCS? Will Sem9 go to Worlds this year? Only time will tell. But for now, they ain't going to MSI. They ain't going to playoffs, but they are going straight to my heart as the team that have had some pretty brilliant early games. And when I say brilliant, I mean sometimes explosive when the mid lane hasn't been blowing up themselves. So explosive, not implosive. I'm learning the difference. As CFO, you might not like the draft as much, but it is a lot more standard, a lot more in a simple direction here with Graves, with Victor, like something we saw a lot in 12.2, 12.3.
It's really just picking whatever comfortable lane champions you want on CFO.
They're spotted.
But a nice ward here. Can they get a collapse?
Well, it
they
depends.
know Rest is deep.
It's a W start from Lazar. No charm here. Unfortunate, but then again,
Rest.
you're an Ari. Yeah, he's behind enemy line. Spotted out. Rest in 1v3. Lazar's damage going to come
Is
through.
this it?
Electrocute there.
Is this
yes,
it?
it is. First blood, Sem9. Here we go.
All right, all aboard. We are on the Sem9 train. If it's going to happen, you get first blood with, I would say, a superior composition, and it's against CFO. So, like, maybe that slows down their lane power. Unfortunately, though, Rest still has his flash, so he's still fine. Koala also helping them out.
Nice handshake here. Ignite goes down, and Clayek's going to chase this one up. Remember that heal's still available from Atlan, so he'll back away. Nothing further committed, but Sem9, dude, I don't know. So far, we're 600 gold up, and things are going nice, apart from mid lane.
Yeah, Mission is already styling on this lane, and we're only 2 minutes in. I don't see it going up, but elsewhere.
Got him again. Oh, that handshake, beautiful into the traps. Koala flashes away, and this is why we're seeing the Jinx Renata combo being so strong. A nice duo here from Philia and Clay X, the focus this game of Sem9, it seems.
Yeah, and this lane does offer a lot of power, right? The issue is the scaling power coming in from a Renata can be a lot lower than just pure enchanter supports, and it's a lot more comp dependent. But in this particular game, it does work out against the composition of CFO, and now it looks like these two junglers are going to kind of pass up each other, but Lazar is 1 HP.
Oh, Sonic Wave connects, so that's so easy. Charm doesn't, Gemini gets out, and never mind the Viego off to the wing. 1-1, nice gank from Gemini.
Man, Lazar taking that death there under his tower. At least he keeps his flash, but it's really just like the smallest of victories.
Yep.
For him, because he is in a terrible spot as Koala. He knows.
Yeah, they do. They know that Arashi's down in the bottom lane, and look, that early first blood, the gold's been evened up, and you know, Lazar, again, the laning phase has been the roughest thing here for the mid laner. Every single time I watch him, he's getting bullied out, and Mission gets him low. Gemini does the finishing touches, and the second kill gets to Gemini. Now the goal's even. What do you want to see here from junglers, Nightstar? Because never mind, Dredgeline comes through. Now we're looking at the bottom lane. ClayX is ignited, and he's about to go down. Bailout comes through, giving him time, but Koala picks up the kill, and just like that, Semnine are on the back foot.
And all of a sudden, a great hook coming in from Koala. He's missed a lot of the early ones and almost got himself killed in those situations, but he lands a massive hook there onto ClayX. ClayX does not use the flash and decides to just hold on to these summoners. Apparently, everyone's just holding on to flash now.
Yeah, they are, because they're deciding they're going to use it next game. So, at least for CFO, they didn't have to burn it out in their AD carry because they're the ones aggressing for the play. But hey, Koala picked up the kill. That's something for Sem9, but the problem is that there's a CS lead developing bot side, mid, top as well. Individual lanes from CFO are doing really nicely despite the early first blood, and even though Rest died, he was able to TP to top side and is having a great time against the Malphite. Oh, no.
Yeah, now Arashi.
Yeah, it's a Lee Sin. It's a Lee Sin against the Viego. How do you win this? You need Lazar who flashes in, but Gemini with the counter play. He flashes back into melee range. The Sonic Wave comes through. Gemini with the clutch 2v2. CFO well and truly on the board.
Oh, he dodges out on the charm, and that was critical as they just don't have the damage afterwards to actually get the kill back. And I mean, were we surprised? No.
No, you don't have to justify it. We're not. If you're surprised about Gemini being clutch, no way. Like in the past couple of series, I think it was the Graves game where he was just split pushing to death. As we look at the replay here, Nightstar, it's Gemini again who comes in massive.
Yeah, Gemini finds the Q, and I mean, Gemini just dodges out onto that sidestep or the ward hop, just kills any momentum Sem9 could have had. But they actually find a gank top lane. They get the kill on to Rest. That will help a little bit here. And the only saving grace on this composition right now is this Malphite. Once he hits that mid-game point, these Malphite ultimates could potentially really make a big statement in the game. Just to be able to follow up then with the hostile takeover is
replay.
We're going to go from replay into a replay.
Nice. Clean stuff from Sem9. And there was something you talked about in draft that I found interesting is hello Koala. He's joined in the mid lane play and Lazar again getting bullied out. But you were talking a lot about how the fights work for Sem9, right, with this draft. And we got to remember, you mentioned resets here being a really big thing for Lazar, for Arashi. And Arashi's in a very good position here, 2-1 on the Viego. He has a Sheen, double longsword. There's quite a bit of damage access early, so they are kind of setting up for one of the conditions you highlighted here in the early game.
Yeah, and it looks like they want another kill. No ult on Malphite, though.
Yeah, Rest with his flash available. One burnt here from Arashi. The response good. CFO's top laner again getting bullied. Well, look at the top lane. Oh no, just when Sem9 have an opportunity, ClayX gonna feel it out. Ulti comes through, ClayX out in the nick of time, burning his flash. He ain't holding on to it this time, Nightstar, but CFO open up the bot wave again, and Gemini, he's gonna trickle on in, but ClayX is already gone, so he's just coming down for the exit play, and CFO opening up bot yet again means a big thing here for their early game.
Yeah, Felia ClayX just really struggling in this lane phase. Straight into another replay of Sterix. It's just a nice hook. And, I mean, Felia, you just can't be there. Especially when you've lost lane advantages, then things, and whenever it's a range versus melee support matchup, things will swing very wildly.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we've got a lead in bot that's about 10 CS. Look at mid, 20 CS with Lazar getting camped from Koala's roams. Gemini might be down on CS, but he's keeping up in kills, and at this point, still a massive threat. And again, you come back to the point that you mentioned here, that Sem9 still have that top side, keeping him at bay. Rest is, you know, unusually down pretty bad. And I feel like CFO's top laner has always been a win condition. Their solo lane is huge. We'll have to see how he goes as Herald gets started up by Sem9.
Well, Herald is started out, but I feel like we're possibly about to witness a 1v1 in that bottom lane, but Koala, okay.
Okay, Dredgeline comes through anyway, into the gravity field, yeah. Felia with the Chaos Storm, but it requires a bit of follow-up damage. Lazar walking into it, though. He has to kite back and luckily survives. Harashi wants to bring the play. Spirit Rush comes on in, but Koala, instead of Dredgelining into the Ahri, goes backwards, but Lazar still here, being dangerous as Shiromine makes it danger for CFO. His ulti up and available, and it looks like nothing happens for now as Gemini are playing with fire, and CFO still haunting for a fight.
You know what? I appreciate Lazar still looking for the play, because in a lot of our previous games, once he's set behind, he's really just playing catch-up the entire way, always behind on the play. But Shiromine, in the 1v1 against Rest, it's not going to be a 1v1 much longer, though.
Again, what are we expecting here? Shiromine with the instant ult in, Rest at half HP. Gemini joins in, though. And Arashi wants that Heartbreaker. He gets a stun onto Gemini.
Level advantage.
Half HP. Ulti lands on in. Gemini burning
so
down.
Close, yes.
There's your reset. That'll turn into a Sonic Wave as well, but Rest is already out. Nicely done again. Arashi carrying this early game.
Arashi looking really, really good here, taking advantage of Rest in that top lane. And again, like, Shiromine on this Malphite is going to be instrumental as well. So these two champions could just very well carry this mid game for Sem9.
Yeah.
But they need some help. They need a little bit more damage coming in from Lazar or ClayX to aid them in those efforts. And Felia,
level 5. He is level 5 versus Victor. Please run away. That's a 4-level lead. And he's about to get sandwiched in if he sticks around in the choke. Koala's going to spot him out.
Oh no, he went over the wall.
But no one's nearby for now.
Level 6 Koala
has the ulti. Does he want to play support or combat? Arashi's here again. Gemini's willing to play it out. Bailout's there too. Sonic Wave at max range, but not taken. It's in front of the dragon that both these teams are converting, and I just love the willingness to fight in this early game. Yoink.
Gemini snags away that dragon. But he doesn't have Smite now for the dragon. That is slowly coming off cooldown. That could be actually an interesting point here for the next play, as he's they just see I keep stalling.
I'm just noticing while you're talking here that CFO have a 3k gold lead, 3,500 gold lead, kind of out of nowhere, even after Sem9 with the one picking up the response kills. And it's because of top, with the CS lead still there, after Rest has been ganked twice. Mid is 30 CS ahead. Bot is 30 CS ahead. It is just lane diff here from CFO.
Yeah.
Kind of what you expect when Sem9 are the team at the bottom, so rightly so.
Yeah, they'll now secure their second dragon here. We'll see what rift it is going to be. As Cloud means
top again.
Yeah, let's go top lane.
Minions are dead, but Rest soon will be as well. Good knock up here. Shiromine is tanking up. Rest buying time, but a good flash response. Lazar comes in. Another time shot. He heals up. He's ticking down. Woo. Nicely played from Rest. An attempt, but Sem9 get there in the end while Mission wants the 1v2 mid. Hang on. Hold your horses. Bailout's there, but Gemini saves the day. Kick flash back in. ClayX, the bailout times out, and Gemini to the rescue once again. This jungler is so legit it hurts.
Oh my god, Gemini, right place, right time once more, and unfortunately, Rest has been the odd man out. But at the same time, he's been really absorbing a lot of pressure still. Even though he is dying, he still has a massive CS edge. And I mean, and now it just comes down to, can Arashi carry, because it is the Sunder build, so it's not the highest DPS build you could muster, and which means we need that extra ounce coming in from either a Lazar or a Clay X. But if you get that first reset, the best part about Viego is if you kill them, you get to steal their items. So gold almost doesn't matter.
That's true. But as we look towards mid, I mean, Gemini, the saving grace, Mission going in against a 1v2. He has that much faith in his jungle duo.
Yeah, a little bit miscoordination on the Jinx Renata combo as well. Velia hasn't looked too comfortable on this Renata pick, I have to say. But for Sem9, on this next Rift Herald, I think that's really where it boils down to. Can they find a fight at either of these next two objectives? Because you do have the Frozen Heart completed onto Shiromini. This is probably the strongest one-item power spike that you could get for a Malphite, just because of how devastating he is going to be if he gets access to the backline.
Just curious, I don't think I've seen a Frozen Heart first on Malphite in all my time. Well, I'm not going to say all my time at casting, could have missed a couple, but at least for this split with our Malphites. Interesting to see here. We can talk about it shortly because Sem9 want to dive this bottom lane. Lazar and Arashi holding the wave together, but Rest has so much wave clear, there's not really a wave to play with. Sem9 are wasting so much time. Look at mid. The response play from CFO is forcing
They're all coming
them down. But yeah, okay, never mind. They're just going to double down on Rest. Collateral damage is there, but onto Lazar. Look at Rest. Take it on the team against Arashi. He's kited it out. He needs one more auto, but he doesn't find it. Arashi had the bailout too, but Rest gets so much respect for playing weak side this game, while CFO are taking resources across the map. This is going to be so worth.
I mean, they lose the tower mid, they lose the tower top lane, they lose their jungle in that top half. They've really just exchanged everything to try and kill Rest. But at the very least, Rest doesn't get to play League of Legends. I guess that's as much of a dub for Sem9 because they haven't been able to play League of Legends all split.
Cool. Well, CFO are going to bring action back in as Gemini gets a kick against the wall. Shiromini, nothing done with it. They don't want to take it in because he has the unstoppable force. And at least for Sem9, they get back out on the map fast enough where they stop the turret push. But look at the gold lead. It's expanded despite Rest going down. We're almost at 7,000. In fact, 6,000 if I can do math properly. We got 6,000 gold with Dragon coming up with Herald number 2 as well. Look at the item difference on your map. 2 items here for Atlan. We've almost got 2 items for Rest despite his game. 2 items coming shortly for Mission, who is leading in gold, as you can now see. Even over Arashi, who got so many resources in the early game.
Yeah, Arashi has to be the big focus here for Sem9. How does this top jungle interaction work out for this next fight? Could potentially come around. Well, okay, it's not going to happen here.
Yeah, good ulti. Attempt, TP coming through, and that was taken by CFO. Nice from Arashi to try out as Lazar teleports in for that play. So Rift Herald is going to be taken here by CFO, but 15 seconds till Dragon. I wonder if they're going to stick around to try and fight for this next objective.
Now here's the issue. Because they've already lost mid-tier 1, CFO could just go for almost a base race play while Sem9 are looking for the Dragon because they have Rift Herald.
Oh, nice here from Atlan, but he ults the wrong way. Shiromini not getting an ult off, but the ulti from the new champion is nice. Gemini jumping into melee range, though.
That's 2.
Well, Arashi's going to have an Ari. I don't know what that was there, but hang on a minute. Sem9 find it anyway. And I guess it's going to be okay as Arashi's carrying the fight. I'm lost for words as over the wall. He's going to find Rest again. They want the top lane. He flashes away, but Arashi under turret, maybe a little bit too deep. Rest is there, autos him to death, but Dragon's denied. This is a bit of a fiesta, and I had so much trouble tracking that last fight.
Oh, we're going to need the replay on that one, Hysterics. But Arashi concedes over a gold bounty to Rest. So, I mean, as well as he was doing in the CS department, he was missing that extra boost of gold coming in from the kills. As you get to see the replay. Great ulti coming in from Shiromini, forces out the ultimate coming in from Atlan early on, and it sets up for an alright Renata ultimate, but at the very least it controls a lot of space, which forces Mission out of the fight. And because of that, they're able to find those kills. And Arashi also still gets his trademark Lee Sin, but unfortunately unable to finish off this kill. He gets stuck in the Krugs, which means that Rest gets a nice little gold bounty.
And I mean, I just watched Gemini in that fight. A great play in the early game, but Gemini going so deep, and Sonic Wave lands. And here we go. It's time to talk him up once again. The dichotomy of this jungler, where CFO, we come back even after losing the Dragon. It's still a 6k gold lead. They're pushing on multiple fronts, and Lazar here with the charm,
nice
and
charm,
Frost on a 2-man as well. Atlan has the ulti though, but down goes Koala. M9 on the chases. Arashi wants to be Atlan now, jumping forward. The feathers fly, the blades fall down. But Shiramane with the ulti trying to pick a target, but Atlan, he's out safely, and Rest is here with the collateral damage. They're so low, and the kick as well ends up being a 2-man. But Shiramane is out looking to turn around, and CFO are still down a member, as Shiramane can't find the chase to get back in.
Oh, Shiro just really threatening with this ult.
Oh, okay, well, we got a flash out coming from Atlan, but
Rest
Arashi's deep. It was flash to flash. Shiramane forced that one from Mission, but now the re-engage. CFO have it as the bailout buys time, but Rest is here, getting revenge for this game. He heard you knocking with a Sonic Wave, and Gemini gets on in.
Too far.
This time a little bit too far. Well, last time it was too, but there ain't no reset to follow up. It's messy League of Legends, and I'm all about it.
At the very least, M9 are putting up a fight. With this Malphite pick, that I talked it up, saying that it was the key for them to try and get back into this game, and maybe the one way they can actually find fights. And here it is, a replay of that last fight. Shiramane ults forward, looking for Mission, knowing that, hey, I don't have any resistances against this AP threat. If we can burst them out, I can just steamroll the rest of the fight, but Mission flashes it, and that's really kind of the rest of the fight down the drain. But now it is going to be missing summoners on all of the backline carries for CFO. So this next ultimate from Shiramane could be devastating.
How hard it is for Sem9 to try and get their first win. 0-16, this team fighting so hard, but CFO still with a huge gold lead. The kick comes through, and yep, Felia is deciding to bail himself out, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the money. And that means he stays in jail right now for another 30 seconds. Sem9, 5 versus 4. Baron's up and available, and CFO right in front of the purple worm.
Yeah, usually you would say, hey, with 2 lethality champions, you don't do it that quickly, but
okay,
Mine coming in with a flank.
They're all over the map. I mean, Lazar's not there. There's the rocket, but CFO are burning this out. Koala paying retribution there, but in front of the Baron, they secure a Shiramane ult in, but to no effect at half HP, while CFO have the damage. They force his flash. Look at Rest. He is so sick of this game.
He doesn't
care. He cares
care.
not for the Baron. He cares not for the team. Sem9 want to collapse.
But Arashi.
But this Graves is still here standing, trying to play around, kiting everything, but eventually he drops. And CFO might lose the top laner, but they got 4 members with the Baron buff.
They get themselves a Baron, but Sem9, they come out with a small victory by getting a shutdown onto Rest, onto their Jinx. So, you know, that small silver lining, it's, I mean, you can barely see it, Hysterics.
Yep. But
it's technically still there.
Well, I mean, I don't know, because this game has just been a lot of whoopsie-doo. It's a 21 kill game in 23 minutes. CFO, well, you wouldn't call this clean, as Koala's just walking into enemy territory by himself.
Good
he
pick.
dredge lines back in. Ults there, Koala lucky to be alive, but Gemini in the backline. A 2-man kick with the bailout saving him.
Shiro has ult.
As the ulti comes through, Felia misses. It's zones. Shiramane ults out of there, flashes through. What is this game? Rest is like the best player, and he's 0-4.
I would love to see Rest get the MVP here, because
it's got an Axiom arc. What is the build? What's happening? What is the build? What the hell?
He's just got pure shred. I feel like this is a bit of a mistake because he could have just gotten, you know, a last whisper item. But you know what? Hey, more power to him.
Yeah, something like, yeah, more power to them. I mean, I both love and hate, you know, Rest is a pro player, I'm garbage. Seeing the Axiom arc, we're getting ult Sentry here with a reset, Sonic Wave connects. CFO love blood, and at this point, Gemini not taking a Sonic Wave is news to me as Lazar gets burnt down again. Koala dredge lines in. This guy a baller in some ways. Rest goes over the wall. Sem9 are dealing with the graves in their face, and CFO just flaunting their wallets right now. Money falling out left, right, and center. Sem9 can't defend 2 inhibitor turrets.
And it's just a full court press coming in from CFO here. See when Sem9 decides to pull the trigger because they need to look for an opening.
Shiramine is stretch lined in. Koala brings him closer towards his mid laner, but he won't get the kill as Clay X is hit as well. Look at Rest and Gemini on the front lines of battle. Rest cares not. He is so sick of Arashi this game. Collateral damage comes through. The Axiom arc brings him closer to yet another. Arashi going golden, looking for a bit of a kill reset, but triple over the mission. This game, a bloodbath, and in that kind of fashion, CFO will move closer towards the top of the table, but boy, oh boy, was it not convincing. Sem9, I'm sorry, they'll have to say 0-17.
Sem9. They made it entertaining.
Oh, that's a word for it.
It was, at the very least, they made it spicy. And it wasn't just your stock standard keeling over in doom and death and waiting for it. So credit goes to them and at least putting up a fight, but for CFO, they got what they came for, and that was Sem9's lunch money.
They got what they came for. They came for a scrum. They literally came for a schoolyard scrap. The lunch money was taken, but unfortunately they then went to the parents and they said, look, we're going to fight you for that as well. That's how deep this game goes for CDBC Flying Oyster. And, you know, a lot of people look at the names on this roster. Mission, Rest, like Gemini. There's very well-known names globally who, you know, in the past, we've seen these guys represent, we've seen these guys be at the top of the game for the PCS and the, you know, elements. I love this team, but I also kind of wonder how far they can go, because this is the team that also isn't clean, maybe like the PSGs or the J teams at their heights. Deep Cross Gaming, yes, recently haven't been the cleanliness either, but they've still been a team that, you know, in the mid to early parts of the split, have been able to close out games significantly well. Mm-hmm. I kind of wonder where CDBC will end up, because despite getting this win, this is not a team I'd be confident in with the other top 5 Nightstar.
Yeah, with CDBC Flying Oyster, mechanically, you have the most confidence in them to just win up a straight-up fight.
Wrong.
But when it comes to maneuvering around the map, they all kind of have their own agendas. Like, especially Rest in that last game. Just saying, you know, screw what's happening elsewhere. I'm just going to dead man push.
Sure.
Just all the way. It's Nexus or bust. I mean, fortunately, the rest of the team were also so far ahead that he could kind of do that. But when it comes to some of these other matchups against the top 5, you can see if they don't win through team fighting or just mechanical outplays, they look lost. And they had moments, Hysterics, that they kind of look a little lost, Koala.
That's okay. Moments are good. Like Koala going on a journey. I know all about it being in Australia. Koalas literally sleep during the day. They're active at night. They call them drop bears, but honestly, you know, Koala wasn't dropping out of any trees then. He was the one jumping up them. And, you know, props to the support who decided that Nautilus was going to go full throttle every single team fight. But, you know, I still give some props to CFO, right? They first picked this Lee Sin. And Nightstar, all it takes is Gemini on it as someone who can carry through the early stages with his priority lanes, and he looks unleashed. And I think, even though Arashi was diving bot over and over, Gemini was still getting equal or more amounts of resource with his response play.
Yeah, Gemini played this Lee Sin to a T. Was controlling everything that was going around the map. Yes, Rest died a whole lot, and I would have loved to see him get the MVP anyways, but Gemini, clearly the MVP in that regard. Even got, in that last fight, when Shiromine engages onto the backline, he goes in, kicks Clay X on the Jinx back into his team. So having just massive impact on this Lee Sin pick.
Does that look like a face of mercy to you? Look at Gemini, look him in the eyes, and you tell him that he's not going to playoffs. Now, of course, CDBC are. We know they are. They're not going to be in the lower bracket. But it's all about how far they can go, and Gemini means business. I'm scared of that man. I know he would probably 1v1 me in real life. And all I could say is, like, it's a pleasure watching CFO of no matter how messy. I think earlier in the split when I started casting PCS, I really enjoyed their DCG game. I think their J-Team game as well, I casted too. It's a lot of fun because the confidence out of Rest and Mission alongside Gemini is what makes CDBC Flying Oyster for me, and what makes them such a deadly team that could maybe finish, 5th or 6th. But then could also finish in towards playoffs, could get all the way to finals in some crazy kind of scenario. I think this is the most, would you say unreliable, but also unpredictable team in the PCS right now?
Yes, it would definitely be our most volatile team, right? Where they can spike really, really hard. Their highs, definitely international level, but their lows... Oh, man, it could be rough. We haven't quite seen all the lows, but certainly still there, as at the very least, they got what they came for.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, that's right. I love a nice short line there, Night Star. But we do have one final matchup, and people have been asking about this one. Our final matchup of the night, it goes to PSG and Beyond Gaming. This is one you definitely don't want to miss, with PSG sitting first, and Beyond Gaming looking to rise up the ranks as well.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS for the last time here tonight. We are on the penultimate day of the regular season of 2022 Spring. My name's Cysterix. I am joined by Nightstar. Quick reminder, CDBC Bank and Caliber are our official sponsors, and we want to thank Carry Live, Garena, and Riot Games for our official production of the English broadcast and the league operation for the PCS as well. Nightstar, in our final game of the night, we have our World's 2021 teams going up against each other.
Yeah, and last time we saw them, it was the first game of the split.
Yes.
New look BYG taking on new look PSG, and it was Beyond Gaming that took that one in somewhat surprising fashion. But then it was a bit of a rocky rest of that start of for Beyond Gaming, and it was really just a lot of flowers and sunshine for PSG. Although they did drop that latest game against CFO, we need to see if BYG can replicate either the CFO game or just their first game of the split.
Well, that's right, because, for Beyond Gaming starting on their side, Beyond Gaming have been, here and there, like a slow start to the split, as they lost to MFT, they lost to DCG. There's games that they shouldn't have lost that were like, hang on a minute. Why are BYG consistently losing against J-Team and DCG? Aren't they meant to be a top team in the league? But we've talked a lot about Minji and players, like Minji coming through, and Wako as well on this roster, and kind of comparing them to Split's past, where we're wondering, are they an upgrade? Are Beyond Gaming going to be the same caliber as they were last year?
Yeah, and for the most part, it's been Beyond Gaming trying to find their identity with these different players.
Yep.
Although, if you look at the stats, it's like Beyond Gaming, they are an insanely good laning team. They are so lane dominant. They get first tower more often than not. They get first blood more often than not and tend to snowball around those advantages, yet they still end up with the longest game time as well, which means that something's not quite clicking in the mid game, and really it's about that coordination. They get a lot of lane advantages, they just don't know what to do with those.
So let's talk a little bit about PSG talent, because they're leading the league right now. If anyone hasn't tuned into the PCS, this team is 14-2. They have secured top 2, which in the PCS, in the double elimination format, when 8 teams go to playoffs, PSG will be in the second round, and they have a chance if they lose out to whoever faces them. So it is a really good position for PSG to be in, but a win here as well, they would get to 15. And I'm looking across, no one can get to 15. No one at the moment. It looks like, no one can get past 14. So PSG would secure first and be the best PCS team towards the regular split. And as we look towards our matchup, Liang versus Hanabi, this is exciting for me because we have very different angles, very different play styles to look at here, Nightstar.
Yeah, for Hanabi, it's been getting the blind pick Gnar, playing more a weak side, and then just being stronger in team fights, being that utility player to either frontline or bring these big team fight ultimates like a Gangplank ult, like a Gragas ult, or that Gnar ultimate. So look for those picks to be the key for Hanabi, but at the same time, for Liang, he's been just absolutely dominating up top side with the Graves, with the Jace, and with the Tryndamere. Tryndamere is pretty much a must ban in PCS, and in particular against Liang.
It's crazy. You guys are so big on Tryndamere here. You're right, a must ban, and if PSG didn't ban it here when Liang has been a monster on it, wouldn't make much sense. So welcome to Pick and Ban for our final game of the night for what I would call probably one of the matches of the week. PSG is so dominant at the moment, and a win here would cement their legacy for this split. Again, making the best team in the regular season. That Tryndamere ban we talked about, that is off the table straight away.
Tryndamere taking off. And BYG, if they are able to win out, they would put their name in the hat to try and make a push for that second seed. At the very least, guaranteed themselves a tiebreak situation for the third seed.
Yep.
And the last ban will be the Zeri. So making sure Wako doesn't get that for himself. And it looks like priority is going to be the Ahri pick. Bay, he's tend to drift towards this pick once that Rise has come off the table, because it also helps facilitate these roams. And perhaps PSG will look towards the Galio that we've seen being a big priority for a lot of these other PCS squads.
Especially tonight, Galio has just always been there. So let's see if it comes through. I want to note that for BYG, the reason that you see an Ahri first pick is that Minji's most played. 7 games played. He has 6 out of 7 of those games as a win with an 11 KDA. It's a very big champion here on the new addition to BYG. As for PSG, we got a Vex going up against it, so Bay wants to match the dashes with someone who can react well.
A very early Vex locked in, and man, these picks are coming in so fast. For PSG, the Vex offers a little bit more team fight presence versus a lot more pick and solo potential coming in from the Ari, and BYG locking in the Kaisa so early as well is interesting because we don't tend to see Kaisa be banned out in the second phase, and PSG will round out their first phase with the Lee Sin. So pretty balanced all around coming in from both of these squads. But I would say PSG, it feels like they're going to be a little bit more comfortable with this draft.
Yeah, I mean, Juhan on the Lee Sin, once again, another champion that Hoosh has been big on, but Juhan's second most played here. It's all about comfort, it seems, here as we go to the second ban phase. We're going pretty fast, so I want to keep up here because it feels like there is a lot of targeting now in the bottom lane. A Kaiwing support pool, it's quite open. We know Kaiwing is someone who's been great at the Rakan. The Leona, the split, has been his best champion. 5-0 on it for a good reason, with a 35 KDA. I wonder if Beyond Gaming decide to take that away from him as red side first pick. Could just be the support to get a counter up in that top side for Hanabi.
Yeah, they are lacking a little bit of front line, and I mean, you could go for some sort of blinds pick Scion or Gragas in this situation and save counter pick for your support, but you already kind of know what this backline is going to be from Beyond Gaming, so you're not holding necessarily for something like a Renata in that case. So I like the fact that they go ahead, lock in the support pick, save the counter pick for Hanabi, at least get him a better matchup, because now it removes a lot of possibilities for Liang because he doesn't know the matchup.
Ooh, okay, so we get the Graves here. I was a little bit skeptical of the top lane matchup there. Haven't seen an Akshan in quite a while. We get the Nautilus, so standard support matchup. Now, Hanabi has his choice, but we did talk about him playing weak side. He is kind of just someone who, you know, has to pursue the laning phase at his own regard. That's why the GP banned away.
Ooh.
Interesting to see the Gwen make it all the way through. We saw Gwen stage 1 bans earlier tonight.
Yes.
But hasn't actually been picked up. And for Hanabi, there we go, would have AP solo laners for PSG.
I completely forgot the existence of Gwen. Gwen is immune to my memory, apparently.
Yeah.
And I mean, this Gwen pick potentially gets a lot of value, right? Because this backline, very, very vulnerable to something like a Gwen, and there's no way to peel off this champion once it's on top of you. So Hanabi could be in for a massive game, and it really just comes down to how does Husha and Juhan interact with these laners. For the most part, Juhan's been kind of put on duty to just try and keep track of the other jungler, make sure he doesn't get to influence his lanes, and that goes the same way for Husha as well, because he knows his lanes are so good. As long as the jungler doesn't gank him, we kind of win naturally. So I'm interested to see the chess match between these two junglers.
Yeah, because again, like coming into today, there was a focus up on top lane. There was a focus on the different stylistic matchup that top lane is, but jungle's been so important for PSG Talon, especially since we remember that River was the core carrier, or a core member, I should say, of previous PSG Talon. Juhan and Bay have come in to replace two, you know, very big members in the previous Worlds lineup. And for PSG, they still stand strong. They still have one of the most kick-ass bottom lanes in the league. And that's why I'm more interested in this one as we go into our final game of the night. It's Talon versus Beyond Gaming. PSG sitting at the top. All they need is a win to guarantee first. But for Beyond Gaming, they got tiebreakers to play if they can pull a win out of this hat. And, you know, running on through, we have pretty standard League of Legends coming across, but I'll also be interested to see how Bay versus Minji go, considering that they are two new additions, replacing previous world contenders on the roster before.
Kino actually invading very early on, and Bay could get picked off here.
Oh, Charm, he dodges it though, but still gonna die. Despite the gloom, it looks like doom comes for PSG in the early game.
Great pickoff coming in from BYG. This is something they have exhibited for themselves in the later stages of our splits, is the fact that they've been able to set up around these level 1s. No other teams really kind of sitting in bushes looking to try and get picks, whereas for Beyond, they've been very aggressive and forward, whether it's going in for late invades together or just waiting in a bush, waiting for someone to try and ward out here. And that's a great punish. They've watched Bay put that ward down numerous times on VODs, and you shouldn't be able to get away with it, but Bay has for the majority of the split.
I mean, again, punishing that greed, a nice start here. First blood goes over to Husha here on the Viego, and we just watched a Sem9 game where the Viego was pretty crucial to how they got to transition into mid. So nice start here, especially when I didn't get to ask you too much about how these comps run. Nightstar, I want you to give me a bit of a lowdown on how Beyond Gaming want to operate, especially with an early jungle lead.
Yeah, with this jungle lead, I really hope that they're able to try and get some invades towards this top half of the map, shoo Juhan out of his jungle, at least for that half of his jungle, because of the amount of push you can get with Ahri and Graves, especially the Graves. And if you're able to really section off that part of the jungle for yourself, this Graves becomes all the more scarier. And for the side of PSG, I really want them to see play around this bottom lane, but Kino making his first roam.
I'm not sure if he was spotted out. I guess the answer's no. Bay, Dredgeline dodged away, but he's getting bullied in this early game. Kino with a nice roam. A good trade from Bay, but there's not much else to say. I like that they're constantly focusing mid when, you know, Minji has been one of the weak points of Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, Minji has struggled at times, and Bay also has been one of those members that has played almost overly safe. But at the same time, he knows he's not the main carry when it comes to their players. He's really more of that second, even tertiary carry for the squad because of how good Unified and Hanabi have been. And I mean, they're also being given these big ticket carries, so look for them to be the forefront and highlights of these first couple of team fights.
I mean, it's because they've already got a 10 CS lead, and that's why Unified again, laning phase going well. Wako decided early on that he wanted to play this Kai'Sa, and this is something we've seen tonight quite a lot here in the PCS. This Kai'Sa has been pretty big with the AP builds, and we're going to have to watch and see what Wako does to the team, because with the AP threat of Minji, but we know the standard play for PCS Kai'Sas again tonight. Juhan moving to the priority lane, but look how deep it's pushed in. Kaiwing and Unified have the wave right up at the turret, and that's not changing anytime soon.
Yeah, Juhan recalling there just to make sure if anything does happen, it would happen very soon against his bottom lane. And right after should be them either looking for a reset here or getting wards down to continue lane. But as it stands now, looks like they're trying to figure out what they want to do. The big thing here is, again, Kai'Sa, her lane phase, not the strong point. Even with the Nautilus, who is known for, you know, trying to get kills in the lane, that's not going to happen, especially when you are running a cleanse as well. So it's all about the scaling here for Wako.
Well, as another lane pushes in, it's a good time here for Unified and Kaiwing to back away, but maybe not. Thinking twice. Maybe that's what they want them to think. It's huge 5-head play. Outthinking your opponent. As Kino, he actually did back away, so a 2v1 in the bottom lane for the time being, while Juhan is looking for prey. This jungler finding an angle towards mid, but Minji and Husha already stacking together to try and get some vision.
Yeah, it's about controlling that top half, right, for the side of BYG, and it looks like they are going to get knowledge that Juhan, or where Juhan is, and Juhan had a temporary level lead, but that gets evened up pretty quickly. So as things stand, BYG playing exactly to their strengths, and for PSG, you know,
okay,
just okay.
Yeah, nice
pretty
ulti
good.
comes through. I mean, Juhan's here to counterplay, but Husha close to level 6. I
It's
wonder
a
what
party
that
up
XP
top.
bar is. Yeah, again, you know, we talked a lot about Liang versus Hanabi. Juhan versus Husha, how their influence comes through. Now, Husha just waiting for Hanabi to overstay, but he now has the needlework, that outplay button available with Liang without his ulti.
Yeah, Liang not having his ult to get that extra execution damage to finish off a quick burst means that it will be pretty difficult to finish off Hanabi in that dive if they were to look at it, and Liang gets a little bit greedy for that, but Juhan only level 5, so can't get a kill even with the flash.
No, not yet. But look, again, bot, we just keep bringing the camera down here. Unified and Kaiwing for the 2v2, but the ward spots them out. Kino and Wako have full knowledge of this. It is purely a 2v2 with no jungle influence nearby. Kind of laughing at this one as well. I just love how patient they're being. All right, step out of the brush. And the CS continues. So a pretty slow early game. Again, we're not too surprised, right? Beyond Gaming, a slow team. We know that PSG Talon aren't the bloodiest of teams in the PCS as well. This is kind of what we came to expect running into our previous Worlds team in the head-to-head.
Yeah, this is kind of the trademark of the new age PSG in that they are very willing to take things quite slow early on. It's a very Korean-esque play style, and then really just play the macro game when it comes to the mid game. However, at the same time, it plays pretty comfortably into what Beyond also want to do, right? And that is extend lane phase as long as possible, accumulate lane leads, and when that first team fight happens, that's when they start to pop off. Now, will PSG give them that first team fight? Remains to be seen.
It's a good question, right? Because we've got Dragon up and available. Herald's coming up in 5 seconds too. And for now, both junglers not really giving away anything apart from the bot side as Unified and Kaiwing just do it from a different angle. Wako flash and cleanse away. They are persistent.
Just keep hiding in the bush. Eventually, they will try and face check you, and that's what happens there. And Unified, he is out to a very explosive lead at the moment. But remember that he also did... Okay, Juhan... Okay. Just kidding. He did spec into the Doran's Blade, so he is sinking gold value into winning the lanes. So that is just something to keep track of. While he has a pretty sizable gold advantage, some of that thrown into the Doran's Blade.
Okay, well, Juhan's going to start off the Rift Herald. Hanabi is getting a bit more priority up in this top side. Damage against Liang is mounting a bit, but there is a Vampiric Scepter here for the top laner. While PSG start this little Herald, there's no contest for Beyond Gaming, so that 1k gold lead that they accrued from the first blood through some of the CS, mid, top, not going to mean as much as PSG will be able to open up one of these lanes, but it looks like PSG committed their bottom lane, so Wako's able to push in bot and get a turret in response.
Yeah, gets one turret plate for himself, so still, PSG could potentially come out on the trade. At the very least, though, Wako gets himself that extra little bit of gold. And remember, it's all about the scaling factor when you are playing the Kaisa. As long as you're not too far behind, as Hanabi is going for a very spicy approach.
And he's got needlework as well. The angle there, the quick draw out. Needlework number 2 misses. Onto Liang, he needs the snip again. Hanabi solo kill denied by the flash, but Juhan wants blood to spill. But Liang's already out of there. Both summoners burnt. He'll take a turret shot for good measure. But the lane now opened up until Husha has something to say.
Husha still hanging around here. And it doesn't look like they want to throw down the Rift Herald to try and get Hanabi some plates here. Which, you know, given where that wave was, or where his wave was, it would have taken a little bit of time to get there. Decides to use the Empowered Recall and look for a better opportunity elsewhere. If you're looking for a clear target, it has to be this Aphelios. Aphelios can do so much work in this game, given that it is pretty short range, right? You have a Graves, you have a Viego, you also have the Kaisa, and until she becomes that full AP Kaisa, very short range AD carry.
Nice. But I love what Beyond Gaming are doing here. They're getting ahead of the play. It's Husha and Liang pushing up topside. Liang has TP to follow through as well. at least getting some kind of trade. Well, Juhan now further what you're talking about, put the Herald down in front of the Abelios. This will be first turret blood given over. At least able to push out top wave. Husha now heading towards bottom, but it's a little bit too late. So PSG still going to be ahead in the gold value as even bait comes down to the bottom lane. Minji spotted out as well, and PSG trying to keep it going forward. That's going to rely on a lot more resources here for now. PSG have to be careful. The Solar Flare flies through the Shadow Surge as well. Two ultis in front of Dragon. I don't rate that one. Kino into a wall, force the flash, but the kick flash on the back line might just be as good. Juhan getting a kill and Kino getting low. Who needs ultis when you have Unified ahead in the game? Juhan with a double, and now with the resets available, Husha wants to try it out. The Sonic Wave.
Oh wait, that's
turns to
two.
Resonating Strike with a double over to Wako. It's 2 versus 1 though. Bay without the Shadow Surge, but he has flash available. He's going to be able to get Doom and a bit of Gloom. On top of that, the Electrocute helps out Spell It to Wako as he's not but getting close to. Wako running up the river. It's still a chase with the flash from Bay. Zenith Blade. Blood rains in the PCS with 7 kills in the span of a short amount of time.
An explosion of kills happening in that bottom lane. PSG, they're the ones to come out ahead, but still not that terrible of a result for BYG because you get this Kai'Sa really accelerated on that AP build. But at the very least, PSG, they start to crack the map open. You're starting to gain some tempo here as that bot side completely broken open. Now you can move your bot lane elsewhere.
Well, I mean, Unified's going to sit mid and absorb a lot of the CS. And it's replay time here, Nightstar. And, you know, it was bloody. And PSG, even after burning a couple of ults early, still went in for it.
Yeah, the start of this play was certainly not it. But Minji coming over the wall, or trying to come over the wall, also not it, as he instantly gets one shot. Kino pretty much left for dead in that fashion. But the damage coming in from Wako ends up finding that first kill, which buys extra time because Viego does get that reset, gets a small heal, which is enough for Wako to get his second kill.
And now we're back to the topic that was at hand before that first fight, which was Dragon still there. It's 13 minutes into the game. Dragon hasn't been started. And Beyond Gaming grouping around mid, but PSG still not committing to the play. They're hovering around, and it's amazing to see both these teams still just want to fight so early on.
PSG taking a different approach here, willing to scrap a little bit more. Of course, these champions are going to facilitate that a little bit better here. And they will also secure themselves the first dragon. It's pretty late first dragon at 13 and a half minutes.
But there's a needlework available. Hanabi's going to get the slow down. Solar Flare perfectly landed. The healing from the final needlework. It's snipping time. Hanabi gets the attention finally from the 2v2 from bot, and PSG want to elevate their gold across the map.
And this is where we've seen Beyond struggle, right? It's about understanding where they need to be on the map. The rest of Beyond Gaming say, right, we're looking to play around Rift Herald, but Beyond didn't catch the memo and understand that if they're playing for Rift Herald, that also means PSG is looking to try and play around Rift Herald as well, and just unable to get out fast enough, and pays with it with his life. So he is onto a shield bow build. So he's looking for extra staying power. He's saying that I'm going to be able to auto attack more than enough in this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen some Graves move away from things like Hullbreaker as well. Shield bow still amongst that, but you know, last game we didn't see a Hullbreaker up in the top lane from Graves, so it was like a bit of a different direction here. At the very least, more team fighting oriented. Especially since what we've seen so far, that makes sense. Side lanes are just clear out, and especially as we get towards the mid-game, feel like they're going to be push out and move. Husha grouping up. That Herald you're talking about, Nightstar, has spawned. And BYG, they want to go over the wall. Juhan about to get Hex flashed on, but over follows Minji. The depth charge, the Shadow Surge in response in a choke. Unified ulti brings it all back. Wako's low. Husha is not really Husha. Or maybe he is. He's just not Juhan. PSG, nevertheless, they're going to lose their jungler, but they take Minji with them.
It will be the one-for-one trade here. And not a whole lot besides that. Rift Herald did spawn, but because of the fact they lost Juhan in that play, they aren't able to turn for it immediately. So it looks like we're going to get take 2 coming in shortly as we see the replay. The pick comes down on an attempt at either both Juhan and Wako. Juhan's the one to fall down. Unfortunately, though, Minji not in a good spot, and he just gets snapped up by the rest of the jaws of PSG.
And we come back to a gold lead still for PSG, but nothing that significant. Trailing behind 2,000 gold. Also, we've got a bounty on Unified after that last play. 20 CS lead for him, but balanced out by Minji CS lead in the mid lane. CS lead up in the top side. Everything even enough where there's no defining factor for this game right now. Objectives are late as well, and as the second Herald starts, we know that the second Herald's not going to be as devastating as the first one that opened up PSG for first turret blood.
Yeah, second Herald, we'll see what they're able to do here. Of course, there's tier 1s available on both mid and top
Oh
lane.
my god, we're fighting again. Kaiwing Everfrost with the charm as well. The Shadow Surge from Bay has not hit this game, as Husha once again solar flared, but he gets out with the unstoppable, the unbreakable, the heartbreaker. There we go, we got there. But it's just about tormenting for blood, and Beyond Gaming are the ones that keep looking for this fight. You love to see it when they feel so confident on this Ari that now has an item.
Yeah, so much pick potential offered by this Beyond Gaming squad, right? You have a Nautilus, you have the Ari, and the follow-up is also there, right? Because you have this Kaisa pick about to hit level 11, so that means she gets rank 2 ult that increases your range by about 750. So it's a big spike in how far they can engage from, and definitely a bunch of burst damage too. Kaisa now has, of course, the Blasting Wand in addition to that Man Immune. So getting close to the Nashers, that will help her cause if they want to try and fight. But again, Kaisa not looking to fight until she has 3 items. And everyone coming to the bot lane now. Or at Kai.
Might be caught out. Kenner with the auto attack, the charm. Max range not going to hit, but it's in front of Dragon. 15 seconds till it spawns, and Beyond still on the hunt. What is a side lane here for this team? Normally we talk about Beyond Gaming being the team that plays the 1-3-1. Beyond Gaming focused on their solo lanes. This time around, it's just Beyond, and it's 4 or 5 members at any given time.
Oh, it's just them death falling non-stop here and trying to dig out a pick. This is only the second dragon.
Solar Flare got him. We need the Shadow Surge to come through, but again,
Another
it misses
whiff
from Bay. Charm onto Kaiwing. Hanabi's now joined in, but look at the flank. Liang will shortly be there. Beyond Gaming are going to force Hanabi over the wall. Dragon will start, but Beyond are taking the inside track. Thank you for the mid turret, they shout.
Yeah, I feel like for Beyond Gaming, they're very comfortable in just trying to continue to search for picks.
Oh, not there. Okay, they're onto Kaiwing, but he goes golden. Bay, remember, doesn't have the ulti here as Unified holds the backline. It only hits Wako and Husha as the Everfrost buys a bit of time. The depth charge into Unified again. 5 versus 5 in the mid lane. We continue to A-round, boys. Kino wants that dredge line. You can see it on his face. This guy wants to kill people. As PSG clear the wave, and we stop the death threats for now.
Action just keeps coming back to this mid lane hysterics, but for the side of PSG, they at least secure themselves a second dragon and also stave off that push coming into the mid lane. But for BYG, you do have that ticking time bomb of the AP Kaisa, right? And it was such a late first dragon that you're going to be able to hit that 3 item mark sooner rather than later when it comes to the rest of the game script. There's no dragon soul to be threatened coming up in 4 minutes. That's only going to be the 3rd dragon. If you let that one go, you're perfectly fine. And once that 4th dragon comes along, you've got Mythic Kaisa online.
And let's also talk about the opponents that she's going into, right? We've got bruises on PSG. We don't have fortified tanks unless it's Kaiwing towards late game. So PSG solar flare through mid again. Kaiwing
They're missing all their skill shots.
Well, they've got the Herald, though, to fix that up, so it's going to be okay here for PSG. Turret goes down, nevertheless, and it's back to a 2k gold mark. Herald is no longer, of course, as she dies. Remember that Baron is up and available. Minji on a side lane, finally, Beyond Gaming playing to some of their strengths, and it looks like for now, PSG just open up mid to clear away some vision. So not as much blood as there has been action, but things have settled down, and we've started playing a bit smarter, it seems, Nightstar.
I mean, the tensions are still high, right? Because a fight could just break out any moment, especially with the range of engage coming in from both squads, right? You have the follow-up coming in from Kaisa, but at the same time, for PSG, you can always just find a pick with that Shadow Surge and that ultimate coming in from the Leona. But unfortunately, both of these skill shots have really just whiffed completely coming in from PSG. And, I mean, you definitely would not say that about Kai Wing. Usually he's pretty sure-handed, but so far, not finding his mark.
No, he's not. Again, we're just going to wait till these fights come through. The later objective in 2 minutes here in the Dragon. The Baron's still there. PSG are lulling them in as well. And for Beyond Gaming, after moving to the side lanes, now the pings are coming back down. Help us around Baron. There's only a deep ward here, or rather shallow, on BYG's turf. That is a control ward in that brush. Minji not doing too much damage to Kai Wing at this point. But we're just going to wait and see what happens from here on in. Damage starting to build up. It's nice to see from Wako, the most fed member on Beyond Gaming, hitting these Ws. Always means a good thing.
Yeah, very close to his Muramana spike, so it's possible that they look to try and take a fight here. But at the same time, PSG onto items are incredibly dangerous. They have the sustain coming in from the Bloodthirster on to Philios, but they also have the Death's Dance completed by Juhan. So a lot of durability in these fights at the moment. But again, once these AP carries do come online, Death's Dance doesn't give you any magic resistance. So he will get chunked out by the poke damage coming in from Ahri and Kaisa.
True. 2 AP threats. Again, Kaisa with all 3 upgrades coming through with the regular build at this point. We wanted to see if he sells the lethality. Again, a lot of pros have been selling the Serrated Dirk because it is just for the early upgrade. We get towards late game, and then that spot's filled by something else as we saw a couple of games ago. But, you know, further on to what we're going to see. 45 seconds to Dragon. PSG already with 2. You talked about Wako getting items. He has the Nashes now. He is 2.5 items strong.
Yep.
I also want to note that Liang has the Mortal Reminder up in that top lane. So we do have a 2-item Graves who can teamfight, who can reposition, but has to go into Hanabi, who has the same level of items here on the Quen.
Yeah, Liang. Tempting fate there, but Kai Wing misses out on yet another skill shot.
Solar Flare, okay. Kai Wing is just deciding to
is this
throw
an
it
imposter?
all up in the air. Not too sure. Again, Kai Wing in the last game for PSG Talon was looking pretty imposter-like as well. W connects onto Juhan. 2 seconds to wait as Minji goes in for the Everfrost the Charm. Onto the support, but Hanabi running forward. Look at this Gwen at level 15. Liang even forced over the wall. Holty from Unified, a bit of a whiff, but Juhan's kick. Oh my god! With the Shadow Surge, PSG Talon. It's Reset City. Wako getting destroyed on the back line, and that is the most beautiful combo out of our new members of PSG.
Oh man, Juhan just says, hey, Bait, you can't hit an ultimate, let me just guide it to you. So he just kicks and lines it up for Bait to knock it down, and knock it down he did. Finds the 2-man ult, finds the 2-man Shadow Surge, and really, PSG blows the game wide open with that play. They get themselves a 3rd Dragon. Now they turn their attention over to the Baron buff. This should come into their hands unless Fusha has a little bit of magic. We've already seen 2 steals.
Okay,
that's a good start.
Waka's got 1 with the snipe. They might have to turn on
Teleport
Husha, but Hanabi
in.
helping out the TP
That's
a little bit late. Husha has his ult. He can get over
Minji's
the wall
here.
at 2k. They want to flip it, though. Look at the Baron.
Wait,
Everyone's
wait,
out of
they
there.
left the
Beyond
Baron.
Gaming are back on it. Juhan can't get back in. PSG just leashed the Baron for Beyond. They've taken down Hanabi. Minji's out. PSG have burger flipped, but they've dropped the burger on the ground.
I don't know what just happened. Does that count as a steal?
That definitely counts as a steal. Husha just walked in, they kept the aggro up, and now
they
is
gift
even.
wrapped that one. We're going to see the replay of the disastrous fight, or the really perfectly lined up fight coming in from PSG, and it looks so ugly because Kaiwing misses out on all his skill shots. Beyond Gaming, they start getting confident in themselves, right? Because that's the engage gone. Minji goes in, finds the lockdown onto Kaiwing. They put a lot of damage down, but he's still Leona with W. So he's able to stay alive long enough, and boom! That's the kick. That's the two-man Shadow Surge because Husha is able to flash out, but the chase is on essentially from there, and they find that turn towards the Baron, but they just don't do it fast enough. It's early in the game.
Wrong guns here for Unified. If Unified has red and white, if Unified has anything other than Gravitum, it just feels like this goes down a lot faster. So unfortunate, especially when they all decide to get Minji in the backline. Everyone's like, okay, boys, get out.
Killing him.
And the Baron's still aggroed.
So, someone forgot the Baron.
Okie dokie. Well, Beyond Gaming are back in the game. Not only that, they have the Baron with the comp that's now very much poking down PSG. Wako in a great position. It is third dragon for PSG, but look at the gold that Beyond Gaming got off of this. 3,500, and these turrets are melting.
Yeah, and now Wako has been really just given all the power here in this game now.
Walk in. Kaiwing, hang on. Charm, Everfrost. Don't have enough burst damage, so maybe it was overcalling that one. But Liang, that's what I'm talking about in the side lane, even without the whole breaker, this Graves is level 17. And putting on a show, as the rest of Beyond are going to group up towards mid. This Baron power play now, 4,500. Beyond it being gift wrapped, not only that Baron as before you said, but the game itself.
Yeah, this game is definitely back into question. It looked like PSG had full control of it, but that... Okay, Juhan, he might be out in no man's land. He is 4 levels down. He got the red buff, though.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Indeed. That's what you want. That's worth it here. All right, Baron expiring. Now, 1:30 till Dragon Soul. This is where PSG... This is where they come back into the game. We're looking at player levels on the side. Kind of interesting here, considering that, you know, Hanabi and Liang, what a surprise, the top platers are the highest level in this game.
It's because we had so much A-ramming. Hysterics.
That's right. That's right. Little side laning, some semblance of an A-ram for about 5-6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we had a big fight, which looked amazing for PSG, and then the Baron didn't look amazing for PSG. Again, the dichotomy of this team. Fun to watch the new PSG, I'd say. Yeah,
and I mean, that is a bit of their weakness, right? That sometimes in these team fights, they can mis-execute. But now, it's all about this next dragon. As Wako will be the key member to keep watch of. Can he land enough of these Kaisa Ws? If it lands on Unified, he can neutralize the damage as long as he has a wave. But against everyone else, it's going to have max value.
But remember, when he misses W, Wako's on a longer cooldown.
Yes.
Every time he misses it, the threat neutralizes itself because of that cooldown value. Hits Juhan, 2 seconds. Next W coming through, misses. Longer cooldown coming through. Beyond Gaming, though, getting forced into a choke. Now, Liang slow here, but the Soul Flare coming through. The Shadow Surge not connecting. But again, the kick comes through. Juhan trying to bring this game into fruition as Wako gets the jungler. PSG has split as Liang enters stage right. Unified poking them back, though. He has Crescendum, he has Calibrum, he has range. Minji's over the wall with his Shadow Surge and Flash. PSG are low in front of the Soul. This is so risky without a jungler. They might just have to give it up as W's are flying left, right, and center. Liang stepping up again. Crescendum once more, but Faye fears as Hanabi spotted out. The Gwen without ulti still scary.
Oh, they just need to reset this fight for Beyond Gaming. They don't need to force it, but they're going to be the ones to aggro the dragon. Teleport's available on all of these solo laners.
They want to buy time. They want to buy time for Juhan, but he's not going to get there in time. He's still dead as It is Beyond Gaming who pick it up. Instead for Hanabi to come back in. Beyond are playing safe. Dragon denied. And for PSG, Juhan tried so hard to get into the back line, but once again, Beyond Gaming just have so many tools to stop it.
Yeah, now is a bit of the drawback coming in from this Lee Sin pick, even though he found the kick onto Wako. Because there wasn't enough follow-up burst damage, Wako was able to use his Kaisa ult to get himself to safety. And it just comes down to landing a skill shot from that Shadow Surge, right? The one fight that they found Shadow Surge, instantly. Game over. That was just a fight for PSG, but all these other fights, they've been struggling to find that one.
Oh, Hanabi, look at Hanabi. Solar Flare comes through. First needlework,
Kaiwing's
second
almost
one
dead.
lining down 2 members. Minji running for his life. The needlework not connecting though.
Missiles
so Beyond
firing.
could get away. But PSG, I mean, the reason they're starting this is because Baron's up. They want to force Beyond nearby. But unfortunately, health bars are still healthy enough where Beyond don't have to risk backing.
Kaiwing didn't even get a chance to try and force the fight. He eats 2 or 3 Kaisa W's and instantly he's at 20% HP. He cannot continue the fight, and that's why PSG, they end up peeling off of that objective. Just say, all right, we just have to reset now. Now, the side of Beyond Gaming, they're going to get the vision control in that Baron area. Can they force a pick, though? That is the real question. It is still somewhat difficult for PSG to try and face check. They have some skill shots, but...
Well, it's a giveaway when Wako is in the brush pressing W. As Hanabi there, Shadow Surge missing again. On top of Liang, the needlework back up to Velv. Juhan looking for the kick flash. On the top side, he gets the 3-man. Solar Flare again as Bay becomes a killing spree magnet as Hanabi lines down his final needlework, hurting Liang. But Minji, Kino, both down. PSG with the numbers advantage.
I've seen this scene before.
Can they do the Baron? But last time, Wako was able to find the picks, the W's hitting.
I've seen
Unified
this
next
before.
up. Let's see how we go. Husha has flash. He has ulti available. Scrying Orb in the back, giving vision.
Yeah,
PSG still a
crawling
5-man
over.
unit. Faye not getting hit. He goes golden. This is so shaky. Wako's hitting. W's the ulti, not a steal. Husha gets out of the back line. PSG do it right with the burger flip this time. But a W still takes down Faye while Liang attracts
Almost
attention.
two.
Unified the next one.
Can they
Wako
get out?
trying so hard. Somebody please block for him.
Unified able to get to the wave with this BT. He will be able to heal up all the way to full, and he has become the tank for his squad. But Beyond Gaming keeping things on the knife's edge. PSG will be able to capitalize and get themselves that Baron buff and a much needed Baron buff, but will that be enough of an advantage to win this dragon fight, Hysterics? That's the question, because it is still a Void Staff probably completed on the next back, and they have 90 seconds to try and finish some of these next items.
Void Staff completed, as you said, 4 items here on Wako already hurting out. And I questioned you before, like, PSG's targets, the Vex, the Aphelios, and even Hanabi to an extent, are doing so much damage at this point in the game. I like the Banshee's Veil here from Hanabi. The threat, very obvious for PSG, and at this point, a Hex Drinker turns into a more Mortius for Juhan as well. We're getting towards those 4 items across the board. Even for Liang, who has been rather quiet, but still a very big deal. That's a 4-item Graves with Lord Dominic's Regard. He's level 18. Hanabi just picked up his magic book as well.
Yeah, he has the heal coming in from the Morello now.
Yep.
I actually would have liked to see Spirit Visage come out from him because it amplifies his own healing instead of the Banshee's Veil, and also gives them that magic resistance. We'll see what the setup is coming in. Beyond, they would love to find a pick to try and slow down this Baron push, but for PSG, it's about getting priority and then rotating with that extra control over to this next dragon. But fight lines being drawn out here. Juhan trying to bait any sort of cooldowns.
I mean, Kaiwing just throws out Solar Flare willy-nilly and has been. But Hanabi running into Husha.
Very far ahead.
Gwen is immune for the time being, so W means nothing from Wako. and he's feeling confident. He's that far ahead. Juhan still zoning out towards mid. Beyond Gaming are trying to threaten the inside push, but hang on a minute. This is Soul.
Just burn.
PSG
can
burn
burn Soul.
take this so quickly. Infernal Soul given over. Beyond Gaming are moving into River as well. Juhan saving out as Kino might be caught out. The flash away from the Solar Flare while Hanabi is dealing with Husha. Infernal Soul again is scary as Kaiwin gets the engage. Juhan on another angle, and Bay wants the Shadow Surge. Beyond Gaming may have thrown it all away as Depth Charge turns into a root, turns into a kill.
It's 1 for 1.
PSG with 1, and it's traded off as Kaiwing dies. The poke from Wako still hurting, but they got what they came for with the Infernal Soul getting locked down.
Oh, man, and PSG, they really just maneuvered that fight a lot better than BYG. Side of Beyond Gaming, they didn't quite get into the Baron or the Dragon area fast enough, and PSG just beat him to the punch. So now, a lot more extra power for PSG. This gold difference is not quite the whole story because of those extra stats coming in from the Dragons, but for Beyond Gaming, you can see, even though PSG are finding the fights, it's not that convincing, and part of that is just how much damage Wako is putting out. Soon he's going to be level 16, has even more range with his ultimate, so PSG have to be careful of that situation and possibly getting assassinated. And you can see Unified, he understands, like, I have to build super defensive here because of the pick power coming in from BYG.
I mean, it's defensive on a new level. Bloodthirster, GA, that's going to be a more amount of Mortius.
Yeah.
All aspects covered for the PSG 80 carry. But to be fair, it's been working. Less damage being done here from Wako. And as we look at PSG grouping up with Infernal Soul, they want to fight. Liang walking forward, trying to threaten Juhan from walking back. And oh my god, that's a bruiser. That is a bruiser, and Wako still hurts now with a needlessly large rock.
Yeah, and that's also a Maul with Merc Tread, so it's not like he doesn't have any magic resistance. He is packing a decent amount. It's just not in comparison to the Void Staff and all the raw damage already output by Wako with his item. So this is by no means an easy game to close out for the side of PSG. And it again comes down to if they land Shadow Surge, they can win these fights. But Liang out in no man's land.
Could be big with Baron coming up 50 seconds. The kick against the wall. He flashes away. Sonic Wave is there, but the dive still commencing. Juhan taking up for now. Hanabi, he will find the kill, and he will not drop for it as well. But look, the whole team's coming down.
He has to execute.
PSG, I'm not sure how far ahead they thought they have teleport. He has teleport. He has teleport. Wako can't press W because he's in the Gwen W. Oh my god, how is that balanced?
Gwen is immune. I think I just heard a bunch of pings onto the teleport of Hanabi. But even if you know it, he's going to be teleporting, they couldn't do a single thing. So now he has the Zanya's Hourglass. A lot of durability, a lot of time after that mist goes down, he can just go invulnerable. So
well, I mean,
if he wasn't immune enough.
The biggest thing here is that pick meant so much because Liang's not up for another 10 seconds. Might have TP, but Hanabi is there making a 5 versus 4. Bay on the wing, Baron going down. No steal with Husha in the back of the pit. He's out once again as Minji gets an Everfrost to buy time. But look on the backside, Kino caught out. The Soul Flare only just missing. Shadow Surge. Good dodge from Wako to get out of there. From PSG, that pick was actually huge 5-head to get them that Baron.
Yeah, Liang getting caught out there. He could get caught again.
Again, he's just respawned the kick away from Juhan, gets him to safety instead. But the turret still goes down. PSG to lock in first. This game means everything. Will they be the best PCS team right now as they push towards the supportless base, opening up the inhib? Right now, it feels like that's a big lead. Wako going into Bay. That was massive. Liang with the ulti, but it's mistimed. Bay flashing away the W's again, getting fired out from Wako. He's low on mana, but he needs Bay to die. Husha with the ulti, not up and available. Bay running away the W again. Side step here from the new mid laner, but Hanabi's low. Here we go, Sonic Wave again. Juhan running into the backline, the ult from Unified massive. Shadow Surge big, but Beyond Gaming are losing a health bar. Look at Unified running through as Husha has taken away the Gwen. Well, that teleport here from Bay, he needs to do quite a lot. Get the fear onto Kino, the Everfrost as well, but PSG are not healthy. Hanabi's dead, and it's janky to say the least.
Oh, okay, so PSG, they lose Hanabi, but minute left on to the Elder Dragon, so he will be back in time for that. We'll have to walk all the way, though, as he doesn't have the teleport. And for Beyond Gaming, they continue to hold on for dear life. Hysterics, and it's on the back of Wako. This man, this is why we see the tantalizing power of Kaisa, because she can sort of 1v9 at this point in the game. It's just she needs the time to do it. And right now, PSG aren't necessarily giving Beyond Gaming that time, as they just try and instigate fights as soon as possible. But if they aren't able to instantly blast them out of the fight, then things get ugly. But it almost looked real bad for Beyond Gaming because of the fact, well, Wako, their one carry, ran out of mana.
It ain't clean, that's for sure. It's definitely not clean for either team as Hanabi caught
Hanabi.
out. Depth charge in front of 3 people. There's an Everfrost there. It tags him down.
Oh,
But
the
Shadow Surge in.
Wako!
That'll bring it back. Bay with a massive play, but Wako, you're right, has done the same. Kaiwin found Liang on the backside of Soul Flare. Doesn't go through Nordis. Instead of play the kickback. Juhan brings it all rampaging forward. PSG still win out. It's 2 for 1 in front of Elder. Let's begin the bloodshed again.
Oh, can they take this dragon? That's the question here. Liang has the teleport if he wants to come in from a different angle, but just walk on
Kino
in.
gonna do? That's a question. I mean, Kino doesn't have ulti. He's got no health bar. As the ward gets placed down, it's all up to Wako here. Liang on the back burner as well. No collateral damage. Beyond can't steal this. They have to disappear, and Elder's gonna go down. This has been such a messy game, but I'm all for it. With 29 kills in PSG, now with Infernal Soul, that matches their Elder just picked up. This game, I'm not sure there's an outcome yet, but it's still feeling PSG favored to take the first slot in the PCS.
It is still favored towards PSG, but the margins are still so slim. And we're coming on to really 6 items for everyone. So the only advantage PSG has is going to be the extra stats coming in from those extra dragons, and currently the Elder Dragon buff. But BYG are able to wait this out, if they are able to stall out the Elder Dragon, once again, it would then come down to almost a 50-50 fight.
I mean, they've been so bloodthirsty, though, and you know that PSG are going to keep forcing this in. Dodging away from the W's of Wako, that's the first step. Juhan with the Sonic Wave, he's not going to follow through. Bay's on the back burner. You know that that Shadow Surge is coming out if Beyond Gaming step too far forward. Be careful of Beyond. Liang steps forward himself, and PSG are just backing out of the base. This is still not the final stand. PSG still scared, waiting for all the waves to come through, and that's why Hanabi's setting up top as well.
Yeah, they're going to push mid in while they try and get that top wave crashed, and really watch for Minji to try and be the one to start off the pick. Dash in with the ultimate, use the Everfrost to try and lock down a target with the charm, and then have Kino follow up. Oh my lord!
Yeah, Wako again, Wako again! That W coming through from Bay, that wouldn't have saved him. It's good that he sidesteps. That is the threat of Wako. You said give them time. Beyond Gaming have time in their base, and Wako now has a Rabadon's death cap. He's full build. Yeah. I would be so scared. And the fact that PSG with Elder haven't been able to end this game is just insane.
Yeah, it's a testament to BYG being able to stall things out. Also, like PSG, they've been somewhat conservative when it comes to trying to end the game, right? They are very much more of the 80-20 or the 90-10 sort of team. When it becomes more of a 60-40 prospect, that's when they kind of struggle to just go ahead and just flip, force the play. And now they're trying to go into yet another
Baron 3.
Baron.
Baron 3. Dude, I don't know what's going on. In the longest PCS game of the split, I still don't know how this is going to end up. Baron going to be taken, but it won't be enough for PSG. Only the fight needs to come through as Shadow Surge in the backline. Kino caught out again.
Only
the fear
one.
comes through. And there we go for Bay again. He gets
Liang
a
does so
reset
much damage.
onto Liang. He follows through. Finally, is this it? Beyond Gaming getting hit at every angle. Husha running for his life as PSG are bringing the cavalry. The poke won't be enough. It's Husha who dies while Hanabi forces Minji out of the play. Wako left alive, and PSG, surely now you can end this long game as Unified is sick of playing it, running forward, baits in Wako. The best team of the PCS will lock in first. It's PSG Talent, who are the best across the board in a 46-minute slug. I won't be forgetting this anytime soon.
Oh my god, that was like a boxing match that went the distance as just blow after blow, but PSG couldn't find the knockout until the last round. It took the third Baron to finish them off, but PSG, they locked themselves that first seed.
That was a literal barn burner, the longest match in PCS this split, 47 minutes. And, you know, let's give it its full credit. It was bloodthirsty, it was limit testing, but it was also incredibly back and forth, and I think that as a negative.
I mean, for the side of Beyond Gaming, like, they did what they needed to extend that game, right? And for PSG, they just didn't have the means to straight up end the game because they missed so many skill shots. If they landed a lot more of those Shadow Surges or Leona ultimates, that game could have just been done 10 minutes ago. Like, this game could have just ended at 30 minutes. Because of the snowball potential. So for the side of PSG, mechanics letting them down ever so slightly in the mid game, but so much veteran presence in this squad, you know they have that late game.
Yeah, 100%. Look, but again, the fact they couldn't end with Elder, the fact they took 3 Barons, like, this was a wild ride. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that. I feel like that game goes beyond playstyle. And for PSG, there's a lot of things to shore up. They are still the best team. However, there's a lot that needs to be changed in playoffs, and we have to kind of see, like, Bay and Juhan both have amazing players and both can be questioned in the same regard. And it feels like these new additions are still working their way into the roster. It's still not the same as, you know, having the PSG talent that was River, that was Maple, that went to the world stage last year, and that was like, wow, this team is incredible. They're great in so many ways. PSG need to work back up to that, and I think that's what the PCS playoffs will be great for, especially now that they've locked in first, and they will undoubtedly be the best team in there.
Yeah, certainly the most dangerous squad in the playoff bracket. They will start out in the second round. That means they only need to win 1 series to make it into the winners finals, and that just makes their road to MSI that much shorter if they are able to clear that first hurdle. And for the side of Beyond Gaming, a lot of ramifications from that loss. Right now it's going to be them trying to contend and hope that the chips fall in a manner that they can then contest for the 3rd seed. So things not completely over for them, but now you're kind of stuck facing your CFO or a DCG in that first round.
I mean, DCG are versing Sem9, so let's be realistic. DCG probably going to be the ones who get 3rd seed, or at least contend with CDBC Flying Oyster. Beyond Gaming, they're going to be 5th. They're going to be 4th or 5th at this point. So it's unfortunate, but, you know, there was a lot of ways we saw this game winnable. The damage on Wako tells you why. Hanabi tells you why they didn't. This Gwen, very aggressive, and Hanabi, a well-deserved MVP who I think was one of the most solid players in that game for PSG talent.
Yeah, and he was able to take advantage of that top lane matchup, right? It was a blind pick. Graves. He goes ahead, locks himself in the Gwen, and he really just ran away with a lot of team fights. The side of Beyond Gaming weren't able to lock in the Gwen for themselves because they really wanted to play the AP Kai'Sa. That means you would have triple AP. That's just really, really difficult to play the game with. So they go for the Graves, and Hanabi, like in the past, we would criticize that he's essentially just a weak side top laner. Now he's really coming into form this split.
Yeah, he is. Again, top lane matchup was a focus here today. Liang versus Hanabi. It was a nice little matchup for some part of the early game, but after we left them for a bit, it was the influence of Hanabi on the Gwen that again reigns true. PSG with a win, securing first, and today, you know, it wasn't too unexpected, right? Like MFT with a win early. Impunity versus Frank Esports was the biggest question mark, and Impunity kind of showed up a bit, but everything else kind of played out like the standings would indicate.
Yeah, the J-Team DCG game, of course, was very tight in standings, but J-Team really running away with that one, and it's just a shift of just form, right? And this is a bad time to go cold for DCG because it is playoff crunch time.
It is. Again, we are on the penultimate day here today, and now that that's over, only one PCS day left to go. Tomorrow is it. And with PSG already locking in first, it's about now how high they can soar, as tomorrow, you know, they'll have a chance to... Who are they versing tomorrow? Hurricane Gaming. That's it.
Yes.
They get to keep Hurricane Gaming from getting another win. That's unfortunate. I think the biggest thing for me is that, you know, that battle for second is still up for grabs. J-Team looking like a good candidate right now. They have to beat Impunity. And if they can do that, if J-Team beat Impunity tomorrow, there's your top two. No one else can catch up if J-Team are on 14 wins, the same as PSG.
Yeah, and then it comes down to that third seed. And third seed is still very valuable because instead of playing a BYG in the first round, then you get to play against Frank Esports, which they have been able to upset DCG, but they also dropped games like we saw earlier against Impunity, and then also against MFT earlier. So this is a very hit or miss squad, so you would much rather have the third seed over the fourth or fifth.
Yeah, you would indeed, right? Like, it's all about placements within playoffs. Our last game tomorrow, the PCS regular season, already towards the end. And, you know, I feel like it has been a much more competitive split. I feel like overall, PCS always felt like a one or a two team league, at least for the past year or so.
Yes.
This time around, there's a surprise CDBC Flying Oyster, Deep Cross Gaming with, you know, a lot of notable names. Beyond Gaming as well. Like, even though they lost today, still a very honorable team. So, kind of curious here, but thank you again, Nightstar, as we wrap things up. Thank you to our English broadcast and everyone working hard behind the scenes. It's been great to be on the broadcast here for the regular season. It is bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow for the last day.